very good afternoon and welcome to the WA Athletics Stadium here in sunny Perth for day one of the Australian Athletics National Championships. Over the next 4 days, the very best athletes from around the country will converge here into Perth to battle it out for gold, silver and bronze, and the honour of perhaps becoming the national champion. Not since 2010 have the games been held here, and it's great to welcome the athletics family back to the West. My name is Travis Jenkins. I'll be taking you through the coverage this afternoon. Alongside me, it's a big Perth welcome to Nana Owusu-Afriyi. Nana, welcome to Perth. It's great to have you. Really looking forward to today, and I bet you are as well.
Thank you for having me. I haven't run here since 2019, so I'm super excited to be back on the microphone and see some fast times, throws and jumps over the next 4 days, especially the women's 1500. We have Jess Hull, who's come off the Grand Slam. We've had Georgia Griffith come from a world indoor. She's had true records in the past 3 months. We've got Abby Caldwell, Sarah Billings, who also has a world champs qualifier. So I'm super excited to see those girls in the heat, and then they've got a day break before they have the final on Saturday.
Yes, the top 5 Australian all-time in the women's 1500 metres are all here in Perth, ready to rumble. It will be fantastic. The men's 1500 as well, we can't forget that.
I know Cam Myers versus Adam Spencer, and I'm sure we'll have some sneaky people behind their tails. We've got Ollie Hall coming back from America, so I'm really excited to see him after the plane of World Indoor Championships.
Plenty of action for the paras as well. We've got 400 metre para action, a mixed classification event. We've got the world record, James Turner. We've got long jumping as well. But also, probably the one that most people will be looking forward to, it'll be the under 20 heats of the men's 100 metres. One of our favourites, Gout Gout, is here.
I think that's a name that people will be cheering today and in the finals this afternoon. So I'm super excited to see Gout Gout run today. I think Australia is, to be honest.
We're very lucky. Josiah John also will fly the flag for Western Australia. He was second in Brisbane at the All Schools. We also have women's under 20 100 metre heats. It's going to be an epic first day, Nana. I can't wait.
I know the weather's out and we are ready to see some fast times today.
Hope you enjoy your afternoon of athletics.
It'll be an Australian junior record, you reckon? Yes, it is. She's inside 2 minutes. Clay's in front of Jenica at this stage. Liz Clay's going to have a huge run. What a comeback. McSwain's going to win. McSwain wins. Stewie's done it. The king of King Island.
And these are live pictures here from Perth. Day one action of the Australian Athletics Championships. It's great to have your company this afternoon, wherever you may be watching. A big hello and a big welcome to you. Travis Jenkins up in the commentary position. Alongside me is Nana.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for having me.
And it's a beautiful day here, isn't it? Just the weather, as we saw with the juniors. The track's been really fast. The field has been really impressive for the juniors. And today, we've got around about 31, 32 degrees. It's a lovely little southwester. The Fremantle Doctor has come in.
Yes.
And it's a nice little tailwind down the home straight, but ideal conditions for athletics.
Yeah, definitely. We always say a hot track is a good track and a fast track. So I think the juniors have shown us that if you really put some force onto the track, we're going to see some fast times. We've seen records being broken left, right and centre in the paras and in the able body. So super excited to see what the under 20s and the open athletes have to offer after a great domestic season of records, world championships, indoors, world relays coming soon. So the athletes are really putting it on line this weekend.
And we're already underway in day one action. Currently on track, the under 20 5,000 metres. Aspen Anderson, the Queenslander, leading the way from Kate Curry, the New Zealander. Kate Curry, New Zealand under 20 champ and the New Zealand 1500 metre champion, has ventured over to Perth to contest against Australia's very best. But this is an interesting first race, actually. I was doing a little bit of work on this earlier. Aspen Anderson, who we can see there, the Queenslander, leading the way. Her PB 16:20 over 5,000. She was third at the national under 20 3,000 metre champs back in December. And Imogen Baker, the other athlete to look out for, she's wearing hip number 3. She's in this lead pack as well. She finished second, but her PB 16:48. So a really open race. I think it's going to come down to a bit of tactics, a bit of sit and kicking by look of the pace early.
As you said before, it is very windy, so I think the tactic will be to sit behind the pack and wait to kick.
So already we can see about 8 athletes just clearing out and making a nice little group. Aspen Anderson, who we spoke about is the Queenslander. She leads the way. Then we have Kate Curry from New Zealand, who has been in terrific form over in New Zealand. Also in this bunch of athletes, we've got Matilda Cole, who has been in good form. We also have Annabelle Miller, who was 4th in the under-18 3,000 metres last year in Adelaide. And we've also got hip number 11, which is Olivia O'Kelly of New South Wales. So with just on 9 laps remaining, the pace is pretty comfortable early.
No, the girls look very relaxed, especially with the sun. You did mention before it's 32 degrees, so maybe not ideal for those longer events. So staying in your pack and waiting for that kick is going to be ideal for these girls.
So down the back straight we head, and our leader, Aspen Anderson from Queenslander. Then we have the New Zealander in Curry. There is hip number 3, Imogen Baker. So we talked about her just before. She comes in really well credentialed with a silver medal at the under-20 3,000 metre championships.
We see Olivia Kelly making a bit of a move from New South Wales with hip number 11.
And now it just starts to just string out a little bit. So I think there's a bit of a surge here as we enter into this 2nd kilometre.
It's always good to see our friends from New Zealand pop by. Their national championships was about 3.5 weeks ago. So they get another little block before they come to Australia and compete down here. We've had the likes of Zoe Hobbs, Eddie Nikita come down for juniors and under-20s and opens. So.
And now direct flights into Perth too from New Zealand.
Oh, so there you go.
Very easy to get here.
So if we're back here next year, we'll see some more New Zealanders.
That'll be nice. Now getting on the back two, Annabelle Miller. You can see her there in 4th position overall. Annabelle Miller, who finished 4th in the 3,000 metres under-18s last year. So she's stepping up for her first little taste of under-20 action. And this little group of 4 now just start to roll through nicely. They've got just about 7.5 laps remaining of the 5,000 metres. And Aspen Anderson from Queenslander, lifetime best, 16 minutes 20.90, her personal best. And she's doing it nicely out in front.
We see the Victorian making a move, overtaking our New Zealander Katie Curry.
So this group of 4 have just got a nice little gap from the chase pack, which is really talented as well. It contains Matilda Cole leading the way.
And we see Imogen Baker making a move.
So yeah, Imogen Baker, who we talked about, she obviously loves championship racing because she's had the wood over Anderson over the last couple of appearances that they've had together. But the PB is better for Anderson on the front. She's around about 28 seconds better in terms of PB, but Imogen Baker has just managed to claim those couple of silver medals at these big events. So it's going to be an interesting lap with just under 7 laps remaining. Now, as we look a little bit further back, we can see that Kate Curry has just moved into 4th position overall, the New Zealander. That's our lead 2 now. They're just starting to kick away a little down the back straight.
Our packs are slowly breaking up.
You often see that, don't you, Nana, in 5,000 metres where because of the surging and because of the change of pace, that's what really sorts a lot of these distance runners out, isn't it?
It definitely separates them through, and they're just about to get hit halfway through. So I think we're going to see more of that with the last 6 laps to go. Sorry, 7.
So it is warm, as Nana mentioned, around about that 32 degrees here in Perth. We've had beautiful conditions throughout the junior championships, which concluded on Tuesday. And it's great to welcome the under-20 and senior athletes here to the West. It's been 15 years since we have had the championships here. And it's great to have them back. Annabelle Miller has just moved now nicely into that 3rd bronze medal position in this final of the 5,000 metres. Anderson leads the way with 6 laps remaining. We're over halfway and she's doing it nicely, but right on her hammer is Imogen Baker. These two, what battles they've had over the last couple of years through the age groups. And once again here in Perth, they will battle it out. Miller 3rd, Curry, the New Zealander, is sitting in 4th. And then we have Libby Mante, the Queenslander, who's just pushed up nicely. She's made her move and comes into calculations now sitting in 5th overall.
But we see those New South Wales girls working with each other just behind her, Miller.
So away we go down the back straight. That's our lookout over the west of WA towards City Beach. For those who are familiar with WA, the WA Athletic Stadium is situated in the western suburbs of Perth, not too far away from the old Perry Lake Stadium, which was about 400 or 500 metres away across the road from where the new stadium was built. It's got a brand new blue track, just only a couple of years old, this track, so it's very fresh, very fast, as we have just seen.
Yes, we've seen over the past week how fast this track can get. I was eager to be out there.
You must have enjoyed seeing Leah O'Brien break the under-18 national record.
I know, I had to clean my eyes. I was making sure I was reading the numbers right, but the way she opened up with that last 50 metres, oh, testament. And we also saw that in her 200 metres a couple of days before.
Yeah, it's a great sign of things to come for these championships. She will actually contest the open 100 metres in a couple of days' time, so look forward to seeing how Leah O'Brien matches it with the best of the senior athletes. So our Queenslander, she's doing it nice. Down the back straight, Aspen Anderson and Imogen Baker still go stride for stride. Annabelle Miller still contained and in a bit of no man's land there in third place. And then Libby Mantay of Queensland has just been working nicely into this race. She's now up into fourth. Alongside her is Kate Curry, the New Zealander. So that's the difference there we can see between the silver and the bronze, the two runners of Aspen Anderson. That's the battle for fourth and fifth currently. So that's a good shot there. So we can see our leaders in the home straight, just looking nice and comfortable. We have just over 4 laps remaining, so the tension just gets a little bit more exciting. Gold, silver and bronze up for grabs here at the WA Athletic Stadium. Aspen Anderson from Queensland leads the way. Imogen Baker, a mile to go. Baker second, then Miller. Mantay's moved nicely, and then we have Curry at the back of that 5 athletes. And then just followed in behind them is Emily Rogers of New South Wales. So it's now getting towards that little bit of a, as a runner, you just start to think, when am I going to...
When am I going to make the surge? When am I going to challenge my opponent? You always think, is it now or later? 2 laps, 1 lap. Is my competitor more of a kick down and chaser, or am I going to sit back and kick? I love middle distance running and watching how their brains work. And if their race plans change halfway through the race, can you see a bit of a surge here because they think this is where this girl's going to do this or this boy's going to do that?
Yeah, the other 23,000 metre nationals was really interesting. Back in December, we saw Aspen Anderson finish third. She leads the way here, and Baker finished second that day, and it was a bit of a sprint finish with Baker having a little bit of extra speed.
I'm sure a lot cooler being in Melbourne than it is 31 degrees in the middle of
You think that would suit the Queenslander too,
You would. Melbourne, we'll be wearing a jacket in a 5K.
So Aspen Anderson now with just under 3 laps remaining. Currently now just moving up well. She's run beautifully into this race is Libby Mantay of Queensland. She's now just moved up into that bronze medal position. She's having a nice little battle with Annabelle Miller. So that's the battle for the bronze at the moment. There's our leaders. Back down the back straight they go. Still no sign of an injection of speed just yet. Anderson, 16:20, her lifetime best. So she's going to be in and around that, you'd think, again here on the first day of competition. Thanks to Chemist Warehouse and the West Australian Government. Great to have their partnership here for the championships in WA. So we're just waiting for the move to come, aren't we, Nana? We're just waiting to see what's going to separate these 2 great under 25,000 metre runners.
You know, with 800 metres, or just about to be 800 metres to go, I think we might see what we saw at Zatopek.
So the battle for bronze still continues. It's a nice little battle. There's our leaders. 2 laps remaining. If anything, Imogen Baker has just decided to get up a bit higher on the shoulder of Aspen Anderson. Just trying to perhaps push the pace a little. Then the bottom of the picture there now, we can see that's the battle for the bronze medal, which has seen throughout Annabelle Miller have a nice little battle with Libby Mante, who's been accelerating nicely up into that bronze medal. So with 600 metres to go.
First and second look very comfortable, but they're also picking up the pace.
And they're going to
we see Baker.
Shoulder to shoulder. We saw so often at the 200 here, it was important to get that position right at the 200 in the distance running, because you don't want to get caught out wide here in WA. You want to try and stay on the rail if you can. But we've got a change in the lead. Imogen Baker from Victoria has moved into the gold medal position. Aspen Anderson will now just try and sit on her heels as we come down the home straight. Second last time. Gold and silver up for grabs here. Nana, it's going to be a thrilling last lap.
I know, as we hear the bell, Baker is in the lead.
So Imogen Baker, Aspen Anderson, stride for stride, they've been throughout this 5,000 metres. And now it will come down to this final lap around the WA Athletics Stadium. Annabelle Miller has done well to move up into bronze. Libby Mante sitting in fourth, and our New Zealander, Kate Curry, fifth overall. Down the back straight we go, and Baker, she's kicked away.
She's pulling away. 400 metres to go. I thought it might be a bit earlier, but it's great to see her out in the lead.
She's obviously just got that little bit of extra pace down the back straight. She's just been on the heels of Anderson throughout, and now she's away. She's accelerating beautifully. Aspen Anderson is going to have a well-deserved silver medal here, you think. But it's time now just to enjoy Imogen Baker. She'll stride around the bottom bend. It's been really impressive running. The time to beat for her personal best, 16:48, and she looks like she's on track.
I think she's on track to get that.
So this will be our national champion. Imogen Baker charging towards the line. Impressive running. She's done it all, and there is our national champ in the under 25,000 metres. Well done to Aspen Anderson. She did all the work on the front. A well-deserved silver.
Baker, PB and a gold medal. That's nice for a Thursday afternoon.
Here's our bronze medalist charging towards the line. Annabelle Miller, well done. She has represented New South Wales nicely. Well under that elusive 17. Yeah, absolutely.
See, a hot track is a good track for all distances. It's not just the sprinters running quick PBs and fast times. We're seeing our 5Ks.
Our New Zealander, Kate Curry, coming across the line just behind Libby Mante of Queensland.
And we see Emily Rogers cross the line.
Under that 17:30 as well.
And Olivia Kelly from New South Wales.
Here's Ava Sutherland.
Another New Zealander. And Matilda Cole crossing the line.
So the official time has come through, 16:45, a personal best for Imogen Baker. She adds national silver in the 3,000 metres. She adds a gold to her collection with the 5,000. Aspen Anderson, the silver. Annabelle Miller will take home the bronze. As we've just seen Molel from Queensland cross over, just in front of Wilson of New South Wales. Big moment for a lot of our athletes here, isn't it? Nana, just with personal bests up for grabs and just to come on the big stage and compete. It's an exciting time, isn't it?
I know, and I think it's great to have under 20s and opens together. More competition. We'll see some of them step up and compete in the open age group over the next couple of days as well.
And many of the juniors too have decided to stick around for the under 20 competition. And looking through the fields today, quite a few under 18s have stuck around just to compete in the older age group as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's good to see. It's good to push yourself and see in a couple of years' time the competitors that you'll be racing with week in and week out with.
A couple of runners still to come through and complete their 5,000 metre journey. Poppy Navarovic starts to make her way down. On the screen there, you can see it is all over for Maya Mullins of Queensland, 18:47, personal best for her. And I think, Nana, that will bring the under-20 women's 5,000 metres. Now, for you, Nana, you mentioned you were planning to compete here at these championships, but your hamstring had other ideas.
Yes, my hamstring decided to play up just as I was running some fast times and some PBs, but that's okay. I tell myself, when you can't run, you commentate. You talk about the sport you love, and I'm so thankful that in place of running, I can still be a part of this great sport and still see my friends and see what times when I come back I have to work towards.
So here are the final results from the under-20 5,000 metre final for women. Imogen Baker, she gets the job done. Her first big national gold medal. Well done to her with a PB. Aspen Anderson, the silver. Annabelle Miller, she'll be really happy. Personal best and a bronze.
It's always good to see some PBs. To some, it's not all about winning and getting out there. I mean, we'd all love a gold, but pushing yourself to your limit. Once you cross the line with a PB, you've done the best you've ever done. So it sounds funny and cliche, but it's all about what you can do out there. And, you know, if it gets you the gold medal, amazing. But if it pushes you to get from 4th to 3rd, that's still great for our athletes.
Nana, it's great to have you in commentary, getting your wisdom and expertise. We're going to take our first break of the afternoon. It is day 1 action, live from Perth. It is a picture postcard day here. It's great to have your company. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium here in Perth. Great to have your company wherever you may be watching from. It is a beautiful day, 30 degrees here in the Wild West. Looks like a postcard, doesn't it? We've got decathlon action well underway. We're into the long jump part of the competition. West Australian Scott is next to go. Ryland Scott, 660, his best so far in the decathlon. It's a busy couple of days for our decathletes. This is their second event of the day. They've done the 100 metres earlier on. Nadim Strugar of France leads the way. Asher Andrews, the best of the Australians so far in this long jump competition. Lachlan Purdy, second of the Australians, and Fletch Watchman is sitting third overall. And
currently the under-20s are on the back straight, and if looking at their attempts, the wind is changing. We've seen some +5s, but we've also seen some minuses. So the boys will be adjusting their run-ups pretty much between every jump to get the best out of their competition.
Here's Will Soden, looking for a little bit of support down the back straight there. And that looked like the foot was a little bit over.
Yeah,
Nana.
I think I saw that on the black mark of the long jump board, but we can see the wind picking up on that back straight. So I think we'll be taking some steps back to allow us to get flush onto the whiteboard.
He has the best so far today of 6 metres 51.
And that was his final jump for this long jump competition.
Sutton next to go, the Queenslander. Sits in 13th place overall. Good combination, 21 athletes competing here.
He's actually jumped an equal PB today. We've seen him jump 591 in previous competition and in his second attempt.
I can see you riding the jump there, Nana. You obviously love the long jump as well.
Yes, I used to be one myself. I always say I'd love to put them back on and see what I could jump. I want to get to that 6 metre. But I'll leave it to the professionals.
So a couple of athletes to look out for here. Mackenzie Leith, probably the best place to medal here. 4th at the under-20 nationals in 2024. Sharon Vanderham, New South Wales. Has had a good long jump, 8th in the standings.
We don't see many internationals other than New Zealanders come to our Australian Championships, and it's the start of the European outdoor season. To just see someone from France coming down under, it's not the quickest flight. I mean, coming from Perth from the East Coast isn't, but coming from France is pretty a long way. So it's good to see some international competition recognising how good Australian tracks are.
Yeah, spot on, Nana. It's in great shape, as you'll see over the course of the afternoon. The Australian athletics community very excited with the talent that has arrived here in Perth. Now, this is discus action, and the big Matt Denny, he's not here, unfortunately, after throwing that huge 72.07 in Ramona, number 5 all time.
In the world, I can't... Oh, Denny, I mean, he's just been putting the blocks together over the past couple of years. We've seen him go from 5th and 6th at international competitions to getting that medal. So to see him 5th of all time is just a testament to how long Matt Denny has been putting the work together. We saw him at World Juniors in Oregon, and about 12 years later, now he's 5th of all time in the world.
And it was amazing scenes on the socials, just seeing how basic the circle was. It was basically in a farmland, the competition, known for its big tailwinds, but he was able to launch that discus, the excitement on his face. As soon as he let it go, he knew it was big.
I think everyone knew when we saw him let it go that he knew it was going to be something special, but I don't think he thought it was going to be that long.
So in this qualification, and hello to Matt Denny if you are watching from the US, we love your work and look forward to welcoming you back in Australia soon. Of course, the defending champion in this event where he set the Australian record. Edian Russo, the West Australian, he's qualified automatically with Oyodelli, Miller and Giddings. Giddings is a great junior athlete, his first taste of the open throwing. He
For the men's, automatic qualification is 50 flush on the dot. So we've already seen 4 Australians get that auto qual, so they can sit back, enjoy the sun and the tailwind, and wait for the rest of the competition as 10 qualify into the final.
Left-hander lets it go out around 40 metres. White flag goes up for...
So I've heard some things about discus. You actually want a headwind.
Yeah, okay.
Now, you know, on the track, tails, 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 but it's a bit different when you're throwing the disc around.
That was the big Victorian who stepped into the circle. He was looking to post his first throw, Tanajevic, and he's moved up into ninth. We take 10 through to the final here, Nana. And
oh, he's actually thrown an equal PB. No time like a national qualifications to do that.
You can see the standings so far in the qualification. Over 50 and you're straight into the final. Eddie and Russo had a really good nationals last year. He was tucked in behind Matt Denny, finished in second place overall. He's been a promising junior here in WA, and he's just moving up through the ranks. He's a botanist in his day job. He's discus in his primary job.
His primary. Discus is the job. The other one is the hobby. The
Absolutely.
hobby.
But no, he did fancy himself here, Eddie and Russo, because he threw really well in Adelaide last year behind Matt Denny, and he was really improved his personal best. He's improved it again this year as well, up to 58 metres 73. It was set over in New Zealand where he went over for a comp. Here's Kai Dalby, currently 18th overall. And his best today, 37.19. To win round 2 of the discus qualification. So at the moment to qualify through, 45.13 is the cutoff at the moment. So that's what our competitors will be looking for. Max Perry just outside that mark. And here he is on screen there. There's Max Perry. So he will need to improve by just over half a metre to try and book his place into the final. In fact, it'll be the South Australian next to go. Just a little bit of sweeping. Really important, isn't it? Just to that foot connection to the ground in the discus. It's just so important, isn't it? No, just because your power, they're so elegant, aren't they, the discus throwers? You know, often you'll see them doing ballet and, you know, a lot of dance just to keep that lightness in the feet. It's very rhythmic and beautiful to watch.
I know, it's a beautiful sequence to watch, and it's not just about the muscle, it's the body from, as you said, the toes to the fingers connecting one movement. So we actually just before saw the heptathlon women in an A and a B final. We'll be seeing 2 pits for the girls going for the national title in their second event of the 2-day competition for our heptathlons. Heptathletes, I should say. We have actually seniors and under 20s competing at the same time.
James Galea, Queensland, sits outside the standings. A foul there to finish his 3 throws. Here's Perry, who I talked about just before. Just sits outside in 11th position, Max Perry. So a big moment for him. He's arrived here in the West trying to make the final of the Nationals. You can see here how important it is for him. He'll be pretty fired up to let this one go. Let's go, big man. Let's get it out there. 45.13 he needs to make it into a national final. Big moment for the young man. Looks like he's got onto it too. It's going to be around that 45. Few claps underneath the tent there, so
It'll be a close throw.
It will be. Just perhaps rehearsing what he might have like to have done. So he sits in 11th, but just waiting for the distance to come through, 44.54. And it's not an improvement, unfortunately, 43.33. So he will remain just outside the final.
His second attempt will be his best attempt for that series. 44.54.
So once you have the big cue, it is optional to keep throwing. Most athletes will just put the tracksuit on and
get
save
prepared
it
for the final.
Yeah.
Especially being hot out here, I think we'll see a lot of athletes in our field events where you have an auto qualifier, making the most of trying to get that auto qualifier as soon as possible and then putting the tracksuits back on and getting back to the hotel.
South Australia next to go. This is Lockie Shoef, sitting in 14th.
So he's only had one attempt that has been cleared in a series of 2 with his third and final throw. He'll also be going for Noah's 45.13 to get that 10th spot in the final.
I'm sure Matt Denny is watching on. He loves he loves his discus.
Don't know what time it would be over there.
He'd be getting up, don't worry. No, he'd set the
I'm
clock.
sure.
Waiting for our live pictures here from WA. He'll be absolutely here in spirit, that's for sure. We'd love to be out there with these young men. Lachlan Murray, New South Wales, next to throw.
Currently in 12th spot in this competition. Had a foul in his second attempt. Hoping to go 2 metres further.
Competition underway too in the high jump, as Nana touched on, with our heptathletes. So Lachlan Murray trying to push up into a final. He's 2 spots out of the final at the moment. This looks better too. This looks to be
It's definitely in the 40s.
Fortunately, just throwing it a little wide to land in the zone. Just trying, often when you just try and get that little bit of extra momentum and power, you lose a little bit of the accuracy and control.
Plus, it's very windy today on the Perth track, so that would be affecting where the discus is landing this afternoon.
So, Open Men's Decathlon also underway today. So we've had 2 events, and the long jump has just finished. So we can start to see a bit of a picture forming. And Goose and Christian Painter getting some valuable points. Joel Templin has currently the bronze medal. Still a long way to go. And we'll chop and change a fair bit here.
It's good to see the decathletes getting some PBs and using that tailwind on the back straight to push them along.
Joel Templin looking to upgrade his silver medal in the under-20s last year. He's having his first taste with the big boys.
I love how they have 2 PBs. They have their individual long jump PBs and then they also have their decath PBs. So I wonder which one that's taking.
Dan Ewan, West Australian.
We also see that going out a little wider than the athletes would like.
Yeah, he's been in good form here in the West in the hammer throw, Dan Ewan. He started with a big PB. He'll have to reset for that in the competition in a day or two's time. But we're going to take a short break. Nana and Travis Jenkins with you here, taking you through this afternoon of day 1 action. We hope you are enjoying it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Welcome back. 30 degrees. Perfect day here in the west. The wind has dropped off really nicely, actually. Has swung around to be from the southwest now, so around about that 1 metre per second mark. Looking at a couple of the wind indications that have come through, so it's starting to get exciting here on day one. We're into the action. We're well underway. Thank you for joining us. We're into the second event on the program. We are under 20 and open heptathlon is underway, and the competition is into the second of 4 events today. As we return back to the discus competition, this is qualification for the discus final, and we have
the final attempt from our Victorian Tom, South Sandringham athlete.
So he's currently inside that top 10 just. He's hanging on. Should be okay to go through. You want to finish strongly here, the left-hander. Looks like a white flag has gone up for Tanajevic.
And he will stay in 10th.
Got his Sandringham colours on, wearing them pretty proudly too, which is good to see. So Tom Tanajevic will keep that little Q next to his name for now. So Dalby and Mellor still to throw. This is Jackson Mellor, 38.67, his best so far. He's down in 18th place. His wing. And she had wings there, that is for sure. The Tasmanian. That is a lovely clearance in the high jump. So there's some big names in this heptathlon, isn't there, Nana?
Definitely we have Tori West, who is Olympian of Paris. We also have Cameron Smith. She just got off the plane at World Indoors. And we see Mia Skerry, World Junior Under-20 competitor. We've also seen Amelia Surge, who's been getting some PBs in her individual events over the track classics in long jump and hurdles. So I think we'll have a bit of a competition in these senior and under-20 heps over the next 2 days.
So there's the big men. There it is for you, Matt Denny. That will be the qualification run and done. So we will enjoy that final. No doubt Matt Denny, number 5 on the all-time list, and Australian record holder will be watching on. Edian Russo will be through to the final. He has the best qualification, 55.48. Ethan Odelli, Darcy Miller, Darcy Giddings, and Lachlan Tidings all going through. Darcy Giddings stepping up to the Opens this year, which is good to see. Such a promising young junior as well. Tom Tanajevic, he scrapes in with the little Q next to his name. As we have a look here at the results, just to confirm our finalists to contest the national title. Eddie and Russo second last year. He'll fly the flag for WA. Has been in good form. He's thrown a couple of new PBs this year, one of those in New Zealand a few weeks ago. Over the page, you can see Tom Tanajevic just scraping in by about 20 centimetres. He's got the job done. He'll go off and have a nice lunch. He might head down to Fremantle and get
Scarborough,
on.
maybe.
Scarborough.
Rottnest.
Rottnest for lunch would be a good idea.
A lot of places in Perth to see.
He'll definitely enjoy the fruits of the West Australian dining scene, no doubt about that. As Dan Ewan, unfortunately for him, 3 fouls today. He'll reset, I'm sure, for the hammer throw. His favourite event in a couple of days' time.
Just a warm-up for him today.
Getting a taste of the action. So let's keep an eye now and follow along here with our heptathletes. The second event of the day for our under 20 and open heptathletes.
For those watching at home, we've just found out that the under 20s and the opens are sharing 2 mats today, with a mark starting, one at a lower mark and one starting at a higher mark for our heptathletes.
So Sophie Dunn on the screen now has a PB of 1.64 metre, and she has her first missed at 1.67. So just breaking the invisible line underneath the bar there. So that will be her first miss at this height. Mia Skerry, she has gone clear already at 1.64 metre. So it's been good jumping from her. Mia Skerry, one of those athletes, 4th at the heptathlon at the World Under 20 Championships, a real up-and-coming star, a lot of personal bests across her events this year.
Also just made the move to Queensland.
Okay.
So we'll miss her in Melbourne, but I'm sure she's enjoying the sun up there and the training that she's getting in.
Absolutely. So Tori West, Cameron Newton-Smith, both here. Cameron Newton-Smith, the defending champion. Tori West, she won the 2019 national title.
We've just seen Mia Skerry go over 1.67. Into event leader, Amelia Surge.
So Amelia Surge too, she's a fantastic jumper. She went to the World Under 20 Championships for the long jump in 2022. So she's plenty of spring in her step. She'll be looking to score nicely in the high jump competition today.
Let me see, Tori West, Olympian. Nice ring to it.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, her and Cameron Newton-Smith, it's going to be a great battle, isn't it? It's Tori West is a proven performer. 5th on the all-time list, Tori West, in terms of her performances.
We've also seen her doing a lot of 400 metre work recently. We saw her get a PB in Canberra. We also saw her pace at the Moree Plant track meet the 800-metre women. So it'll be interesting to see her 800 at the last event of the heptathlon and see what she can put down after 7 events.
Caddo from New South Wales going through her routine before she takes flight.
We just saw her hand touch the bar and come down with her.
She's competing in the under 20 heptathlon. Had her 3rd attempt clearance at 1.64. So that was her 2nd miss at 1.67. One athlete already clear, Isabella Wing, is already clear. Beats all next to jump.
Just scrape the bar there with her feet at 1.67. And we see Dunn back on the runway.
Sophie Dunn. Personal best of 1m64. She cleared today on her first attempt. And 1m67. Height of the bar at the moment. Christine Gayen next to jump. 164 first attempt. Second look now, 167. And a nice clearance there. This is
White flags up, safe.
open competitor.
Currently sitting in 4th place.
Research leading the way in the Opens after the first couple of events. Tori West. Good crowd in for day 1 action. Played a place to be on the hill here at the WA Athletic Stadium. For all those West Australians watching on, make sure you do get your tickets and get down to see all the action. Brought to you by Chemist Warehouse and the Western Australian Government. Walking on a dream. Saw the Premier of WA yesterday talking athletics in his press conference. He was very excited about bringing the big event here to Perth. Roger Cook.
15 years too long.
He's going to be hopefully in attendance to see the 200 metres on Sunday too, he said. So Cato looks a little bit disappointed, doesn't she?
Her 3rd and final attempt at 167.
There's big points in the high jump. I remember Kylie Wheeler, West Australian, who actually sits 3rd overall in the all-time best for Australians. She used to say the high jump was probably the most important in terms of the difference of getting a PB and not. It was such an important part of the 7 events.
Also such a technical event. But you've got some fresh legs. You've only done the hurdles and you've had a bit of a break leading into the high jump.
We're going to take a quick break. We hope you are enjoying day 1 action. Still plenty more to come. Track will be returning shortly. We've got decathlon, heptathlon, plenty more to come. Stick with us. It's live on day 1 from here in Perth.
Walking on a dream, how can I explain? Talking to myself, will I see again? Is it real? Could you become walking on a dream?
Welcome back to beautiful Perth. Some terrific scenery there of Western Australia up in the northwest. You can see the whale sharks off the coast of Exmouth. You can walk straight into the ocean and see the Ningaloo Reef. You have your flippers on, goggles on, and you're straight in. You can see the turtles swim by. You can head back down to Perth to enjoy Rottnest Island. Some beautiful bays over at Rottnest, Nana. Hope you can get over there. We've got Thompson Bay. You'd love to have a mooring in Thompson Bay on a day like today. It'd be absolutely sensational.
I'm just excited to see a quokka, finally.
I've seen a few photos come through of quokkas with Australian medals.
Ooh.
So that's definitely a new theme. But some beautiful beaches there, 22 beaches in all over at Rottnest. You can head down to Stark Bay, my favourite bay. You can also
Got
head
a
into...
local tour guide.
It's unbelievable over there. And I recommend anyone who is watching on, if you do get over to Rottnest Island, make sure you get over and enjoy all the fruits of the West Australian coastline. And even in Perth, we have plenty of beaches to choose from. Had a morning swim myself down at City Beach. I won't let my family know I snuck down there for a swim before competition, but it was absolutely delightful. Rode a couple of nice ones in. I hope you get to enjoy some of the sights of Perth while you're here, Nana.
I hope to. We just see Christian Painter from Geelong Guild do a practice attempt in the men's decath. He's currently sitting in second place.
So the decathletes into event number 3, just in their warm-ups at the moment. It's an interesting hairstyle. I'll have to remember that one there. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Look at the spots on that.
Very Rory Lobb-like with the
I was just about to say, ex-Fremantle now Western Bulldogs player.
Might see me with that tomorrow, Nana. That
I'll hold you to that. Just saw Tori West miss her first attempt at 1:69.
So saw Wing go clear previously. Plenty of room to spare. What can she do here? She's got plenty of pop in the takeoff, doesn't she?
She does. We just saw her back hit the bar on her second attempt, sorry.
So we're at 1.70 m. She is the sole competitor left in that age group. So clearance here would be really important for her. She currently is sitting second overall behind Layla Crocker, who leads the under-20 heptathlon. Here's Gayan. So 170 proving to be a little bit difficult. Amelia Search and Mia Skerry, they have gone clear.
It is a very hot day in Perth, 30 degrees the track says, so them being out there already for such a long time will definitely be playing on them while they're doing their attempts.
Here's West. Looking forward to seeing how she goes here. She has cleared 171, and that was a beautiful clearance. That's a big jump. So a big tick at 170. Just beautiful arch in the back there, wasn't there, Nana? Just really highlighted her flexibility and agility through the back to get over that one.
She's had a really good domestic season individually, so it'll be interesting to see what she puts together over the next 2 days. Ooh, 29 degrees. Perfect day to be running.
So Mia Skerry, Amelia Search, Tori West, all clear at this height.
Back to the men's decath shot put.
Yeah, event number 3 for them, Nana. So that hat, you haven't seen a hat like that since
Primary
school.
But you need it in this weather. These boys and girls in our HEP and decath are going to be out here the longest out of any of our competitors.
Absolutely. They always do lead the fashion stakes, the decathletes. They tend to have a terrific
10 events,
wardrobe.
10 different outfits, I say.
Absolutely. All right, third look at 170 for Christine Gayen. Here we go.
Just looked like she took off a little too far away from the invisible line.
So she will
Currently sits 4th
Yeah, she had a
in the Open.
good hurdles. She finished 4th in the hurdles, 4th in the high jump now. So
Lucky number for her.
absolutely. So the big names are still going. Mia Skerry, who's been clear at 1 metre 70. Her best, 1 metre 77. So she still has more points
To collect today in
Yeah.
the high jump.
Amelia Search has gone over 173. So
PB territory for our top enders in our heptathlon.
here's Mia, 2023 Pacific Games heptathlon champion. Just getting that spring in the takeoff foot, loading it up, preparation. She'll definitely be looking to push up into the medals in these championships, that is for sure. Mia Skerry. So coming in, we're sitting in 5th place after the hurdles, but so she's actually moved up the ranks quite nicely here with this high jump competition. So
Currently see her in 3rd position.
yeah, that's good. She'll have a good battle with Amelia Search, you would think, throughout day 1.
Very good at her technical events, Mia. We've seen the temperature go down. The track is currently 27 degrees, cooling down for our decath and heptathletes.
Yeah, that'll be just the sea breeze, Nana, just picking up a little bit. You can actually just see a little bit more blustery now.
Nice clearance for Mia.
Well done to Mia. It looks impressive, doesn't she? Really, really nice way to continue on in this high jump. 177 her best, so she has now gone clear at 173. Amelia Search, Tori West will now look to respond to that challenge.
And Amelia on the screen.
Just 21 years of age. Lifetime best of 5,614 points. West 5th all time. Jane Fleming leads the way. Still on the all-time list. Gee.
Nice flush clearance.
Yeah, she's found some form, hasn't she? She had that first attempt miss at 170, but since then now, she's doing really nicely. 173 tick for her. Tori West. Really nice.
Decath boys still doing their warm-up throws in the circle.
So she'll be looking to claim her 2nd title in heptathlon, Tori West. Cameron Newton-Smith winning it last year. She finished 20th in Paris, Tori West. It was a great experience. I remember seeing an interview after that, and she talked about just the value of mixing it with the best athletes in the world and just not feeling too overcome by the occasion. And she said it took about the 3rd event before she enjoyed herself.
Enjoying the experience, some once-in-a-lifetime experience, but also competing at your best. We see Amelia back on her 2nd attempt.
Seemed to get into the bar a little bit early there. 1 attempt remaining. But Tori West, I mean, she really has had longevity on her side. She's been on the scene now sort of 6 or 7 years.
I was actually her roommate at World University Games. We were on a cruise ship because there were too many athletes in Naples, so I got to know her quite well. Very smart girl. Her and her numbers, she has an app right now that helps you calculate your statistics in your events, and you can graph and everything. So also TikToking now all her training sessions, so it's a really good insight You can see what the day-to-day of being a HEP and trying to get in 7 events in 7 days, plus rest.
Absolutely. Fantastic. So decathlon action, and we have the shot putters into the circle, combined under 20 and open decathlon. The open men will throw first, just still going through their warm-ups in front of us here in the commentary position. Looks like they're not too far away from getting underway for their third event. Back to the high jump.
And her third and final attempt at 173.
This would equal her personal best.
Close. And we see her out of the competition.
She executed that jump a lot better, didn't she?
She did. I think that was her best attempt at it as well, just clipping it
Should be
with her feet. But great 3 attempts at her equal PB. Time to get ready for the shot put.
Yeah, it's a quick turnaround, isn't it? You
Yes.
can't rest, that's for sure. You can't be too disappointed either. That's the hard thing, isn't it? It's being able to just reset your focus if you don't have the best.
So we have 2 competitors left on mat A, Tori West and Mia Skerry.
So for Mia, she has the best high jump, personal best at 177. So she'll be looking to go clear here.
We've seen from Eleanor and Nicola that high jumpers have the best pre-jump warm-up.
Yeah, there's something being that connected with the bar and the mat and the environment and
The visualization they really have before they before they jump, of what they're going to do, how they're going to execute it, what rhythm and steps. You see there's so many different steps and variations to get over the bar. And in high jump, we really see that.
coached by Rob Stevens. Probably has a bit of input from a few other people as well. And there's so many different disciplines.
So many different events, so many different ways to do it. Never just one coach in a HEP.
Here we go, watching on Mia Skerry, over. And a big smile too.
Shaky bar, but it stayed up there.
Well done to Mia. This is valuable points on offer. So clearance at 1.76 m.
1 centimetre off her PB. What a day to do it.
So Tori West, this will be big for her too. This would put her up into PB territory as well.
Just seemed like a bit of a misstep with those last 4 steps of her run up.
So it's just Mia and Tori left in this height of competition. So Tori will be next to go. So she'll just need to take her time in between her attempts.
And it looks like we are starting the men's decath shot put.
Yep, officials are all in place.
We have both the men's and the under 20s in this circle.
So we have a look at the overall standings. Firstly to the under 20s after 2 events. Our French visitor, Vadim Strugar. My apologies if I've mispronounced that French name. Vadim leads the way. Asher Andrews, the first of the Australians. Lachlan Purdy and Valentino Bertucci rounding out the top 3 in the under 20 age group. And after 2 events in the Open, West, good attempt, good try. That's her second attempt. She'll have 1 more.
It's always interesting when there's only a couple of competitors left and someone's already cleared it. The rest in between isn't the same as having 10 competitors. You're on a time limit. So as you're getting tighter, there's less time to perform.
So Nana, at that World University Games where you're on the cruise ship, after day 1 of action, how did Tori come back and recover? Was she wanting just to get an early night and be prepared for day 2? Was there anything that you noticed in particular about her?
I think you can see it in her hip training. She's a workhorse. She was on the computer working with Australian time, getting her work done, still working full time while we were at a competition. So it was great to see a little insight. She was before me, so I had my legs up, moving on. She's like, I've got more work to be done, whether it's on or off the track. So it was a really cool insight to see her. And you've got to have that sort of discipline, don't you, for the heptathlon, because it takes a lot of hours to work through all the field events and then to have the speed and endurance on the track. It's a very time-consuming profession. But for West, 3rd attempt at this height. She's looking to get over here. She's been jumping beautifully, and If you're
she's
in
looking...
the crowd, get around her, some claps.
And that's over. Terrific jumping. That's up into PB territory too. She's loving the West Australian track here. And Tori West goes clear at 1.76 metre. So we have 2 competitors clear, Nana. That is a fantastic result though for Tori.
I know, it's keeping the keeping Mia on her toes as she's closing in on the distance from the first event. Be interesting to see how far these girls can go, as Mia will now be attempting a PB.
So on the 3rd time of asking, 1.76 is ticked off for Tori West, looking for her 2nd heptathlon title here at the Australian Championships. In beautiful jumping form, the Victorian 5th all-time, as we talked about in the heptathlon. And a clearance there under pressure was really good. So Mia Scarry next to go. First attempt. So shown plenty of power throughout her competition so far, has Mia. And just a little tickle on the way through.
Clip with the heel. But should give her some confidence that a PB is ready for the taking.
Absolutely. And for Tori West, this competition is proving to be really successful for her so far. She had a good hurdles. And of
With that jump, she's now event leader and overall leader. You see teammate Cameron Smith and her new coach, her dad actually, over cheering her, giving her some technical advice for the 2nd attempt.
keeping it light too, a bit of laughter and fun, which is what it's all about here.
You've got to when you're out there for that long. They've been out there since 11:30, so.
It's the thing with the multi-events, they always do look so relaxed out there competing, which is so important when you've got to keep your concentration up for so long. So Tori West will just reset for a couple more attempts. And I think at Olympic Games for her in Paris, 20th overall, has just really, I think, catapulted her into her next dimension with her training, as you've touched on with her socials, and for us being able to follow along with her. Her commitment is just unwavering, isn't it?
Definitely. Showing what it takes to be one of the best. 20th in the world isn't bad. See Mia at her 2nd attempt.
Flag goes up. There'll be a brief little reset. Back to talking with the team. It's good how the athletes here, you see them wander over to the fence, Nana, and just have a little chat to their coaching team.
To get technical feedback straight away, especially with only 2 competitors left. They don't have much rest time between jumps. It seems like they're just going back to back to back, which you don't really get at training. You've got that time, and especially when you've got a competition that's a bit closer, you have more of a break. So they're really working under fatigue. Plus, in the back of their mind, they know they've got shot put and a 200 metres where they want to run fast and they want to throw far. So it's about working out, do I attempt another one? Do I call it at this one? Is that one extra jump going to be make or break for me when I'm going to be outside again, shot putting in the sun?
So last year at the National Championships, Tori West had a clearance over 1.78 m. So she would feel confident here going into her next attempt. Right behind her here at the WA Athletics Stadium. Crowd just settling in for day one action. Looking to get Tori West over the bar here. We're enjoying this high jump competition. She's been jumping really nicely. Oh, it's a great attempt, wasn't it?
It was a very good attempt. I thought she nearly had that, but she will be bowing out of the high jump competition, just off a PB as well.
So terrific competition for Tori West. She jumped 171 at the Paralympics in that competition, so she's improved here in Perth. Let's get behind Mia Scary now as she takes a look at the bar for her next attempt. National Championships well underway. Mia Scary looking to make her mark. And there was a lot of air there at 179, but the red flag goes up. She'll bow out of the competition of the heptathlon. It's been a good jumping performance from Mia. She had a clean sheet up until 1.79 m. And Tori West will be next to jump. So for Mia Scary, 176 today.
Let's get it behind Tori in the stadium.
So Mia Scary will catapult her way up the leaderboard into about the bronze medal position now. So Tori West has it all before her here. She's looking pretty relaxed for this final attempt. All of WA right behind Tori West as she looks to go over in the heptathlon. Third and final attempt. She did it last time of asking. Let's see what she can do. Oh, great spring, but not to be. It's all a round of applause. The team look pretty happy over on the fence line. Tori West with a 176.
Our open women's heptathlon on both mats. Time to prepare for shot put.
So 2 events down for our heptathletes, and we'll start to see the results filter through. It's been a terrific high jump competition from Tori West, second in the hurdles, second in the high jump with a 1.76 m clearance. Millie Search has also started really nicely too, and she'll sit in the silver medal position. Tori West will move into the gold medal position. And Mia Scary not too far behind in the bronze in the open women's heptathlon. Shot put next. So
we can see the tent, the little ties on the tent blowing. So the shot put is picking up with the wind, and we've just seen 2 no throws. The shot put's going a bit wide today, so the wind is affecting us a little bit more than it did in the long jump. That produced PBs.
here's Ben Gooser, Queensland, into the circle, the 2022 National Junior Champion, transitioning into the senior ranks.
Currently second in this shot put competition with a first attempt of 13.34.
So the under-20s and opens going together in the shot put. And
A second attempt of 12.39, so a metre shy of his first attempt.
so up on the screen we can give you an update on the Women's Open heptathlon. And here are the results with the high jump. So you can see the points allocated for the high jump. Amelia Search, Tori West, Tiana Solly. Over the page, big field, 17 athletes doing battle for the title of the Open heptathlon. West Australian Jessie Huria, no height there in the hep. So they'll move off to the shot put. That will be their third event of 4. They'll finish the day with the 200 metres, which is a nice way to finish. Here is the under-20 standings in the heptathlon. Lola Crocker currently sitting in gold, Isabella Wing and Monique Williams in bronze. Lucy Allen having a nice high jump, pushing up her chances. And over the page, Madison Esquivel from Western Australia, still with 5 events to go, has plenty of opportunities to move her way up the leaderboard as we look down the main straight here at the WA Athletics Stadium. We're well and truly underway of day 1 competition. It's great to have your company. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in just a moment.
need to raise the bar.
Then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Hello and welcome back to the WA Athletic Stadium here in Perth. You are watching live pictures on a beautiful day in Perth. It is the Australian Open and Under-20 Athletics Championships, brought to you by Chemist Warehouse and the West Australian Government, as we pan around to enjoy the beautiful view here in WA. The decathletes are going to take centre stage for a period here, Nana. They'll enjoy the coverage, the decathletes. We have under 20 and open decathlon underway inside the stadium.
At opposite sides of the track, so we'll be having a headwind for the opens and a bit of a tail for our under 20 decathletes.
So on screen now, we are enjoying watching the first round of throws in the shot put. New South Welshman Vanderham lets the put go. We're seeing the under 20 shot put there, and then up the other end of the straight, just adjacent to the 100-metre start line, we have the open decathlon shot put.
We've actually seen a change in leader. Christian Painter from Geelong Guild is now currently first with a 15.06 from a no throw in his first attempt.
That was our Frenchman, the overall leader in the under 20 age group. So just inside the field of play for Gardner.
Currently sitting in 8th place. And an equal PB in his second attempt of 10.42. Cullen attempting. Who's currently in 4th position. And 10.38 for Gardner in his third and final attempt of the Open Men Decath, which currently puts him in 8th place still.
So Robbie Cullen
sitting around that 12-metre mark for his first 2 attempts, so very consistent round of throwing for him. Back to the under-20s with Pittman. Oh, the height on that throw. White flag goes up.
Here's Goose, the Victorian. White flag, 2022 national champion, has recorded a throw of 12.74 metres as his lifetime best. And he's already thrown above that here today, 13.34 in his first round, so he's having a good competition. And Goose.
12.97, his second best throw in his 3 attempts.
So we're into the third attempts already in the shot put for the senior men. Back to 20s and Hanam into the circle.
Currently sitting in 10th.
Little smiles. For
Having
the
a bit of fun.
decathletes, they're just enjoying each other's company.
Give us a wave.
There's a little bit of bicep on show too in the background there from Leith. Mackenzie Leith, fourth in the under-20 nationals last year. Mackenzie Leith with 6,339 points. Be one of the favourites again in the under-20 decathlon. Back to the open. Zachary Washington.
Currently in 7th position. 10.46 is his best attempt out of his 3, and hopefully this one looked like it was around the 10s. He can do one better.
So you can see Christian Painter, top right of screen there. He was the national champion in 2023. He's had a good start to his shot put, 15.06. Leads the way. Here's Leith, who we talked about. Nana Mackenzie Leith. 4th last year. So he's now into the right age category for his under-20 competition. And Mackenzie Leith, a good shot put. That's the West Australian. Angus Clearwater in the under-20 age group. He saw Wyatt Hill, his teammate from WA, win the under-18 national title in the junior championships a few days ago. So he'll be looking to emulate Wyatt Hill, Angus Clearwater.
Sebastian currently 2nd place in the open decath with a first attempt best throw of 14.94 as we see on our screen.
Power in that throw too. There's a little bit of a groan too as it left the hand. Sebastian Reinicke, 14.94 PB.
We see event, oh, 2nd place now. Lachlan Purdy, 11.84 was his first attempt. Oh, a bit of a slip there.
So that's under 20 competition up at the top of the straight. We'll head back to open throwing. We'll go to Liggy next up.
Hoping to improve on 11.76 in his 3rd attempt. Oh, just outside, but it looked like it had some height. It would have been further than his previous attempts.
He's having good competition, 7th overall.
Did you see Benjamin Day from Victoria in his 2nd attempt?
Christian Painter into the circle in the open men's shot put decathlon.
Event leader.
So 15.06.
I reckon that was pushing the 16s. He seems very happy with that throw. There was a lot of height in that.
Looks really happy. Christian Painter has come in to the shot put.
He's going to definitely improve on the 15.06. We'll just have to wait and see.
We'll have a great battle with Joel Templin and Ben Goose, the youngster, over these next couple of days. Nana, Christian Painter has extended that put, 15.25 now
A Christian Painter, 15.25, so an improvement of 19 centimetres from his second attempt to close out his throwing round of the men's decath shot put. So he was very happy with that.
Gilmore, the Victorian, leaves the circle. Vanderham next to throw, 8.77, his best so far. He arrived at the shot put circle in 5th overall. Had a good start to his decathlon.
Currently 7th, the under-20s. Just looked like that flicked out of his fingers in that attempt. So I don't think there'll be an improvement on 11.01. That's currently standing him in 7th position in this competition.
So that'll bring to close the open men's decathlon for the shot put competition. There'll be a little bit of a rest before moving into the next event, which will be the high jump.
Eastwood in the ring from South Australia. Hoping to improve on 10.47 in his first attempt.
So you just see the importance of each event. The shot put there for Christian Painter has catapulted him from bronze up into 2nd overall. No, he's only 35 points behind our leader, Benjamin Gousey, the Queenslander. He has had a nice start with a win in the long jump. 3rd overall in the shot put. Christian Painter leaves the circle. A pretty happy man with a nice throw of 15.25.
And they have about 2 hours and 40 minutes until we see them in their high jump. A very happy New South Welshman.
Boys getting behind him too.
Currently in 7th position.
Loving the coverage there. There's our winner of the shot put in the decathlon, Painter, on screen. He'll head undercover for a little bit of lunch.
Legs up, some rest. Just in time for our high jump.
It's great to see the camaraderie, isn't it, amongst these decathletes? They get to know each other pretty well, don't they, Nana, over a couple of
2
days?
days, 10 events, or 7 events. Get to know your competitors pretty well. And we have our New Zealander.
Ben Fairclough.
Currently in 14th position with 10.39 in his first attempt. And I think he might. Well, that will be close to that attempt.
Great list of young athletes here, Nana. 21 competitors all in for the decathlon.
We've seen that event grow. Well, they have fantastic role models in Ash and Cedric, Olympians. We saw Ash win World Juniors. We saw Ash come 3rd in the Olympics. We've seen Cedric at World Juniors, World Champs, Commonwealth Games. So these boys have great role models over the next couple of years to follow. And still participating with, maybe they'll be in a HEP in about 2 years' time. Sorry, a decath with them in 2 years' time.
Absolutely. That transition into the open ranks. Seeing Bangu's doing it nicely for the open ranks this year. So here's Redwood. Zach Redwood, 870 PB listed here already. He's had the nice hurdles as well. As we welcome the Victorian to the circle next.
Watchman is hoping to get a number on the board with the first attempt. That was just a foul, just outside the magic V.
Had a good hurdles. Fletch Watchman finished 4th overall in the standings after the hurdles. He's in 14th place so far in this field.
But good to see him get a number on the board with one more attempt to go.
Thaddeus Bowen, the New Zealander, holds the put aloft. He arrived at the shot put circle in 6th place overall. The big New Zealander. .972, his best so far today. Just not happy with how it came out of the hand. Just saying a little bit of
A flick.
A little bit of a flick.
Through the fingers instead of through the palm. My little athletics knowledge. Limited.
And that's how a lot of these athletes have got here, isn't it, Nana? Through that little athletics program, which is so successful for our young Australians. Nana, we're going to take a quick break. I hope you're enjoying day one action. The decathlon will continue here in the shot put. We'll be right back in just a moment. Welcome back to beautiful Perth. Lovely sunny day here in Perth. A beautiful scene for our spectators who have travelled all the way across our great land to be here to watch on their family and friends. And the excitement's just building around the ground, isn't it, Nana? Of course, we've got the 100 metres in the under 20 men a little bit later on. Gout listed to run. I saw Gout throughout the week. He's been very generous with his time, very humble. He's been signing autographs for the juniors for about 45 minutes.
So if you see a crowd congregate moving towards the warm-up track, we know that Gout is on side and he's warming up to give us a hell of a show.
Heard a great story over at the warm-up track. There was a young 13-year-old athlete competing, and he was warming up over at McGillivray Oval. He had his head down in a block start, and he heard a voice come over and say, "Do you mind if I take this start with you?" And he looked up, and it was Gout. He wanted to use the coach doing
that would be a
block
start
starts.
I'd remember. I'd be a bit starstruck. I don't know if I'd be concentrating, going, is he going to get me? Am I going to beat him to the first step?
It was a great moment for the young athlete. And Gout, he's been very interested too to watch on his teammates, his training partners. He's been really...
Athletes Pathway with Diana Shepherd, so very supportive group. You always see those boys cheering on each other and always making an effort to be there if it doesn't interrupt their warm-up.
Yeah, he absolutely made sure he was able to watch on his training partners, but very humble, very generous with his time, which has been terrific for all of the junior athletes who were able to see him, and no doubt they'll be watching on Gout this afternoon as he will prepare for his heat and then final a little bit later on. Bruce McAvaney will be here to call all the action, which will be fantastic. And for Gout, his campaign at the Australian Championships begins in not too long, actually, Nana. The heats of the under-20 men's will begin at 4:55 Western time.
So put your alarms on.
Absolutely. Set
One
the
you
clocks.
do not want to miss. As we see the under-20 decathlon men on their final attempts, third throws. We just saw Scott, who's currently in 8th place, with a furthest throw of 11.17 for this competition.
Relatively new to decathlon, Rylan Scott over here in the West. Very good 400 metre runner. He's mushed up into 4th though with that throw, so that's a good effort from the young West Australian. 12.02 personal best moves him up into 4th.
Today's the day.
Just on that 100 metres, there's Leith, who's actually probably the favourite here overall. He has been racing up against young West Australian Josiah John as well as Gout. We saw Josiah finish 2nd in Brisbane when that national 200 metre record was broken by Gout. And for Josiah, he too broke a West Australian record in that race. And you often see that, don't you, when you have the star out in front, it often brings everyone along for the ride too, doesn't it? And for
Definitely
Caleb Law and
you
Josiah
around.
John, who have been chasing, they've also been in absolute career best shape chasing with Gout.
Definitely, we saw at the Moree Plant track meet that Lockie Kennedy said, I'm going to get you, I'm going to help you pull me to a good time. And we saw him PB with 20:32. So anything can happen when you've got fast people in your competition, but it's about focusing about what you're going to do and how that's going to help you get to the line quicker or closer to them.
Absolutely. It's going to be fantastic to see how our 100 metre under 20 competitors do this afternoon. The women's under 22 as well is going to be sensational with West Australian Olivia Dodds. The Belle Philp, who was 2nd behind Leah O'Brien in that.
Both of those girls have had a terrific season. We've seen Olivia Dodds and Thea Bell in the 60s, and we've seen them also start their seasons at all schools with PBs. So these two girls neck and neck. It's going to be a very, very close race, and I think we won't know who wins, as funnily enough, until they cross the line. They'll be neck and neck with each other. Thea Bell's a pocket rocket, but Olivia Dodds 200 speed in the end. Together, perfect athlete.
Absolutely. Yeah, Philp was electric all week out of the blocks. No, she was so good. Even with Leah O'Brien, they were neck and neck early. It was really impressive, and she ran a beautiful PB of 11.38. So only 0.05 separates Philp and Dodds in that under 20 women's 100. So that's going to be also a really interesting final later on tonight. So as we turn our attention, this Australian official in the background there.
Day currently in 11th position with 11.86 as his biggest attempt, which was his first throw of this series.
He arrived at the shot put circle, sitting 8th overall.
Very consistent, 10.86 and 10.84.
Benjamin Day, the Victorian. Seventh after the 100 metres.
And 10.23 to round out his 3 attempts, keeping him in 11th so far in this competition.
You can see the clock in the background there. It's the cut-off time for our athletes to complete their throw.
I believe it stops once the first movement has, I could be wrong though, but I believe.
Valentino Bertucci on screen. Second in the long jump, 6.84. Performed well. He was just outside the medals coming to shot put, sitting in 4th overall was Valentino. And he's having a good shot put too, isn't he, Nana?
Very good shot put.
Forbes Gilmore. That's the shot put go. 8.67, his best so far today. As that competition continues, Valentino Bertucci leads the way in the shot put competition as we look back over the infield here at WA Athletic Stadium. It's Travis Jenkins and Nana Owusu Afriyi with you. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with more just after this.
We are back and we have just concluded, we're about to conclude the under-20 DCAT competition with our New Zealander currently in the circle for his 3rd and final attempt. Currently 19th with the furthest throw of 9.72. And I think he may have done it looking closer to 10 for his third and final attempt for Benjamin. Final attempt from our Victorian. Watchman currently in 20th position, hoping to get another throw on the board and missing his first attempt at the shot put.
Paul Bevis, official, watching on closely, just keeping an eye on entrance in and out of the circle. Long-time official here in WA.
You worked closely with him?
He's always here, and I seem to always be here as well. Good team here in WA of officials who come here week in, week out, give up their time. It's fantastic, isn't it?
And we wouldn't have this event without them. They really run it. So thank you to our officials who will be here, who have already been here for juniors and who have stayed for the under-20 and opens over the next 4 days.
There's the big New Zealander.
Hoping to throw further than 9.72. His first attempt of this competition.
Wasn't happy with that shot put. He says, give me the lighter one. No, he's going to take it. He resets himself. (9.72), his best so far. All about technique. The shot put we saw during the juniors. It comes down to just that nice release point of the shot put. So 1 minute is the allocated time between throwers once they get to the circle. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far, to all the families watching on. Great coverage of our young up-and-coming decathletes. This is under 20 shot put action, the third event on their calendar. Christian Sutton, Queenslander. He is 12th overall in the shot put. Holds it aloft, ready to go. Sutton. So nice throw from Sutton. He arrived 16th overall coming into a little shake of the head, not too happy with it. He's the Queenslander. Vadim Strugar from France, next to hold the shot put. He was winner of the 100 metres. He won the long jump, so he arrived here leading the competition. He's 15th overall in the shot put. You're looking to march up. That looks like a better throw. 10.46, his best so far today. Obviously has plenty of speed to burn. 10.80 he ran in the 100 to kickstart his decathlon here in Perth. 6.84 in the long. Best so far of 10 metres 46. He has just dropped down on the current standings to about third. Asher Andrews and Lachlan Purdy both having terrific shot put events. They've pushed up into the medals. Valentina Bertucci as well has had a terrific shot put competition.
Yes, those are them. Sorry.
So the young Victorian now. Young Collins. Currently sitting in the overall standings. About midfield. Andrews, there's Asher Andrews there. He's our overall leader. Now it's time for the New South Welshman to enter the circle. Steadiness, resets himself. So Pittman from New South Wales came in at number 19th in the overall standings in the under-20 decathlon. High jump and 400 metres still to come for these young men today. Here's Andrews, Asher Andrews. He's leading the competition. He's had a terrific first couple of events. Second overall in the shot put, 12:35 his best today. What can he do here? And he leads overall by 27 points ahead of Lachlan Purdy. Asher Andrews second in the 100 with 10.95, fourth in the long jump 6.65, 12.35 is his best shot put, sitting second in the overall standings in the shot put as well. So he's started well, the young Victorian. He was the bronze medalist at the National Championships as an under 18-year-old was Asher Andrews. So he arrives here in this under 20 age group with plenty of confidence. A bronze medal to his name on that national level. And he leads the way in the early stages of the men's under 20 decathlon. He's had a terrific first three events to lead the standings. Lachlan Purdy not too far away. So we can see the scoring. This was after the long jump competition. And over the page, that was coming into the shot put, the overall standings for the under 20 decathlon men. So following the shot put, there will be a slight change in that overall competition. Mackenzie Leith still with plenty of work to do to move his way up. We are going to take a short break here at the WA Athletics Stadium here in Perth. We'll be returning back to the track shortly for the under 20 5,000 metre final. We have pole vault qualification for our women, triple jump qualification as well. Under 20 hammer final also getting underway. So plenty more still to come here on day one of the 2025 Australian Open and Under 20 Athletics Championships. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a moment.
How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Could you people become walking on a dream?
Great to have your company this afternoon. Travis Jenkins and Nana Owusu-Afriyi with you in commentary, taking you through all the action. Big thank you to the West Australian Government for their support. The Australian Athletics Championships proudly supported by WA State Government through Tourism WA. West Australia proudly hosts some of the world's biggest events. You can visit westernaustralia.com/events for more information. And we are well and truly underway on day one of the National Athletics Championships. There we can see underneath the shade, warm 30 degrees here in Perth. The sea breeze has arrived down from Fremantle.
The temperature's gone back up.
It is a beautiful day for field and track. We are waiting for the start of...
Field and track, the debate. Is it track and field or field and track?
Well,
It depends who you talk to.
When you're here, Nana, it's track and field. When Dave Colbert walks in, it's...
We're swapping.
We're swapping around. Don't worry about that.
We will not mention track and field.
We were giving long jump updates in races during the junior championships just to keep Dave Colbert happy. But great to have all the team joining us for the next few days. Of course, yourself, Nana, is great. Dave Colbert will be in the coverage as well. We've got Mitch Dyer, who'll be down on the ground for interviews and keeping us informed of what's happening amongst all the athletes.
Are thinking, processing, talking about after they've won their heat or their final.
Absolutely. And of course, Bruce McAvaney will be in the chair to call the heat for Gout and also the final a little bit later on the night as well in the under 20 100 metres. Lots to look forward to. Don't forget also 1500 metre heats, something that you touched on in our preview, Nana, the top 5 women ever in Australian history all competing here, all going to line up through the heats, and then the men's is going to be fantastic as well, isn't it?
I know, 2 great sets of heats to watch. Many Olympians, many people who have just missed out, but all qualifiers looking for that world champ spot.
So on screen now, we've got a big final actually. It's the under 20 women's hammer throw final, as we're not too far away from starting in the 5,000 metres as well. So that hammer final just getting underway. Keep you across there. Chanel Tag 34.45 to open her account. Probably the favourite there is Ariel Canel, under 18 and under 20 champ from last year. So next event though is the first of the under 20 men's 5,000 metres. A big field of competitors have lined up for us here in the final A, and you can see Fransky has gone to the front. The Victorian Alec Fransky has had a busy couple of days. He was competing in the under 18 championships in the 3,000 metres. He finished 5th there, and he's decided to stay here in Perth to contest the under 20 5,000 metres as well, as many of the athletes in this field have done. We've got 2 finals here, Nana, the second one still to come. So they've been seeded into a B and an A final.
It's always hard watching and seeing what times, but also you're more prepared what you need to do to get into that bronze, silver and gold position.
So there's a couple of athletes here to look out for. Heffernan, the Queenslander, we can see his tall figure just sitting in 2nd overall. He finished 5th last year at the National Championships. He set his PB in the 5,000 metres in Adelaide at the Championships last year. A personal best of 14.36. Heffernan, he was 4th in the Queensland State Champs in the 1,500 metres for the under 20. So he's got plenty of speed, but as moving up right on cue, I wanted to talk about this young man, number 1 on his hip. He's just slotted nicely into 2nd. He wants to be a part of the calculations this afternoon. Charles Barrett, 14.27, his lifetime best.
And season's best for this year. Great prime.
Fellow Victorian that you've obviously
Yes.
been following closely, Nana. And
I have seen him compete a couple times, so exciting to see what he produces today.
he's really been mixing it with the big boys as well. He hasn't been afraid to put himself up amongst the senior athletes. He's was in the Box Hill Burn, which he did really well in.
My home track.
14:27 there, which is where he ran that. Fantastic. And then also at the Australian 3,000 metre Open Champs, he was able to compete there as well, just to get some really good racing under his belt. He was the under-18 3,000 metre gold medalist, so he steps up to the under-20 5,000 this year, and he currently sits in second. He's just striding out nicely. He's on the heels of his fellow Victorian in Fransky, and this pace is pretty quick early. Fransky's just keeping them through, just on 10 laps remaining as we make our way around this beautiful stadium here in Perth. So we can see here just a little bit different to how the under-20 women ran their race, wasn't it?
I was just thinking
Nana?
that we already saw some packs spreading apart after the first lap, so it's good to see that the line or the train is still intact.
So Heffernan, the Queenslander, still right up in contention. You can see him there in second place. He's the best of the Queenslanders coming in. Charles Barrett with the fastest personal best, and also the title of gold medalist at the 2024 National Championships over 3,000 metres. He was the Victorian under-20 3K champ as well, was Charles Barrett. And he's just sitting there comfortably in fourth. He's just having a nice little run early on. He's just letting his teammate Fransky do the early work. Also joining is the second of the Queenslanders who wants to be in amongst it, and that's Lachlan Moore, who also is a sub-15 minute runner. So 9 laps remaining, and the Victorian, Alec Fransky, he's had a busy week here in Perth. He's been enjoying WA, 5th in the 3,000 metres for the under-18 a few days ago.
It's good to see a lot of the juniors backing up. I mean, Perth is such a long way to go, so the fact that these programs are so close and it gives them the opportunity to keep going and compete with some of the boys that are a bit older than them.
George Wiley also wanting to join in with the fun. Joseph Lethlane also is in that lead group. Alex Rawley, the South Australian as well, is not wanting to get too far behind these leaders. Hip number 1, that's Charles Barrett. Fastest PB coming in, looking to step up to the 5,000 metres after his 3,000 metre title. He's just sitting in fourth. He's just on the heels of Moore. Wiley just in behind them in the white shirt. And Fransky, the Victorian, just keeps this pace pretty honest through just over 8 laps remaining for our 5K under 20 men. Gold, silver and bronze up for grabs here in Perth. It's a big moment for these young men, Nana, and now just starting to spread out a bit as the pace just starts to intensify.
Yes, we're seeing about 4 athletes break off from the pack now in the second group.
So starting to move into Indian file. Timothy Hogno as well, the Queenslander, 14:43. He's also been in good shape. He's just sitting in this lead pack, threatening to pounce. Harrison Boyne, also a sub-15 minute runner, is in this lead group, who are just starting to spread out a little bit. They're starting to increase their pace a little.
But they seemed very relaxed. There's no surges in the... Oh, did I speak too soon? I was going to say there's no surges, but we've just seen the Victorian move to 5th place.
So Heffernan, the tall Queenslander, he's in second place. And then we have Lockie Moore from Queensland just in third.
And Oscar Gray, who's moved to 4th position.
Oscar Gray, we've seen him throughout the season as well, pushing forward through the middle phases of the races. So he wasn't too happy with the pace. He just got himself into about 5th now, and he'll go onto the shoulder of Charles Barrett. He's that athlete there with hip number 1 in about 4th position at the moment. So the pace still continues to roll through quite steadily. We're looking probably around that 14:30 to win last year it was won in 14.19, which would be a PB for all of these young gentlemen. So
Well, we saw the women's Barker finish with a PB, Imogen, so it'll be great to see some of the boys get one as they cross the line.
So Oscar Gray has moved up into second now. You can see him there, hip number 12. So it's the three Victorians just leading the way, as we've probably seen so often over there in Melbourne, Nana. Alec Fransky on the front of this lead group, just keeping the pace pretty honest. Oscar Gray into second.
In Victoria, you have many opportunities to verse each other, so I'm sure they're not shy from what each other's race plans will be over this 5K.
Lachlan Moore, the first of the Queenslanders now. There's Heffernan. Left lane 2 right up in the calculation. So this good pack of athletes just continue to roll around the WA Stadium. 6 laps remaining. Just gets more and more exciting, doesn't it, Nana? These 5,000 metres, especially when you've got a big group like this, becomes a bit of a interesting race, doesn't it, in terms of who's going to crack first, who's going to be the first to set sail for home, break open the race.
Who's going to surge? Will the big pack split up? I'm guessing in the next 2 to 3 laps, we're going to see this big group of boys start spreading out.
So we've got a new leader, and Oscar Gray. Oscar Gray's taken up the running. Tucked in behind him is Lachlan Moore, who's had a nice run.
And Charles Bartlett in third position, the Victorian. And we've got a new race leader.
So Moore just wants to get things moving along a little bit. Barrett
The
in third.
Queenslander will not be shy from this weather. This is his bread and butter. The track being 30 degrees and a little bit humid.
Wiley's just moved up into fourth position now in the white singlet. He's just pressing forward quite nicely. But our leader, Lachlan Moore, will take it through. And now we just start to see a move from Charles Barrett. He just wants to cover anything up the front. He's arrived here in Perth in really good shape, fastest personal best. And he now just sits in about second place. Moore is our leader. And then in third is Oscar Gray. And then we have George Stewart, the New Zealander, just there in the number 3. And then number 11 is Heffernan, who has proven himself in the big championships over in Queensland. He was 5th in this event last year as a youngster, where he set his personal best. So he's pretty familiar with under 25,000 metre racing, and he'll be definitely looking just to cover any moves here from his fellow Queenslander in Moore. How are you seeing it so far, Nana? What do you think is going to be the first to break? Who's looking good?
Wiley's looking good as we see him move to the front of the pack, trying to take the race in his own pace as we hit 4 laps to go. Oh, bit of a stumble there from 9 and 1.
So a little bit of cat and mouse just going on. Charles Barrett just wanting to make sure he's got any moves covered. Oscar Gray also wants to be in amongst it and part of this action. Just slows down a little as this group bunches up once again. It's coming down to the last 3 or 4 laps where this will be decided. And Charles Barrett on the front now. He's got his teammate just behind him in grey, and then it's the New Zealander, and then hip number 9, Lockie Moore, who we've seen right up the front throughout. Joseph Lethlane now moves up into the calculations, along with Oscar Gray and Timothy Hogno too. So we're now down to 8 athletes battling it out, gold, silver and bronze. So it's quite interesting, isn't it? Interesting phase of the race.
I know, we always have a new race leader. The pack is getting a bit wider, as we can see.
No one too keen just to really go too fast and take it on. It's still a bit too early. We've got 3 laps remaining, so just over a K to go. The pace is good.
Joseph in number 2 is one to watch. He seems like he's trying to make a surge soon as we hit 3 laps to go in this under 20s 5,000 metres.
So the 2 Victorians, 4 Queenslanders, a New Zealander, and the New South Welshman on the back is Harrison Boyne. He's just going to try and stay in contention here with this lead group of 7. Charles Barrett in front. He's taking his time now on the front of this pack. The New Zealander gets a little bit of clean running, and now we're just starting to see a little bit of pace all of a sudden injected into the race. So Lachlan Moore is able to cover it. So now from 7, we get into 3. Trying to stick with this group is Heffernan, the Queenslander. So Heffernan's in 4th. Then we have Moore, the New Zealander Wiley, and then the favourite coming in, Charles Barrett. He's been able to increase the lead. He's got 2 men who have come with him.
The pack has turned into a single file train now.
800 metres to run or just over. And Charles Barrett, the Victorian.
Looks like the pace is stepping up now with 2 laps to go. These under 20 boys.
Willie and also Lachlan Moore right up there. Battle for the 3rd of the Australians. Seems to be amongst the Queensland contingent, including Heffernan down the back straight. Charles Barrett just continues to roll through nicely. George Stewart, the New Zealander, 2nd. Lachlan Moore, he's run really well, Lockie Moore. He's just been able to cover all the moves. He had a little bit of time on the front. He was able then just to slow the pace off and settle back in nicely. He's got a lovely flow, and as we talk about him, he's loving the commentary about him, I think.
And he's making a surge.
So he goes up onto the shoulder of Barrett.
500 metres to go.
This is the battle for gold. On day 1 of the Australian National Athletics Championships, there is no bigger event on the Australian athletics calendar, and a gold medal here will last a lifetime. So Barrett's off on his last lap. Young Moore out after him, the Queenslander. He's trying to match every move. The New Zealander just drifting back now into 3rd position, and the 3rd of the Australians is going to be Kyan Blue, who's moved up really nicely. So Blue is the 3rd of the Australians in bronze. Then we have the New Zealander, and this is the battle for gold, Nana, and he's set sail for home.
He's pulled away from Moore in 2nd place.
So Barrett has just been foxing with us all afternoon. He's got plenty of speed to burn. He'll round around this WA Athletics Stadium, and he'll see the finish line in his sights, and he just keeps getting better and better. This young man from Victoria, he arrived in Perth as the hot favourite, and he hasn't disappointed his fans and his family. Here is our national champion. Barrett wins gold. 14:38.08 unofficially. Here's silver.
Lachlan Moore crossing the line.
Well done to Lockie Moore, well under 15.
And our New Zealander Wiley in 3rd position.
And then the 3rd of the Australians, Blue, from Queensland, has finished off really well to claim the bronze medal. Well done to all these young men getting around the 5,000 kilometre journey. 30 degrees here in Perth.
It's not the easiest job, is it?
Alex Rawley and Harrison Baxter complete the journey with Caden Elliott of New South Wales. Kalen Luong, the Victorian, his job is done. 3 or 4 athletes making their way around. Alec Fransky, our early leader, marches off. He set the job up nicely for his teammate Charles Barrett. Well done to young Alec.
And Lockie Smythe as he crosses the line. Followed by Jacob Shepherd from ACT.
So Nana, our final competitor, Oliver Baxter.
Rounding off the under-20s 5,000 metre championships. But one more race to go. Final B. They know the time to beat. So it'll be interesting to see how these boys race.
So Charles Barrett 14:38, Lachlan Moore 14:46, and George Stewart Wiley, New Zealand, the 3rd across the line. Kai Blue 14:53, a personal best for him, has finished in 4th overall in final A of the under-20 men's 5,000 metres.
14:53.01 will get you the bronze medal for final B. I'm sure they were watching that.
Must be thankful you don't look like that after 100 metres, Nana.
Oh, trust me, I do. A little too far.
It was a terrific run from Charles Barrett. Just set his race plan very early, was able to match any of the moves, and he set a terrific time of 14:38. What a glorious day, Nana. Looks like a postcard, doesn't it?
I know, it's the perfect day to run, and hopefully the weather gods bless us with 3 more days until Sunday, 4 p.m. That's all we're asking for, 4 p.m.
Absolutely. This is the Australian Open and Under-20 Athletics Championships, live and free on 7+. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium. The big names are starting to arrive here at the WA Athletics Stadium because the afternoon session of track and field is going to absolutely heat up. We have a final to be decided though, Nana. The hammer throw final for our under-20 women is well and truly underway. And if we have a look at the overall leaderboard, Fernanda Tirado leads the way. She's been over in New Zealand competing. She's had a couple of nice throws over there. She won silver at the New Zealand Under-20 Championships. She was competing here during the week at the Junior Champs as well, where she won the Under-17 gold medal, Fernando Tirado. So she's had a terrific week of field action. So she's mixing it here with the older Under-20 competitors.
We see Ryan in the circle, first attempt, no throw. And sadly her second attempt is as well.
So big field of 20 contesting for gold, silver and bronze here. Ariel Cannell has arrived in WA, probably the favourite. She won the under-18 title last year and also the under-20 title. So she'll be looking to defend that here this afternoon. She sits in second overall, 52.23. Her best ever is out over 55, 56 metres, I think.
I think we're having some issues with keeping the net. It's very windy at the stadium. You might not be able to see it through the live stream, but all the flags around the stadium are really blowing strong. A tailwind if you're thinking about where the 100-metre start line is. If you're running 100, Gout Gout and under 20s, you're going to be in for quite a helping hand.
Yeah, we saw it with Leah O'Brien. It was quite gusty that afternoon, but the luck of 100-metre running, she had a 1.7 tail.
Perfect. Just what you want.
Absolutely.
2 or under.
And it does come from a bit of a diagonal here on the track, so even when it is blustering, it doesn't run down the actual straight perfectly. It comes in from the side a little, which
directly behind you
keeps it a little bit low, and that's why WA is renowned for just being such a fast track. And I'm sure Nana will be looking forward to seeing you burning down this track again.
Hopefully
in no time.
Next year. Fingers crossed.
So, just making a few adjustments to the cage here. We're talking about it during the week. Just the amount of skill that's required, because the gap's quite narrow, isn't it? Trying to release that hammer throw through that very small little cage is a real skill in itself.
I know. Last year we saw a couple of the hammer throws get stuck in the net. So it's good to see that.
So 27 degrees in here in Perth. Not a cloud in the sky. Ariel Cannell from Tasmania, 54.25. Here's her lifetime best. She's sitting in second overall. Our leader, Fernando Tirado, personal best 53.83.
And Emily Thomas not too far away in third position of 50.31.
So the youngest in the field, Tirado. She's got plenty of credentials.
2009 born.
Yeah, we saw her win the under-17 championship during the week, so she's decided to stick around and mix it with the under-20. So the defending champ from last year, Natasha Lynch as well, is the silver medalist from the under-20 championships. She's just outside the medals at the moment. She's back there in fourth place as the young West Australian Emily Boyle enters the circle in front of her home family.
Her first attempt of 28.53.
That's a good throw.
Definitely, that's over the 30-metre mark, so I definitely think we'll see her move up the ranks in this competition. It's great to see such a big field in this comp, this under-20s hammer throw.
Well done to Emily Boyle. We'll wait for the distance here, but this looks to be well out over 30 metres for the West Australian on her home circle.
Home ground advantage, as they like to say in the AFL. 33.49. Great throw, and that will see her go from 15th to 13th place in this competition.
The officials working very hard down there to keep the net up and about. You can see the pulley system in operation as we have different sides that our athletes release the ball and chain from.
You can see that the wind is really picking up, that even the net can't control itself and the middle gauges to keep it in place.
But look at that, Nana. Just that's the space that you have to work with. Great shots here from the team at 7+ to provide this action for us. Terrific to see. Athletics here in the West. Last time the championships were held here was back in 2010.
We had the likes of Reece Lapierre. Do you remember an Australian Commonwealth Games medalist, I believe, long jumper?
Championship of Australia. In third place, representing Queensland, I.M. Blue.
Now here's our defending champ, right on cue to enter the circle. Second overall is Ariel.
And in first place,
That's her list of throws down there. 52-23 round 1. This is round 2. So she sits in second. She needs 53-44 or better. She won the event last year with 54-25. And into the net. And that's the thing, isn't it? No, with the throws, it's that timing of release with this hammer throw. It's the skill that's required. Just getting that right amount of lean back on the ball and chain as well.
A lot of rhythm with these throwing events.
Here's Charlotte.
Hoping to beat 39-13 of her first attempt.
She puts everything into it.
Oh, 40.
Out over 40.
Hopefully she's okay. Oh, we see her walk safely with a smile on her face out of the ring.
Pretty tough, the hammer throwers in Australia. Well done to Charlotte. Sorry, my apologies, Michaela. That's Michaela, who's got a couple of Skundrich on display here. So Michaela, that was her second throw. So she moves up into 8th position.
We see Jessica Johnson in the ring now. Currently sitting in 9th position.
All our competitors underneath the tent there just cheering each other on.
The wind is picking up. As we can see on the track, the weather is cooling down. We're at our lowest of the day of 26 degrees. But the track has been warm all day. I'm sure that's not going to affect how the athletes compete on the track.
Here's Natasha Lynch, silver medalist from the Under-20 Championships in Adelaide last year. She has re-entered once again as an Under-20 competitor. And she steps into the circle for her second round throw. Currently just outside the medals in 4th. She was able to throw 51.80 a year ago. So she'll be looking for an improvement here. That looks to be pretty good. Well
Some
out
height
to the,
on that throw.
That was lovely into the infield. Looks to be out over 50, Nana, which is, she'll need that to get up into
the medal positions, but great throw by Lynch.
So that silver medal, she's enjoying the commentary. That's what she's saying there, Natasha Lynch. She's pretty happy with it as well. She's just heard the result and she moves up into bronze. Great throwing, 51.44. Natasha Lynch, the silver medalist from last year, back up into the medals.
13 centimetres ahead of Emily Thomas, who is now in 4th position.
Scarlett O'Connor from New South Wales. 12th overall. So it's been really impressive from Fernanda Tirado. Youngest in the field, under 17 gold medalist from a few days ago here at the Junior Championships. Arielle Canal looking to defend her title. Sits in 2nd place. Emily Thomas now is just outside the middle. She sits in 4th with her second throw still to come.
And we have our New Zealander Fletcher in the circle, hoping to get an attempt on the board after a no throw in her first round.
And no release, no lift off. Wasn't happy with the shape. That angle of the hammer is the key for that release point, isn't it? No, just needing to get that right arc.
Smooth and around the body before releasing it in front of the body. Coulter from New South Wales is also on her second attempt trying to get a throw on the board.
So important to get into the top 8 here for the opportunity to get a few extra throws.
Nice to see her get one on the board.
So in a final in the events, we start with a big field. It gets dwindled down after the first 3 throws. And the final 3 throws will come down to the top 8. Victoria next to go.
And we see Coulter go to 9th with 41.81.
It's a good effort.
Very good throw by her. Just one outside that final.
Ortega Aguilera from Victoria. Into the net. 34.68 in round number 1.
In 15th position.
Eva Wilson looks like she will be next to throw. She's had a terrific season over in Victoria. Currently stands in 6th overall. Amelia Ashton, she's 5th. 46.08 her best. 51.44 is the medals.
Nice release by Ashton. I think shy of that 50-metre mark, so she will remain in 5th position for this round.
It's a second round action. Terrific history in hammer throw. Over here in Australia, Emily Thomas. Just outside the medals. This looks to be better.
Some great height from that throw by Emily Thomas.
So 50-31, that was a good throw in round 1. Looks to be pretty close to that too here, Nana.
Yes, I think it might just be shy of that.
It's landed just within the field of play. .55 for Thomas. She will remain in 4th place. It was very comfortable over there, doesn't it?
I know. You've got the shade and the breeze and the sun. Sun smart over there. Let me see Wilson. Eva Wilson head into the ring with 45.89 as her first attempt, currently placing her in 6th position in the under-20 hammer throw. Well over the 40-metre mark. She's hoping for over 45 again, or 46 to move her ahead of Amelia Ashton, who we just saw throw before.
I think next up might be our leader of the hammer. It is. Just starting.
We see Eva Wilson go into 4th position with 51.10. The season's best for her today.
So here's our young leader, Fernanda Tirado. It's thrown beautifully here, 53.44 to open up her account. She leads the under-20 final, the under-17 national champion. And no lift off here, unfortunately. Beautiful wind up to begin. Just not happy with the the angle of release, so just pulls out. She will remain.
That split-second decision of whether you're going to release and see what happens, or you don't have enough momentum behind your throw.
That throw today of 53.44 puts her right up in the overall open rankings as well. So
And Brooke Wilson for her second attempt. Previously throwing 39.37 in her first round.
getting towards the end of the second round of hammer throw action. Here's Tara Smith. Foul in round one. Round two. And unfortunately just getting a little giddy as she wound up. The poor official there.
Having a bit of a chuckle.
Scared her. She was just hoping that cage held up because that hammer was coming straight for her. Looking pretty tough, the hammer throw officials, that's for sure. But even she flinched. Well, Nana, it's starting to really get pretty exciting here on day one of competition. Crowd's starting to build. We've got under 20 100 metre heats not too far away. We've got plenty more action in the field. We're going to take a quick break here from the WA Athletics Stadium. It's great to have your company. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Welcome back to beautiful sunny Perth. It's a lovely day here in the West. Day one action of the Australian Open and Under 20 Athletics Championships. Hope you are sitting back and relaxing. Nana Owusu-Afriyi and Travis Jenkins with you, taking you through all the big commentators are starting to arrive too. Not only the athletes, Mitch Dyer's just warming up the interview questions on a few of the officials up here. He's got a nice little selection of questions for our athletes today.
1,500 metres, men's and women's, asking the money man, Gout Gout, all the questions we want to know.
So here's Tag entering the circle. She won the under-18 bronze medal last year. Stepping up to the under-20. She sits in 7th, coming into round 3. So really important here, Nana, isn't it? Just to secure that extra 3 throws, we have to finish in the top 8. So it's a really important round.
Tag will finish off with 7th, eagerly waiting, hoping no one throws further than 44.80 to keep her in the final for one last attempt.
She's in that hot seat, isn't she?
It is 8th and 7th are eagerly waiting, but no one is safe.
So Ryan into the net, giving that official standing there.
Bit of a fright.
Once again, don't flinch. So, Zoe Ryan, that'll be 3 no throws for her, unfortunately. So, disappointing for the young Victorian. She won't be able to progress to the top 8. So the young West Australian who'll be next to throw has been really impressive with her first couple of throws. So able to secure personal best. And you see our officials there just moving the side of the net that comes out. Just depends on the side our competitors like to. When we look at some of the open women in the hammer throw over the years, there's been some fantastic. Debbie Sozomenko, of course, 8 titles in the open. We saw Bromwell Eagles sort of take over the crown. 7 titles to her name.
And we see Boyle enter the ring again. 33.49 she hopes to improve in her 3rd and final attempt.
It was a nice improvement, wasn't it, between rounds 1 and 2?
Yes. A 5-metre improvement.
Just got a little bit tangled in the feet, a little bit me with my ballroom dancing Nana there, just a little bit tangled up.
Tangled. Some crossing of the feet. And that will see her stay in 18th position for this competition.
There's the Tasmanian. Looking forward to seeing how she goes here, because she's looking to defend her title. Currently sits in silver. Ariel. We've arrived with high hopes. Has released the ball and chain out over 55 metres. She won the title with 54.25, so she'll need that once again to claim the Australian gold. The young Tasmanian, just pretty safe to secure those extra 3 throws. She'll want to try and eat into this lead that Fernanda Tirado, the youngster, has set. A bit like you mentioned in the high jump, Nana, visualisation in these field events really important.
Is key, it seems like. You see a lot of the athletes move their body and mimic what they want to do just before they get into the ring or the high jump runway. You see it in a lot of our field events.
Won the under 18 title as well last year in Adelaide, so knows how to get the job done. This is Ariel Cannell. Winding up in the circle. Let's go. Flies out into the infield here in Perth. It's inside the...
Close to 50, it looks like, from up here.
Fair throw. Yeah, it looks like it's just nudged over that 50. Wait and see how she fares. Dorado leads the way with 53.44. And the mark is just coming through now. 50.31 for Cannell, so she will remain in the silver position. She's chasing Dorado, who's yet to have her third round attempt. Lynch in the bronze.
And Michaela we see from New South Wales, currently in 8th position, hoping to improve on 43.67 to keep her in that finals.
Into the net, red flag. Goes up. With Michaela and Charlotte competing here. The sisters, as we see Johnston prepare for her third round. Here's Jess, 11th overall. The rhythm of the wind-up just so important for executing that release point. It's many years of practice. Seen Alex Hulley over the last few years doing it beautifully in the open ranks. Renee Hardy as well. She'll be the defending champion. Has released it out over 60 metres. It's going to be a thrilling open women's hammer throw as well. Lauren Bruce headlining the open women. As we head back into the circle, this is third round action. Women's under 20 hammer throw final.
Lynch in the circle.
Tasha Lynch winds up. She's looked good all afternoon. The silver medalist from Adelaide last year.
Currently in 3rd position. 51.44 she hopes to improve on, which was also a season's best for the Queenslander.
Yeah, it was a lovely throw in round 2. She will turn into the final 3 throws, sitting in the bronze, 45.56 on this occasion. She's up with a chance of glory here at the National Championships. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Settle in. We have a fantastic afternoon. That is the picture that we are all enjoying. It is a beautiful day in Perth, Western Australia. This is day 1 action. Back in just a moment. Welcome back. Great to have your company here at the WA Athletics Stadium for day one action of the Australian Open and Under-20 Athletics Championships. We have qualification underway in the Open Women's Pole Vault. No Nina Kennedy, unfortunately, for the West Australian fans. She had a little jump here just before this competition was due to begin and had a little bit of a niggling injury that she needed to take care of. So she has undergone a little bit of surgery during the week.
It was great to see Nina open up. We've seen so many highs over the past 2 years with the World Championships gold and an Olympic gold. But with sport, there are many ups and downs. And to get an insight into an Olympic champion just coming off, winning the gold medal, to now being injured and letting the fans ask her questions over the past couple of days has been really refreshing to see, because sometimes you don't get up close and personal with these athletes that you idolise so much. And it's great to see her. We saw her commentating at the Perth Track Classic and seeing her opening up about what's happened in the past couple of weeks. So Nina, I know the whole Athletics Australia community and the World Athletics community is wishing you a quick and safe recovery, and hopefully we'll see her in Tokyo.
Absolutely. She'll be no doubt watching on. She'll be enjoying just resting up and watching the athletics commentary. Nina Kennedy, such a wonderful competitor. She really loves athletics here in WA. She came up through the little athletics ranks and is absolutely loved by one and all. And the Olympic champion will no doubt be back bigger and better than ever as the season unfolds. Now, Nana, one of the exciting events on the program this afternoon, it's the heats of the Open Women's 1500.
I think this is an event that everyone will be eager to see who makes the final. As we said, we have the top 5 of all-time Australian women lining up in these 2 heats, 17 and 18 in heat 1 and heat 2. So very big fields, and 5 will qualify, and the 2 fastest times will see themselves in the final on Saturday afternoon.
Yes, as you mentioned, 17 to run here in heat 1, which will just be interesting for tactics. Jess Hull, well, what a 12 months it's been. There she is there, just completing her run through. She has
just topped off the plane from the Grand Slam. And then she's heading back to Miami in 2 weeks' time for the next event. So Jess is bubbling around, but she's had, as you were saying before, a world win 2 years in this sport.
She was at the World Indoors just before that as well. So a frequent flyer points. That'll be looking sensational for Jess Hull.
We also have Georgia Griffith in this race, and we saw her break the 1K Australian record at the Box Hill Classic and the 3K indoor record at World Indoors about 10 to 12 days ago. So hopefully the jet lag is out of her system.
Georgia Griffith, what a great 1,500 metres it was last year at the National Championships. Georgia finishing second behind Jess. Jess, who is looking to make this title number 3 in a row. The 23-24 champ. Of course, how could we forget that Olympic silver medal? Also the 2,000 metre record holder as well. No woman has done it faster than Jess Hull.
Jess Hull.
And she is about to run here on your screens of 7. It's Jess Hull back in action in Australia. The excitement is building around the stadium. Georgia Griffith will do battle with her. Big field has assembled. And that'll be interesting, I think. That'll just mean, I think, Jess Hull will want to stay out of trouble. She will want to go out hard early. So she wears hip number 7. Georgia Griffith will wear hip number 15. Ruby McPhillips, Ashley Gardner competing here with hip number 2. Izzy Thornton-Bott, hip number 5. And Georgia Griffith, she'll wear hip number 15. Jess Hull looking for 3 titles in a row. She starts her campaign here in Western Australia. She has been flying all over the world, and she has decided to lob here in Perth. Jess Hull, there she is out in front What a star she has been. We've enjoyed the ride, and we now get to enjoy her here at the WA Athletic Stadium in Perth. She's gone straight to the front. Her companion, Georgia Griffith, has settled nicely into second. How lucky are we, Nana? We can feel the athletics has really arrived now in the West.
I just got a bit of a chill to see an Olympian in Jess Hull and Georgia Griffith competing at home. We always see them on the international circuit, so it's great that they've given us their time. Jess has been flying back and forth, as you said before, also has Georgia to compete at our national championships in Perth.
So Jess Hull just wanting to stay out of trouble early in this big field of 17 competitors. Georgia Griffith sits in second. This is how they finished last year at the national championships. So once again, we can see the stars rising to the top. Jayla Hancock-Cameron too. She's another really interesting athlete, the New South Wales champion over 800 metres. She's right up there in hip number 12. You can see her there in fourth. And hip number 5 is Izzy Thornton-Bott. And she too has been in good form, the New South Wales 5,000 metre champ. So the 4 stars are all in front. Jess Hull. Of course, we all got to enjoy that Olympic silver medal. You've touched on Nana, her travels over the last few weeks. She was in Jamaica at the Grand Slam of Athletics, where she performed really nicely in the 800 metres. She was really happy with that run.
158 from her. So Jess has just shown, no matter what the distance is, she is a competitor, and a world-class competitor at that.
She's wanting to keep it rolling too here with 2 laps remaining. Jess Hull enjoying the West Australian sun, and no doubt the West Australian hospitality in her time here. Georgia Griffith sitting comfortably in second. Izzy Thornton-Bott also in this lead group. So the qualification here is first 5 across the line, and then it will be the next 2 fastest times. The chase group is being headed out by Rachel McCormick of the ACT, formerly of WA. She's moved over to the ACT for work opportunities, and she currently sits in 5th overall and is currently in the automatic standings. But what an opportunity it is for this West Australian crowd just to enjoy Jess Hull, Georgia Griffith. It's like a beautiful Thursday afternoon stroll in WA.
What more could you want on a Thursday afternoon to see 2 Olympians just pace themselves across this beautiful blue track?
A big smile on her face at the moment for Jess Hull. She leads it through, just over 400 metres remaining. Top 5 to go through automatically. Jess Hull won the event in 4:01 last year. Georgia Griffith wasn't far behind in 4:03.
Final lap for Jess and Georgia Griffith.
Jayla Hancock-Cameron, who's had a terrific season, in 3rd. And Izzy Thornton-Bott, 4th, not too far away. And then that's Rachel McCormick looking to qualify in that 5th automatic qualification spot. Down the back straight we go. Jess Hull and Georgia Griffith, stride for stride down the back straight, trying to match each other's move. It's a nice little hit out leading into the final in a couple of days' time. Jess Hull straight off the plane into the heats to the warm-up track. And now at the WA Athletic Stadium, Georgia Griffith in 2nd place. Bott running really nicely with Hancock-Cameron back in 3rd and 4th. So with 150 metres to go, the Olympic silver medalist and world 2,000 metre record holder will head to the line in front. She looks comfortable, doesn't she?
They both look really comfortable, just working off each other and doing all they need to qualify for that final.
Enjoy this
Saturday.
moment, Western Australia. A couple of stars here. We're through to the final. Jess Hull, Georgia Griffith booked their place very comfortably. Izzy Thornton-Bott goes through with Jayla Hancock-Cameron.
And McCormick getting that 5th automatic spot into the final.
Well done to Rachel McCormick. Having to wait and see Jane Mackerel, Jenna Schultz, and Hannah Doyle, the West Australian champ, has run close to her personal best as well. So great for these young up-and-coming athletes as well. Just to be on the start line with the likes of Jess Hull and Georgia Griffiths is a great moment for all these young Australian competitors. Often you don't see the big stars back, but they absolutely are here, Nana.
And they put on a show. This is actually Georgia Griffith's first 1,500 metres of the season. So we've seen her get the 1K record and the 3K record. So she's meeting us in the middle. And great to see her back on Australian soil running.
Jess Hull, all smiles, looking for title number 3 in her favourite event, the 1,500 metres. She looks relaxed. She doesn't look like she's just come off the plane from Jamaica, that's for sure. She's just been so available, so humble in all of her achievements. Really happy just to answer any questions with the media. Really happy to sign autographs. All the success that she's had. She has been so humble in all of her engagements. Georgia Griffith, though, looked really comfortable. Just be pleased to get that hit out of the way. She will come back for that final. She's lowered her PB to 358 to be sitting number, well, in the overall ranking, she's third, which is amazing. Jess Hull, the Australian record holder. And Lyndon Hall, number 2 on the all-time list, will be about to take to the track. Hope you enjoyed that at home, ladies and gentlemen, because we sure did up here. To see a couple of Olympians go around, really exciting.
And start list for heat number 2. We have a scratching from the Great Britain athlete of Olivia Valerie, and we will have 17 competitors with 5 crossing the line, automatically qualifying, and still the 2 fastest times. So 6th and 7th in heat number 1 will be eagerly waiting to see what heat number 2 gets up to. We see Sarah Billings just come off the plane of World Indoors in this event today. Also Lyndon Hall. She's had a great indoor season. We saw her run in America a couple of weeks ago, so good to have her back.
Yeah, Lyndon Hall lining up here. She will have hip number 13 glued to the hip. Lyndon Hall, triple Olympian, 9th at the World Indoors over 3,000 metres just recently. Has been able to lower her personal best in the 1,500 metres as well, down to 356 to sit number 2 all-time ever for an Australian. She won the bronze medal in that beautiful final at the Australian Champs last year behind Jess and Georgia. Sarah Billings finished in 4th place. She too fresh off the World Indoors as she competed in the 800 metres.
She also completed at the Moree Plant track meet. We saw her in a 1,500.
Yeah, she finished 2nd there. She was able to beat Lyndon on that occasion, so not much has separated them this season. And seeing the athletes introduced to the field. Hip number 1 is Darcy Miller, the Tasmanian. Sarah Billings will wear hip number 6. And Jess McManus from South Australia also in the field. Lyndon Hall from Victoria, hip number 13 today. We can just see her there with the sunnies on. So we're just about set. Top 5 to go through. Championship record 4:01.39 here. So second heat, all important. Moving to the front early is Ruby Madden.
And Sarah Billings.
You can just see Sarah Billings. There she is wearing hip number 6. Sarah Billings has been in great form. 2nd at the Moree Plant meet. That was a really good run for her, wasn't it, Nana?
It was a really good
big
run.
confidence
We had
booster.
Abby Caldwell also in that race as well. I think we'll see her in the 800 this week.
But on the front, it's triple Olympian Lyndon Hall enjoying the afternoon sun here in WA. She moves straight to the front. She wants to take up the running, stay out of trouble in this big field. Sarah Billings will just settle into 2nd. Then Des Wincup and Madden wearing hip number 3 will just settle into her running in about 5th, but she's now got company
So they've
with
just gone through
Alexandra
the
Schultz.
300, just faster than Jess Hull.
So with qualification important, 2 non-automatics go through. So often we have seen that the second heats have been a little bit faster. But at the moment, out in front, Lyndon Hall leads the way. She's done it nicely all season. Bronze medalist in this event last year. She'll no doubt want to upgrade. She had a terrific 12 months, Lyndon Hall, and She leads this pack early in the 1500 metres.
And Des and Winkup sitting comfortably behind.
So there's Sarah Billings in second. Des just behind there, then Winkup, who's been really strong all year as well. It's had a terrific season, breakout season for her. This will be a big moment to qualify for this final. Lyndon Hall with just over 2 laps remaining. Personal best time of 3:56. She sits second on the all-time ever list in Australia. And at the moment, this crowd here just enjoying the 1500 metre action. So many stars. We saw it in the Junior Championships. Nana, just the under 15 right through. The depth of the 1500 metres was unbelievable. And it's all because of the success we're having, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got many role models, as we've just listed before, to look up to and times to chase.
So Lyndon Hall, the Victorian, in control. Sarah Billings on her heels. Clara Dest of the ACT in third. She's just happy to roll along nicely with our champs. Winkup not too far behind. And then a couple of athletes looking just to cement their place with qualification into the final. But with the bell coming, this one looks to be a little bit faster. Just on now is Hall, just wanting to accelerate, have a nice hit out going into the final. Billings, who had her measure just by a little bit at the Morrie plant meet, just happy just to sit in second comfortably. Clara Dest from the ACT, you can see her there right of screen, just coming into the calculations with a nice little kick down the back straight, and the run for home begins.
We still have Georgia Winkup in 4th position, but coming close behind is Stephanie Kelly from the ACT, currently in 5th.
Well, let's enjoy this last 200 metres. Lyndon Hall looking to go through to the final. Bronze medalist from last year is looking really impressive. It's a big hit out for her, one of her early head outs in the season. Lyndon Hall, Billings and Des striding out and enjoying the home straight here at the WA Athletic Stadium. Lyndon Hall from Victoria will come down to the finish line. She will book her place into the final. She'll put the feet up after this. She looks impressive, doesn't she? Lyndon Hall gets the job done with Sarah Billings and Clara Dest. Tight for that 5th automatic. Flashing home was Ruby Madden with Clara Dest and also Jess McManus as well. We'll have to wait and see final standings. Here comes Alexandra Schultz and also Chloe Pateman of Queensland as we roll through the rest of the field. Darcy Miller, the Tasmanian, crossing through with Sarah Hines from Western Australia, Keely Waters, and also Tia Brady. But there's our winner. Lyndon Hall will be back in a couple of days to contest this 1500 metres. Second on the all-time list. What a champ she is. What a star she has been. She's given us so many thrills already in her career, and the national title would be high up on her agenda this weekend.
Just to add to the tally.
So the big names are through. 4:11.55 the winning time. 4:11.87 for Sarah Billings.
PB for Cara Desk of 4:12. And Georgia Winkup also with a big automatic cue.
So Jess Hull and Georgia Griffith slightly quicker in heat number 1 with a 4:09. Lyndon Hall and Sarah Billings with a pair of 4:11s. Clara Dess with a 4:12. The non-automatic qualifiers look to be Steph Kelly of the ACT and Zoe Toland of South Australia. They'll have the little cue next to their names. 4:19.44 gets you into a 1500 metre national final. It's terrific running from our Australian women.
The talent we have from the 8 to the 15, 5K to the 10, Australian women's and men's middle distance running or long distance running is taking the world by storm. We're really putting Australia on the map as one of those powerhouse countries.
The favourites are through. Hull, Griffith, Hall, Billings, and Des. What a lineup that will be. That final is going to be absolutely red hot. We hope you enjoyed those two big heats in the women's 1500 metres. Right up after the break, we have the men doing battle over the 1500 metres in the heats. Don't go anywhere. You're watching day one action of the Australian Athletics Championships. It's starting to heat up. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium here in Perth, where we have confirmation of the Women's Open 1500 metre heats. And look at that lineup. Hull, Griffith, Hall, Billings, all through. The big names of 1500 metre running here in Australia have booked their place into the final. And if we look at the small queue, Zoe Tolan, what a moment for her, the young South Australian, is into the national final. Jayla Hancock-Cameron also through with Rachel McCormick from the ACT. Well done to Rachel McCormick, formerly of Western Australia, now running in the ACT colours. Great opportunity for her to mix it with Australia's best. Men's 1500 metres heats not too far away as we continue with live action here in the final of the under-20 hammer throw. So Ariel Cannell, the defending champ, has moved back up into the lead. We're into round 5 of throwing. Fernanda Tirado set the early pace. The youngster, the under-17 champion, was the early leader with 53.44. Here's the standings currently as we move into round number 5. There's a little bit of movement up and down the leaderboard at the moment because medals are up for grabs. Here is Amelia Ashton, the Victorian, currently in 6th overall. 51.82 will see her move up into bronze. Quick in the circle this time. She's let it go nicely. It'll be within the field of play, so white flag has gone up for Amelia Ashton. Well done on her performance so far. Arielle Cannell leads the way, looking to defend her title. We also have qualification in the pole vault, just in front of the main grandstand. The pole vault, a beautiful location in WA. It is right in front of friends and family. So the qualification of the pole vault will see 4 metres as the automatic qualifying height. We currently have a height of the bar at 3 metres 70. 10 to go through to the final. Second attempts at 370. And Elizabeth Morrell with a miss there on her second time of asking. As we head back to the track, a moment that many of us have been looking forward to here on day one. It is the men's 1500 metre heats. We have 3 big heats coming your way. And heat number 1 contains our man who was able to finish 3rd last year in Jessie Hunt. It's going to be all eyes on Cameron Myers, who will wear hip number 16, Nana.
We just saw him at the Moree Plant meet win the 1500 against Adam Spencer, so I know everyone is eager to see what he produces this weekend.
So a little bit of uneasiness there. The starter just not happy. A few toes on the line, a few eager boys to...
Ready to race.
Cameron Myers wears hip number 16. And we're underway in 3 big heats of the men's 1500 metres, and the pace is on early. Cameron Myers, he wears hip number 16. He'll settle about midfield, the young star. He was 5th last year in the national championships, but gee, a year's a long time in running, isn't it, Nana?
It is. A lot of PBs have been broken since, and a lot of competition.
The World Junior silver medalist and the equal Australian mile record holder is in action here, and he's now wasted no time, and he's moved straight to the front. Cameron Myers, he's looking impressive. He's got a little bit stronger over the last 12 months, where he did finish 5th at the national championships, and he's settled well here. Straight on his heels, Callum Davies of Queensland.
And Jared Clifford.
Jared Clifford running really nicely. Archie Ridgway of New South Wales also wanting to be up amongst it. So first 3 to go through. Speed is on early. Cameron Myers, he started well.
He definitely has. He started in the mid-back, but at the 200 metre mark, moved to the front, and I think he'll be setting the pace for the rest of the race.
So Myers leads the way. Davies sitting in second. Then we have Adam Goddard of South Australia making a move around the outside. Archie Ridgway just looking for hip number 3. Jessie Hunt, there he is. He's about 7th or 8th at the moment. He's just easing into his home state's race. He's just about to pounce now. He'll start to make a little bit of a move as he goes up onto the shoulder of the Victorian in Sam Blake. But Cameron Myers, he's just controlling the tempo and looking really comfortable. Davies in second. Goddard, Clifford having a good run. And now here comes Hunt starting to make a bit of a move. But with 2 laps remaining, Cam Myers getting the job done so far.
Definitely controlling the race. He's for the taking.
3:32.67, his personal best, which he has run this year. He was so impressive at the Moree Plant meet, where he was able to be first across the line. He defeated Adam Spencer. Jude Thomas as well was in that race. And then, meanwhile, fast forward a couple of weeks, he's now looking to move up the rankings in the Australian all-time lists. He's trying to win his first open medal at these championships, and he's doing it nicely so far.
For the men's, it's a bit different to the women's. Top 3 and next 3 fastest times.
So this little group out the front is all of a sudden become 5 with 3 to go through automatically. Cam Myers will come down and hear the welcome sound of the bell. He's enjoying this Perth crowd and this Perth sunshine. He just opens up the strides a little. He likes the sound of the bell. He'll head for home, moving through Sam Blake. The Victorian Clifford also doing well. And Adam Goddard is on the back of this group in about 5th at the moment. Cam Myers leads the way. He'll just start to wind it up over the last 300 metres. The time just about to click to 3 minutes. And he's looking good, the young champ. You just forget how young he is, just 17 years of age. He's just amazing how well he has adapted to open running. And he's just now wanting to blow out a few cobwebs, Cam Myers. He doesn't know how to run slow. He's only got one gear, doesn't he, Nana?
And it's a gear we like to see and watch.
So Cam Myers, he'll be looking to head into another open final in the 1500 metres. And what a beautiful sight it is at the Athletics Stadium here in Western Australia. Second place, Callum Davies holding it down nice. But let's show our appreciation. He's been impressive. He's running beautifully and he's into the final. The young star has done it. Callum Davies will go through. Adam Goddard will be the third of the qualifiers. Sam Blake's finished 4th, Clifford 5th. Then followed by Music. Jesse Hunt a little bit further back. And then the rest of the field just getting the job done. But Nana, Cam Myers, so impressive.
I know, I thought with 400 metres to go, he was going to put on a real show.
Yeah, he was not really challenged at all. He just had to stay out of trouble. But he wanted to secure a good time.
3:38.11 for Cameron Myers.
Really impressive for the heat. The championship record, 3:33. Gives you an indication of just how well he's going at the moment. He, as we mentioned, just doesn't have a slow speed. His rhythm is just naturally so fast, isn't it?
But that's what we want to see. We like to see fast races in the heat, especially with only 3 qualifiers and 3 qualification heats. Be interesting to see what the next 2 heats bring. Will we see fast times or a controlled race?
So Cam Myers also already with the qualifying standard for the World Champs. 3:33 is that qualifying mark. There he is, just having a
smile on his face. He's just done today's work. Bedtime now, and we'll see him on Saturday afternoon for the 1500 final.
Not even sweating. Unbelievable. Well done to Cam Myers. What a thrill it is for West Australian athletics enthusiasts to enjoy the best athletes from around the country. Not since 2010 has Perth hosted the Open Championships, and it's great to have all the family back together again. As we look now at heat number 2, Nana.
We will see 16 competitors in this race, and I think the one to watch will be bib number 8 in Adam Spencer, who came second to Cameron Myers at the Moree Plant Track meet. He's also been in America, completing his final year at Wisconsin, so it'll be great to see him back in action. Hopefully he'll be moving back down here, and we'll see more of him racing in the domestic season.
Yeah, great to see Adam Spencer back from America. Tariff-free, which is good. The defending champ too in this event, Adam Spencer. 3:37. He beat Ollie Hoare in a beautiful race to the line. He just timed it to perfection. Jesse Hunt finished 3rd that day. Stu Swain 4th. So Adam Spencer, he knows how to win these big titles. That's for sure. 2024 champ. He will wear hip number 8 for everyone at home. Tommy Moorcroft, the West Australian, wearing hip number 7. He's got the tall figure. Looks like he's cut his hair since I saw him last. We're off and racing in heat number 2. First 3 to qualify. We've seen Cam Myers do it nicely. And the big stars are going to once again rise to the top. Getting underway, James Tierney, New South Wales, in the all-white. Just gets checked a little, Tierney, so we have to just settle back now into midfield. It's a big field of heat, 16 runners competing here. And so in the early phase, we can see Edward Beecher, Victoria, has moved up nicely. There's Anstey. Can't take him out of our calculations as well. He's been in red-hot form
and we see Adam Spencer coming around the outside to make his way to the head of the pack.
He says, boys, wait for me. Adam Spencer just wants to get amongst it. He'll now settle in his running in about 3rd. Fresh off the flight from the US. He's just going to settle in nicely as this bunch of runners just start to feel each other out. Tacey will sit in 2nd. Lewis. And Edward Bisher, the Victorian, in about 4th. Making a nice little move also is James Hansen, the Tasmanian. On his shoulder is Evander Scott. A little bit further back is Tommy Moorcroft, the West Australian. He's cut his hair since I saw him last, Tommy Moorcroft. He's gone the shave for the big final. He ran a personal best at the National Championships last year, so he loves the big time. Tommy Moorcroft, he's about midfield at the moment. He'll be looking to press forward into that top 3. Our leader is doing it nicely at the moment. Jack Anstey, Australian representative at the 2022 World Indoors, has lowered his best down to 3:35 last year, and he leads the way. Tacey in second. Look at Spencer. He looks comfortable, rock solid in the core, isn't he? He's just able to glide through. It's like his feet don't even touch the ground. He's in second at the moment. He's put himself right up there to stay out of trouble for this 1500. That's what it's all about, isn't it, Nana? Just to stay out of trouble in these early laps, in these big fields, in heats, to get through to that big final.
Especially with 18 competitors per heat. It's a clean race, is what we want to see.
Anstey leads the way. Spencer right behind. As we saw in the last race, a small little group formed at this point in the race, but this time this group of athletes are just all bunching up big time. Moorcroft, the West Australian, wants to get amongst it. He's there with hip number 7. He's on the shoulder of Ed Bisher of Victoria. Tacey now just starting to feel a little bit of heat from the men behind him, because Anstey just wants to keep this thing rolling through really nicely. Spencer is able to match the pace and moving up. Willie Lewis of Victoria as well. At the bell, 400 metres to run. Anstey leads the way. He'll turn for home just in front. Spencer going nicely. Lewis, Moorcroft, Mr. PB's at National Championships, is in about 5th place at the moment with a bit of work to do to push up into that top 3 automatic qualifying. But Anstey, he just puts the foot down the back straight, and Spencer says, anything you can do, I can do as well. They're stride for stride down the athletic stadium here. It's going to be a thrilling last 200. Nana now, as we see, a little move from
Adam
Spencer. The Victorian wants to get the job done. He wants to head to the sheds early and first. Anstey out after him, and James Hansen, the Tasmanian, also up into contention. Tommy Moorcroft, the West Australian, having a great run, just needs to hold tough now. But look at Adam Spencer go. Such an impressive athlete. He's been so good over in the States, and he's brought that form back to Perth. He's through, and he looks impressive too. Anstey's through, as is Hansen. Moorcroft will wait and see. Next across the line, Evander Scott. Willie Lewis has put himself up into calculations. Well done to him. Then it's the Tasmanian, Matt Scard next across the line. James Tierney and Caleb Bettison rounding out their 1500 metre championship. But Nana, he's arrived back. That'll be a good little clearing out of the cobwebs, won't it?
I'm not surprised by Adam Spencer's speed. I had the pleasure of going to school with him and seeing that he can run a 400 and he can also run a 3K. So I think he'll be one to watch if there's a kick finish in the final on Saturday afternoon. But impressed nonetheless by Adam's work, relaxed and fast. I think he'll be very confident going into Saturday.
Yeah, the defending champ, it's a way to start your title defence, isn't it? Just used Anstey, and then when it was time to kick, he's got his Wisconsin shirt on as well.
He's probably the most raced out of the bunch, being in college still. They have competitions weekend in, week out. So when it comes to championship racing, I think Adam's got the upper hand when it comes to the Australians.
Yeah, he sure does. He's a big-time performer. The moment won't bother him, that is for sure. Jack Anstey and James Hansen securing automatic cues as well.
One final heat to go in the men's 1500 metre race, and we are going to see an Australian import come back home in Ollie Hoare. We will see him running straight off the plane from World Indoor Championships in bib number 10.
Here's the lineup you speak of, Nana, and so much depth. Max Shervington, he's been really impressive. He won the 800, the 1500, the 3000 and the 5000 over here in WA. So he has red hot form. He's lowered his PB nicely too to 3:40.89 this season. Maxie Shervington did some pacing jobs at the Morrie plant. And there's Ollie Hall. He will have number 10 strapped to his thigh.
I think also bib number 15, Jude Thomas, will be one to watch.
He is our all-time Australian #1, Ollie Hall, Australian record holder. And it'll be an absolute pleasure to see him go around 3 3/4 laps. You'll have in front of him Ollie Hall, hip number 10. Haven't seen the colour of the hair for this year.
Maybe the return of the blue. And I'm sure Gus the dog is in the crowd somewhere cheering him on.
Looks to be neutral. Hope you're enjoying your Thursday afternoon of athletics action. It's been incredible, and it will be set to continue here with our next big heat. First 3 to go through. Ollie Hall, he'll have number 10 strapped to the thigh, and he'll just start to settle into his running early. The first 3 automatically go through, and it's going to be the West Australian, Maxie Shervington. He's been really impressive over here in WA. 4 big titles to his name. He's got the lovely spring in his step. He'll arrive at these championships with plenty of confidence, and he'll look to go through if he can today. So early stages, Jude Thomas, the Queenslander, wants to take up the running. And there's our first look at Ollie Hall. He's just emerged from the pack, and he says, boys, I'm here to win a title. He won the silver medal last year behind Adam Spencer, and you'll no doubt want to go one better this year, Nana.
Definitely. It's been good to see Ollie come back from injury and a rough Olympic Games campaign. Back home, we're working him with warm arms and excited to see what he brings to hopefully the final if he qualifies in the top 3.
He headed over to the World Indoors and was able to get some valuable racing over this distance leading into these championships. And he'll just settle into second. Maxie Shervington has settled nicely into third, just feeling a little bit of pressure now from Sean Harris, who has just settled into fourth, and then moving up nicely. Ethan White-Smith used to run here in Western Australia, made the move over to the ACT, where he's continued nicely with his running. Thomas leads the way. He's been impressive throughout the domestic season. Jude Thomas, third at the Moree Plant Meet, which was a great run. He was behind Myers and Spencer, so he's arrived in Perth in pretty good shape, and the pace is pretty fast, a little bit faster than we saw in the first 2 heats, Nana.
Definitely, we've seen that Jude has taken the pace out, and Ollie's just one step behind him. I think we might see a kick from him soon, though, with 1 lap to go, as we saw from Adam and Cam.
At the Moree Plant Meet, Jude Thomas just ahead of Ollie Hall on that occasion. Ollie Hall went back to work, and he just has freshened up a little bit for this big event. Dylan Stenson now from South Australia has moved up. Max Shervington still there. He's just hovering around the West Australian. He's got hip number 6. He'll be looking to go through to the big final. It'll be a good reward for him. He won the WA Championships in the 1500 metres, and he's now got it all before him. He sits there on the shoulder of Stenson, and Ollie Hall now just wants to get rolling. He's going to hear the bell. He's loving the West Australian sun. He's got the sunnies on, and he's striding out, and he's leading the way. He'll turn for home in front. He's running nicely. Thomas hot in his heels. Shervington's able to match the pace. Then Stenson in fourth is looking to go through to the final. This group to start to spread this field out really nicely. But Ollie Hall, he wants to make a bit of a statement. He'll push up into this slight headwind down the back straight, and he's looking strong and comfortable. Jude Thomas, the Queenslander. Shervington, what a run. He's into third now. The young West Australian looking to secure that third automatic. And then it's Dylan Stenson trying to stick with this lead group of runners in fourth place. But Ollie Hall, he looks comfortable, doesn't he, Nana?
No, look at those legs. He's striding out from about 250 to go. We've really seen him open up and put a little bit of a gap on Jude and Shervington.
So Ollie Hall, cool, calm and collected. The silver medalist from last year. He would love a gold medal at these titles, and he started in fine fashion. He makes a statement here. Ollie Hall is through to the final. Well done to Shervington.
And Jude Thomas to close out those automatic qualifiers. We'll have to wait for the next 3 times.
John O'Harris has finished really strongly as well. Dylan Stenson has had a good run. Then further back, Maxie Russell has finished with Sean Harris. Kieran Tibbles, the West Australian. Charlie Kybert, Victoria, has rounded out the field for 3 magnificent heats of men's 1500 metre running. Ollie Hall, he's all high fives and fist pumps at the moment, Nana. He's through to the final. That's a good confidence boost for him.
I know, it was great to see a kick from him. I think we're going to see a big one in that final Spencer has shown speed, Myers has shown speed, and Ollie has shown speed. So all strong with 250 to go, which was going to be needed in that close field and fast field.
He's had no hair mishaps either this year. He's just got the neutral tones. Ollie Hall is going to let his running on the track do all the talking at the National Championships here in Perth. There he is, just pretty calm, pretty relaxed. A 3:41.99 for Ollie Hall. And as we look at the summary, he will be about the 4th fastest qualifier. Cam Myers will go through. It's amazing he finished 5th at this championships last year. It just shows you when you're only 17 years of age, a year is a long time in your life. And for him, he's looking so impressive.
I know the depth that we've just been talking about in the men's and women's 1500. I think it's going to be very close races and no one can pick a winner.
Thanks to the West Australian Government for their sponsorship with Chemist Warehouse of the National Championships. Ollie Hall, just as easy as you like, with a lovely 3:41.99 to his name. The small little cues will be interesting.
We see Sam Blake, Dylan Stenson and Jonathan Harris right now with small little cues.
So 3:44 to make it through to the national final. That's the cutoff. It's the quality of the running here in Western Australia. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. It's great to have your company on 7+. There is the final summary. Cam Myers, Callum Davies, Adam Goddard, Ollie Hall, Adam Spencer are all through. Max Shervington has had a terrific season. That's a great reward for him to make a national final. Really, it will be an event to look out for.
Both men's and women's.
Absolutely. Tommy Moorcroft, unfortunately for WA, just misses out. Jared Clifford as well is on the cusp, but he'll reset himself. Jonathan Harris scrapes through with the little cue. What a moment it will be for him to join those big names into the final. It's starting to really heat up here. This is day 1 action of the Australian Open and Under-20 Athletics Championships. Hope you're enjoying. It's great to have your company. We're going to take a quick break, Nana, but we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying the action here from Perth. Live pitches. Travis Jenkins with you and alongside me, Nana Owusu Afriyi. Hope you are enjoying your time here in Perth, Nana. So far, so good?
Yes, I love commentating. I love talking about and learning about other events because I'm so obsessed with the sprints and seeing what the other athletes in Australia are getting up to. So I'm enjoying my time up in the box. A little bit less nerve-wracking than warming up for a 100-metre final or a 200-metre heat.
And as a regular down here at the stadium, Nana, I haven't seen a crowd like this. This is probably the biggest crowd I've seen at the WA Stadium, and it just gives you an indication of how well Australian athletics is doing on the international stage.
I was saying at the Moree plant meet, you could tell that there were new fans to the sport that wanted to know who are the fastest men and women in Australia, who is jumping far. And I think that Australia has really lifted in the results we're getting overseas. So not only are the world of athletics getting an insight to how good we are down under, but also the fans picking the athletics instead of the football on a Saturday afternoon.
I was putting my trolley back in at the shopping centre yesterday down here at Floriat, and I walked past a couple of ladies about in their mid-30s who were absolutely discussing track and field. They couldn't wait for the weekend. They had never really followed track and field, but they were talking about gout. They were talking about what's to come over the weekend. And it was just fantastic to see everyone in WA getting behind these Open and Under-20 Athletics Championships. It really has been an impressive start. We had 41 records in the junior competition, and also I'll say almost 42 because an extra record for having the most amount of records.
I've got a bit of a special announcement. Reece Langdon has just broken the world record for the 1500 metres T38 in heat number 3. So congratulations to Reece.
Well done to Reece Langdon. Mixing it with the best in the country has pulled him along for a big PB. Well done to Reece Langdon. So let's get back to the action. We're into qualification of the pole vault, the Open Women's Pole Vault.
10 to qualify with an open, with an automatic qualifier of 4 metres. We are currently at 385 with Olivia Gross in the lead with a clean set.
So we have 4 athletes clear at this height. 4 metres is the automatic cue. And we still have, well, no more athletes to enter the competition actually. So we're going to be looking for 10. It's going to, at the moment, clearance at 370 will get you into the final. West Australian next to go. The short runoff could be Amanda Bisk, I think. Yeah, it is Amanda Bisk, making her return back to athletics. The last time she competed before this season was actually at the 2010 National Championships. Amanda Bisk, she's come out of retirement to come back to pole vaulting, and she has a season's best of 370. She's still trying to get back to those heights that she had in her early part of her career. Amanda Bisk, where she was able to jump out 4 metres 30. So, no Nina
Georgia Taylor on the runway from Box Hill. But yes, no Nina Kennedy today.
The 2025 Australian short track pole vault champion, Georgia Taylor. So a new PB this year, 4 metres 25. And she's up and over. Daylight.
Well clear.
Between Taylor on the bar. Beautiful clearance. Coached by Mark Stewart, I should say. Georgia Taylor showing us how it's done here in the West with a nice clearance.
Currently on the screen we have the men's open qualification for triple jump. We have 2 pits with Connor Murphy in the lead of both groups in 16:14, an automatic queue. Automatic queue today is 15:40 and 10 qualifiers will be going into the final, followed by Liam Glue with a PB of 16:02, Shemaya James with 15:86, and Anang with 15:82, and Aidan Hinson to round out the top 5 in a season's best of 15:76.
Great depth in the triple jump this year Nana. Connor Murphy, Olympic finalist.
Just like his dad and coach, Andrew Murph.
Unbelievable year he had. You are using every bit of runway when you start in the pit up the other end, aren't you?
Nearly in the sand pit, pit to pit.
Almost starting back at Cottesloe Beach. No takeoff there. So, still in the early stages of the qualification of the men's triple jump. But looking forward to seeing Connor Murphy, Aidan Hinson in action. Teta Nang as well. Looking forward to seeing what happens there in the qualification. 10 to go through, 15:40 the automatic queue. Marshall, Hinson and Anang already securing their spot in the final. Getting very valuable experience on the WA Athletics Stadium track on the back straight, the triple jumpers. And just in front of the main grandstand here, we have pole vault action continuing. This is the qualification for the women's pole vault. A big hello to Nina Kennedy watching on. No doubt enjoying watching her fellow competitors take part. The Olympic champ, unfortunately, not taking her place here, but will still be here in absolute spirit to enjoy the jumping. 385, the height of the bar. Back to the triple jump. Taverner next to go. Nathan Taverner from Queensland.
Currently a best jump of 13.86 in his first attempt. A 1.2, so the boys have a bit of a tailwind pushing them along for their 3 phases.
Yeah, just looking at some of these wins, Nana, absolutely ideal conditions all around that 1.5, 1.8 tail, some in the 1.4s. So the tailwind has been perfect. That would just be getting the under 20 100 metre runners pretty excited, won't it?
I know, I think we're going to see some fast times.
So the hop, skip and jump from Taverner. 13.86, 13.85. Breeze 1.2, 1.4 for his jump, so it's absolutely perfect conditions here. They'll just be getting everyone up and about these under 20 400 metre heats, 100 metre heats, not far away. Julian Connolly, the 15.21 in that Group A qualification as well. He's settling nicely. A big Murph though, 16.14, that's a good jump from Connor to kickstart his national campaign. Back to the pole vault. And a miss on her second attempt. Here's Connolly. Sets off. High hips. Very nice through the phases as well, hits the sand nicely.
I think that's going to get him a bit further up than 11th position, that final jump.
Yeah, white flag goes up too, so he will secure a fair jump. Currently 4th overall in this Group A.
But 10th overall in both groups.
And you called it, Nana. 15.89 for Julian.
Automatic cue.
So it looked impressive, and it actually was for the West Australian. 15.89, 0.5 the tail. It's a nice jump from him. Has
good way to finish off his competition.
Personal best of 16.66. So pole vault also will be enjoying this nice tailwind as Wood gets ready to hit the beautiful sand here.
Wood has currently jumped 14.79 with a 1.2.
Just didn't get that power into the final phase of his takeoff there. For Wood, he just sits outside the qualification, 14.79 his best, and
Nice clear of 385.
4 metres is the automatic here in the pole vault.
For Alicia. Currently sitting in 8th position. Smiles all around.
Personal best of 4 metres 30. He's jumped 4:15 this year.
Jack Grosser on the runway of 14.72 with a +2, perfect wind.
Back to the pole vault, West Australian. Bisk just getting the power there. Unfortunately, that will round out her national championships, Amanda Bisk.
But great to see her back in action after 15 years.
Having said that, she's got the small Q next to her name, so might not be all over for Amanda Bisk just yet. She bows out with her third miss at 385. So currently 370 will make the final. So Amanda Bisk right on the cusp there. So all hope is not over. In fact, I think she will go through to the final. So it won't be long until we have it all sorted out, the order. Into third attempt now.
For Nicholas Slate.
So needs a clearance to get through to that top 10 of qualifying. What can she do here? Big moment. Good attack on the bar, just wasn't able to quite get the momentum over. It'll be the third miss.
Sorry, my apologies, Jade Alexander on the runway. Nicholas Slate is next.
Nicholas Slade, similar position. Third attempt, 385. Had a couple of misses at 370. So needs a clearance here to
continue on with her competition.
and make it through to a big national final. Big moment for Nicholas Slade. The breeze at the backs of our pole vaulters. When they designed this stadium, it was with pole vaulting front and centre of mind. It was during a golden era of pole vaulting here in the West, with Paul Budgie Burgess flying over 6 metres at the old track. He wanted to jump higher over here, so they built him a stadium. That's what he tells everyone.
I think it's fair to say that this is the home of pole vault in Australia.
That's a great clearance.
Well done.
Up, up and over. Well, the talented young pole vaulter, very gymnastic in her execution of that move, and it's fist pumps all around. That's terrific. That'll
Fist bumps to coach Mark Stewart in the crowd.
moves her up into 9th overall in the standings, and more importantly, that little Q next to the name for Nicholas Slade. Well done. Into a national final at this stage. Just having a look at the replay here, Nana. This was able to get enough pace on the runway. She almost couldn't believe it.
Maybe a PB for her. Oh, it is a PB for her.
A nice new shiny PB in the qualification. So we'll have plenty more to enjoy here from Perth. Hope you are settling back and relaxing. We're well and truly into the business end of day one. We've got 100 metre action for the women under 20s and also the men. Gout Gout about to hit your screens. Do not go anywhere. It's all happening. This is the Australian Athletics National Championships 2025. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back. A perfect scene here as we look down the home straight of the WA Athletics Stadium. The crowd just starting to build nicely for the afternoon session of day one action. We have under 20 100 metre heats not too far away. Women first, then followed by the men. And this will be the time where a few nerves will just start to kick in, Nana, as a 100 metre expert yourself. When you were about 20 minutes from getting underway, probably just going into the call room. What's generally the feeling amongst the sprinters at this time of the afternoon?
Well, you've got two types of egos that are going to walk into that call room. The cool, calm and collected, keeps to themselves, sits as far away as possible. And the talkers like myself, where we're trying to G ourselves up, trying to get into the minds of other people, thinking about what we're going to do and execute before the race. I'm always thinking about moving my legs fast and how I'm going to hear the gun, how I'm going to react. You see the arms move a bit quickly in the call room. Everyone's getting a bit ready to go, race ready into that call room.
Do you like to talk to your fellow competitors, or do you just remain quite solo in your preparation?
I think when I was younger, I used to talk, but the older I get, I'm trying to focus on myself more and what I'm going to do and not worry about the noise and what other people are talking about. So I've become a quieter athlete in my recent years.
We've got a lot of new people who have become interested in track and field. When we say call room, Nana, what can athletes expect when they walk in? What are they greeted with? What are some of the procedures that they have to follow? What's it like as a competitor at the elite level?
So depending on what event you do, short track events are usually 20 minutes before. And we're walking in, we're getting race ready, we're checking our spikes and we're putting into our lane orders and our heats. But I think we're going to head down to Mitch Dyer down at the javelin qualification for the women's.
Yeah, thanks Nana for that, I appreciate it. We do have our women's javelin qualification here. So here's how this is going to go. If you've never watched women's javelin qualification, let me walk you through it. Over 50 metres here, you automatically roll through to that final, which is going to be held in a few days' time. Now, if you don't throw over that 50 and you're inside the top 10, then you're going to make your way through to the final. But this will be one of the most hotly contested finals we've got. Mia Gordon, she's really burst onto this scene this year. She's thrown 6 metres further than her lifetime best here in 2025. She's capable of throwing over that automatic qualifier. We've obviously got Kelsey Lee Barber as well, our two-time world champion, multiple-time Olympian, and also Mackenzie Little, not too far away from throwing as well. She was obviously that bronze medalist in Budapest, multiple-time world finalist, Olympian. It is a stacked quality field out here. So we're going to look for 10, but get over 50 metres and your day's done. So I get the feeling a lot of women here are going to be pretty keen to throw over 50 and get it out of the way early, but this will be a very, very good final.
Thank you, Mitch. Great to have you part of the commentary team. He's down trackside. He's always close to the action, Mitch. He just loves being a part of the field and track. He's able to give us some up-to-date results. He's there just feeling his way around beautifully. He has done a great job at the junior championships. He was able to call Leo O'Brien's under 20 national record, and it was such a big moment. It was really so exciting. It was a little bit unexpected to break a record set back in 1968.
Raylene Boyle the Great.
And so for that to come along and to nail that call, Mitch did a great job.
He did.
He'll be down trackside all afternoon with interviews and getting us first access to our sprinters as they come off the track. Nana, with the 100 metres for the under 20 men and women, they'll run the heats. They'll then have a couple of hours to reset because the final will then come along pretty quick. What happens in that couple of hours between the heat and the final as an elite 100 metre runner yourself? What did you like to do just to pass that time?
I'm a big debriefer. I'm running straight to coach and going, show me the tape. I want to see it. I know what I've come, but what did I do to get to that place? And once I've had a quick debrief, pants are on, jacket is on, legs are up. I'm getting as many bananas and nutrition I can get into it, and then back into a quick warm-up, going into my fast drills. I'm not doing the whole process into the heat because your body's still warm, especially being out in Perth. It's still 25 degrees this time of night, so we're still going to have warm bodies for the leading into the final, and then back into that core room zoning and going, I know where I am and what I want to do and how am I going to execute that. Also music, put it on the tunes and psyching myself up because you've got to go one more time.
I'm sure many races have been won and lost in that period between heats and finals over the years.
Definitely. Very important. It's a short window of time where you can get your body back to a steady state before moving those fast twitch muscles again.
So this javelin qualification is underway. Beautiful to see the javelin here at the WA Athletics Stadium. It's right in front of the main commentary position, just adjacent to the start line of the 400 metres. So as Mitch summarised beautifully, an automatic qualification will be 50 metres or over. Mia Gordon is the young star who has been so impressive. She improved her personal best by 4 metres here in Perth at the Perth Track Classic. She threw from the other end, so this will be another new experience for her.
But on the screen, Olympian Mackenzie Little and Dr. Mackenzie Little.
Dr. Mackenzie Little.
Yes, on the runway.
Yeah, what a
we
champion.
haven't seen much of her this domestic season, so it's great to see her out at Nationals today.
Give you an update in the
what a
field of
career
under 20
she
men's discus
has.
competition. Elijah Wilson is leading with a throw of 56 metres 60.
Mackenzie Little.
Jonty Murdoch
She
is in
has
second with a throw of 52 metres
won this title 3 times.
And Angus Clues is in third with a
Mackenzie
throw of
Little.
50 metres 24.
Last,
We are starting to
it's
get
been 3
into the
consecutive
end of
years as
today's
well.
event.
22, 23 and
Still
24.
today. We've got some heats of the
Dual Olympian,
under
World
21,
Championship
100
bronze
metres
medalist.
coming
Such
up
a great World
shortly.
Championships.
Then we'll have some of the heats
That
of
one
the
was on at a
28
nice time over here in Perth, so I was able to enjoy that one live.
Hopefully we'll see her bang out that 50 in the first jump and put the clothes back on and head home.
Yeah, that will be really interesting. We've seen just one throw up before her, and she's just waiting to get going. There you can see the personal bests of our competitors up on your screen. Look at that 67.70 from
Kelsey Barber.
Unbelievable. She's won the title twice, Kelsey Lee Barber. 67.70. She threw that in Switzerland back in 2019. Two-time world champion. That's running through the field there of a great moment for a lot of these up-and-coming young javelin throwers. Carly Bolton, the under-20 gold medalist at the Nationals. She gets her first taste of open javelin throwing, so what an opportunity is for her to be throwing with the likes of Mackenzie Little and Kelsey Lee Barber. Just so good for the athletes who are just beginning their journey. So just a little bit of a pause in competition here as the officials just work out a couple of the measurements. There she is, watching on. Tracksuit top still on, just circling the javelin runway, just getting a little feel of the conditions and the atmosphere. 57.38, her best this year, so well up over that 50 metres auto qualification. So we will keep an eye on that competition as it unfolds. 25 degrees, it's still nice and warm out on track. The under 20 100 metre heats for women not too far away. As we just have a little bit of a reset while we get our first distance. We're just waiting for Tali Bolton-Esther, who we talked about as the under 20 gold medalist at the National Championship. She threw her first throw, and we're just waiting for that measurement to come through. So just a slight little technical issue down there for that competition. There's Mia Gordon on the right of screen. What a season she has had. She came 6th last year in the final. And then she opened up the 2025 season, breaking her PB by 6 metres. That was in Perth as well at the Perth Track Classic. So a little bit of extra time just to chat to the team. Mia Gordon, 59.17, that personal best throw that she set in Perth. As the crowd just start to build once again. Hope you're enjoying the action. There's a look back at the main stands here in Perth. It's just been growing steadily over the afternoon. There's a lot of anticipation with Gout running in the heats. Also the West Australian Josiah John, the forgotten athlete in the under-20 age group, silver medalist in Brisbane behind Gout in both the 100 and the 200. And Josiah John, he broke Sasha Zoya's 200-metre record in that race, which was a record we thought was never going to be beaten. He is a very talented junior, but he'll get to show his class a little bit later on. He's run 10.40 this season, the West Australian, and he'll no doubt enjoy the afternoon of action. Nana has just stepped out of the commentary position, and making way for her is the voice of track and field. It's an absolute honour and a great moment for me to welcome in Bruce McAvaney, who joins our coverage here in Perth. Bruce, it's fantastic to see you and have you here in Perth. There must be so much you're looking forward to this weekend.
There is, and I've loved the last hour standing behind you guys and watching those 1500-metre races. I didn't get here in time to see Jess Harlan, George Griffith and Lyndon Hall, etc., but I did get here to see the men. Cam looked great, absolutely great. Adam was very good, and so was Ollie. I went down, had a chat to Ollie afterwards, and he's been training with Kai here for a fortnight since the Maurie plant meet, and he's really happy. He's still got to get that absolute confidence back that he had 2-3 years ago. He had a big injury, as we know, and an illness and a hernia, etc., but he's coming back strongly. But Myers looked so confident, didn't he?
It's amazing, a year in running. He finished 5th in that event last year, and he's come back. He looks so much stronger through the core and just through his shoulders and his arms. He looks like he's just put on a lot of muscle, and you forget how old he is. He's just developing so much, as you do when you're 17 years of age. And he just made a real statement. He'll be the fastest qualifier. He just looks so impressive in his heat run. And for Ollie Hall to have a win, I think that was important. I think that will give him a bit of confidence as well. It's going to so much to look forward to in 1500 metre running.
The tactics will be interesting. No, Ollie was feeling good, so you talked in your call about the final in Adelaide and how well Spencer did it last year, and that got him to the Olympics because we had 4 or 5 men and Cam missed out, and that was controversial in a way. He went off to Lima and got a silver medal there, but again, in both men and women, we've got a plethora of riches, haven't we? We've got more than 3, and so this final, Jude Thomas, I thought looked good today. I was impressed with Shervington from here. Now, he's a different level. He's not at that level, but he continues to improve. So I've just walked in here. Is this the high jump decathlon, or where are we at?
It is, Bruce. So the decathletes have had a little bit of a break. They've had a busy day, so they're into their high jump now. And the under-20s has been pretty close all afternoon. Asher Andrews comes into this event leading the way. The Frenchman has settled into second, and Purdy, the Queenslander, is third. Bertucci, the Victorian, had a terrific shot put and moved up to the rankings. He's into 4th place overall in the under-20 competition. I think they're just still going through at 1.55 m at the moment in the under-20 age group, and the open decathletes are just alongside them there as well. So they have the 400 metres to come after the high jump.
So they've had the 100, the long jump, the shot put, and now the high. And the weather's good. It's warm out there, but the conditions, we know the incredible sprinting that we've had earlier this week in the underage. Ideal conditions, warm enough for the sprinters, and not too hot. So the decathlon standings, I think we might be in a position to have a look at those in a moment. And here they're about to come up, I think.
So the under-20 decathlon, Asher Andrews coming into the high jump leads the way. And the Frenchman, who had a terrific first couple of events, he won the 100 and went into the long jump also as the winner. So he had a great start. The shot put wasn't his strongest, but he'll no doubt probably enjoy a little bit of high jump. Angus Clearwater, the West Australian, sitting 10th overall. And for the rest of the competitors, they will look to move up that leaderboard in the high jump competition. But Asher Andrews has been consistent across the day. Second in the shot put, fourth in the long, and so far jumping well in the high jump with 1.64 m. And here's the open men. The youngster, Benjamin Goose, he's been really impressive. Christian Painter had a terrific shot put. He came out with the last throw to fly through the field. And Joel Templin currently sitting in the bronze medal position as we have a look at how they're going. So they're into the high jump at 1.52 m, the open men.
Women's heptathlon's going to be interesting, Travis. We've got 3 very good athletes going well there as on this opening day. So the multi-events are such a delight when you get a good one. And we've got some promising. Amelia Search is very good. Mia Skerry, in her performance at the World Juniors last year in Lima, where she had a lot of personal bests and just missed out in the end, didn't she? So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Those under 20 women and men, particularly the men with gout, and you mentioned young Josiah John and how impressive he's been. So the 10:40 for the 100, and did you say he broke Zoya's 200-metre record, did he?
State record,
okay.
Yeah. So in that famous race in Brisbane at the All Schools Championships, where Josiah came second, that record that Sasha ran was incredibly fast. We thought that was going to stand the test of time. He's got all the records, Sasha Zoya, coming from the West. But Josiah broke that and was really impressive. And it just gets lost a little bit, doesn't it, Bruce? How these young crop of athletes are all chasing gout, are all in a elite level themselves too. As excitement just builds a little bit as we draw a little bit closer to these 100-metre heats, coming to you in about 6 minutes.
So here's Mackenzie Little, bronze medalist at the World Championships in Budapest. She would have been disappointed last year in Paris. She went in there with so much confidence. She made the final and it didn't quite happen for her, but she's a fantastic competitor. And let's see if she can get a good one out here to start with. So that's, I've got to get used to the angles. That looks around about 58 or something like that. So once we get that angle, I know you mentioned Mia Gordon earlier. Liana Davison's gone back and thrown a 62 in America after a big performance over in the States and also at the Maury Plant meet. So she's setting the scene at the minute for those to catch.
So 50 metres is the automatic qualification here, and it looks like
Kenzie will be over that, I would imagine.
Yeah,
What's she done?
58.53.
Okay, so that's a good throw. 58.53. That's a good throw.
Yeah, that's just 59.77's her season's best, so that puts her right up already. She threw 59.77 at that Sydney Track Classic. So you can see on the screen there's the red line across the infield. That's the automatic qualification mark. That one's just going to fall a little short, but it's still early stages of the women's javelin throw qualification. Mackenzie Little, well, the star has got off to an absolute blinder. She will be looking to win her 4th title in the javelin. Bruce, it's great to have your company up here. An exciting moment is not too far away. We have the heats of the under 20 100 metres. Olivia Dodd from Western Australia in the women's, Gout Gout in the men's, plus plenty more athletes set to set the track alight. We'll be back right after the break.
need to raise the bar.
Then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
Welcome back. What a scene it is, Bruce, as we look down the main straight here at the WA Athletics Stadium. A beautiful afternoon, around about 25 degrees, 26 just ticking over, so it's still warm. And the wind, we've just had a look at a sneak early glimpse at some of the winds, around 1.5, 1.6.
So big fields here. So 3 heats of the women's under 2100 metres. The first 2 automatically go through, and then 2 after that to go through to the final in a couple of hours' time. So Olivia Dodds is the outstanding runner here. She's an international runner already at the junior level. You must know her well here, Trav. I mean, Western Australian Sprinting has just had an incredible week with 3 young women in particular that have sort of rewritten the record books, haven't they?
It's been amazing. Olivia Dodds, Amelia Reid, and now Leah O'Brien. I'm very privileged that I get to enjoy them week in, week out down here at our local interclub competitions. But for Olivia Dodds, that 11:43, that personal, that's very recent. She's been able to run that here in a local interclub competition in WA. She was the previous state record holder over the 100 metres until Leah O'Brien came along on Tuesday and blew everyone out of the water. But she's ready for this moment. She competed in the under-20s last year, Olivia Dodds. She was just out of the medals in the 100. She fought back nicely to win a medal in the 200. But for her to come back here, she's in the right age group. She'll be very, very confident. Under coach Lynn Foreman, she would have been set for today.
Oh, Lynn's such a great name, isn't she? And her late husband, Wally, did so much for sport here in WA. Emily Burge, 3 from the left. So her grandmother, Di Burge, a triple gold medalist in the 100, 200 and 4x100 in Kingston, Jamaica at the Commonwealth Games in 1966. And Di passed away recently, but she was a legend of South Australian running. She's 3 from the left. Runs a lot on the pro circuit in South Australia. And you just wonder what those times this week, that 11.14 particularly, have done to people like Olivia and also to people like Brie Masters or Brie Rizzo and also for Tori Lewis. We're going to find out all of that shortly. So the favourite here in the first of the heats goes from the inside lane, and she got a good start, didn't she? Hanlon's away pretty strongly, 2 from the right. McCluskey out quickly, but Dodds, surely this is going to be quick. The tailwind hopefully is right behind her, and it's a good fast run. It's around about 11.60, and the first thing you sort of look for now are the wind readings. So her PB's at 11.43. That's a good run.
1.8, the wind, a nice tail here. Conditions absolutely perfect in the west. And the WA star, Olivia Dodds, has arrived and has started her campaign in fine fashion. She was the WA state record holder until Leah O'Brien came along, and 4th last year in this event. And she has absolutely arrived back on her home state. She'll be feeling confident with that run, Bruce. She was away well, wasn't she?
No, she put a back gap in them, as you say, Trav. She pushed. There's no reason not to push. I mean, I know the final's in a couple of hours, but you want a fast time. And she did a dip as well. So I've just sort of arrived. So at the times coming down or going up from the little board. So 11.60, what are the official results there for Olivia? So we'll get those in just a moment. So I noticed when we were here for the big meet in earlier on March the 1st, so 11.57, so they're coming down, so 11.57, that's a good run. Second, Michaela Webb, that's a personal best of 11.88, and Emily Burge, also a PB at 12.01, so personal best behind Olivia there, so, and there is confirmation of what we've been saying.
Yeah, for Olivia Dodds, 11.57, that's a nice hitter. That's in her top 2 or 3 fastest ever times, and she really did leave nothing on the track. She wanted to perform well. She set herself here for a big medal. She'll be inspired by the efforts of Leah O'Brien, who she has had so many great battles with over the last few years in the junior ranks. But Olivia Dodds and for Michaela Webb from Queensland, they've got the big Q next to their name as we look forward to heat number 2 coming up next.
There's the official photo finisher. You can see the gaps, but remember, personal best behind Olivia, so that just shows you the quality. So What do you think, Trevor? In her top 3 or 4 times ever, do you think, for Olivia? So that's a good run.
It is a good run. And I really like that she worked all the way to the line. And for me, when she is getting out well and starting well, I know she's on and switched on for a big performance.
Well, Bill Phillips, one we look at here, so her personal best, 11.38. The season's best is the same. So that happened during the week in that incredible final, didn't it, with Leah O'Brien. So there was some great running behind her, and you talked about that earlier with John behind Gout in that 200 metres. So Bell's definitely the favourite here. And you talk about fast starters. She's got a beautiful start, hasn't she?
Absolutely, Bruce. All week, it was just a real highlight. 200 metres, 100 metres, heat final. She was always the first one away. She is just absolutely lightning out of the blocks. It's almost like she hears the gun before everybody else.
Such a diminutive figure. Look at her. So she's 3 from the right, so not tall. And I can say that honestly because neither am I. But she'll get a good start. Next to her, Charlotte Goldsmith. So New Zealander here with an 11.83 personal best. So she's one I think we should keep an eye on. So Vine, Goldsmith, Philp, Scott Jones, Corp, Krebs, Gibbon, Clogg and Leone. That's going from right to left. Watch 3 from the right here. Away, and she got a good start, didn't she? She's clearly in front of Goldsmith and Vine early. Krebs has got away pretty well. Is Philp going to be as fast as she was early in the week? Is she going to be as fast as Dodds here? It's a very good run. It's 11.55. It'll probably come down if we're consistent with what happened earlier on. So she came into this week and smashed her personal best at 11.38, and that comes down to 11.51. So we are seeing some high quality running here in the heats of the under-20s.
Absolutely sensational once again from Philp. The wind 1.3, so the wind is doing its part this afternoon. It's getting exciting with just how impressive Philp, just her traditional fast start was on show for us all to see once again. She was able just to remain composed over that last 30 metres. She was well clear, and she will go into the final as one of the favourites. She was 5th in this event last year behind Dodds, who finished 4th. So once again, she gets an opportunity at the under-20 level, and now she's in the right age group. The scene is set for her to push up into the medals in 2025. So 11.51 for her. Goldsmith has finished in second, 11.87, and Gibbons and Vine sit in the hot seat with the little cues next to their name, both under 12 seconds, which is fast running for under 20 age group.
Pavlovich here in the javelin. So we saw Mackenzie Little with a 58 plus, so going through. The qualifying is 50 metres, and that one's just a little shy, Travis.
Kelsey Lee Barber's gone through too. She has thrown 55.10 in her opening throw, and Roberts and Mia Gordon, she has 49.16 to her name so far. So Barber and Little are through.
So here's the results. 11.51. Probably her second or third fastest time ever. 11.87 for Goldsmith. Gibbons, a personal best, the other Kiwi, at 11.94. Lily Vine of Queensland, 11.97. And then Krebs, Leone, Clogg, Scott Jones and Lily Corp. So good running. And there again, so no dip there, Trav. So a little difference between Dodds and Philp. No dip for Tubal. Her start is such a weapon. It puts everybody under pressure. So we've seen high quality heats here in the 11.5s, both the first and second heats. So here's the start list for heat number 3. And the keys here probably, I guess, Samantha. Well, the New Zealanders are interesting. Samantha Lathwood, Holly Ray of New South Wales, and Evelyn. John Jimmy, I was going to ask you that because I'm not familiar with Evelyn.
So Evelyn, she's really announced herself this season, Bruce. She's been traditionally more in the long jump, but has switched over to running a lot more 100 metres, and she's been winning the state championships over here in WA. Aisha Shave, one of our youngsters who performed beautifully during the week in the junior competition, has stayed back to compete here, which in the field there are quite a few of the underage competitors who have decided to contest the under-20s, which is fantastic.
Hard to pick a favourite here, isn't it?
Probably the most open of the heats, Bruce.
I would think so. So John Jimmy is on the left, Lathwood of New Zealand on the right. She's got a good start, Lathwood. Clearly in front, I thought, early. John Jimmy's a little behind Ray at the moment. Going well, Smith up in the middle as well. But it looks like Lathwood just in front. It's going to get very tight. Out wide. Was that McGuinness or Ray? It might have been Ray out wide. Very, very close. And the big finish by the New South Welsh woman in Holly Ray has got the job done. A little slower than the first 2 heats. And that's no surprise because Olivia and Tubal have got such a CV behind them already, but Samantha Lathwood certainly led her. She's got a great start, so she's on the right of screen. And watch for Holly Ray out wide, second from the left late with a big run at the end.
Yeah, she really just held her composure from New South Wales. You can see that it's flashing, yes. She was able to bring also John Jimmy into it as well. So those two out in the outside lanes, Holly Ray, 11.78, has gone through. Evelyn John Jimmy, the West Australian, has also secured an automatic qualification, 11.84. So they really did come through in that later stage there, Bruce, and were able to sort of almost help each other get into that top two as they finish. Lathwood, the New Zealander, she will finish third, but she's got the little Q next to her name, so I think she'll get one more chance at the final.
And we'll see that final in a couple of hours' time. So on what we've seen, you would think it's a battle between Dodds and Philp. Philp is probably going to be in front early. Dodds will be oh so strong. So the scene is set now for the men's under 2100 metres, and Gout Gout is in the opening heat.
Welcome back to the WA Athletics Stadium live pictures from Perth. And look at that crowd. It is building beautifully in anticipation for a young man who is developing before our eyes. Gout, he'll be next up on the track.
So here's the result from the third of the heats for the women's under 20. Holly Ray over Evelyn John Jimmy, Samantha Lathwood. So season's best for the first couple. Not far outside Holly's personal best of 11.73. She had the flying finish there, but the fastest of the qualifiers, Tubal Philp at 11.51, Olivia Dodds at 11.57. So, Travis, you can see there's a gap, isn't there, between Philp and Dodds. And Dodds, I talked about Philp getting an advantage early. Dodds also got a great start, so you feel like they're going to assert themselves in the first 20 metres of the race and have a battle royale.
The only difference I can really see, Bruce, is freshness. Dodds is coming in to her first event of the week. This is her first competition. For Philp, she's been at the juniors. She's got 100 in her legs. She's got a couple of 200 metres as well. That's probably the only thing I can see that separates the two. It's going to be a great race.
Time now for the men, and we mentioned the Gout Gouts in the opening heat of the under-20s here. 100 metres, so Riley Howard alongside of him, and then Andrew Vessenzinger and Heath Smallercombe, Brody Folkes, Benjamin Kelly, Tobias Drummond Templeton, and Jacob Vogel and Ryan Knight. 10.17, and that came late last year in that incredible weekend. You ran 10.04 in the heat there, but it was wind assisted.
It's been a big week for Gout. He's been here all week, Bruce. He's done a bit of autograph signing with the kids. He cut that off quickly because he wanted to come back and watch his friends and training partners compete. He's just so humble. You've got to know him really well over the last few weeks, but he's just giving back and he's humble. I told a story earlier of him doing a block start with a 13-year-old over at the warm-up track on Tuesday. He almost fell out of his blocks and couldn't believe it. The Gout wanted to start with him. So he's very humble. He's just still learning the caper. He learned a lot, didn't he, at the Maury Plant meet with that 200 metres, I think.
For sure. It was a real learning curve. You could feel the anticipation and the nervousness, couldn't you, from all of us, and particularly from him. So there's no question about that. So his approach will be fascinating here. So how hard does he run? How hard does he run in this heat? Does he want to really have a crack at his own under-18 Australian 10.17 record? Does he have a crack at that in the heat, or does he save himself for the final? Personally, I think you have a crack, Travis, because the conditions are good. We've seen fast running from the women. Gout's a very intelligent athlete. He'll know that Dodds and Philp have run well. He will know that if he gets out of the blocks well, he doesn't need to waste this. Every run is important, and I think he'll have a go. I think he'll run. I think he'll run something quick here.
The conditions are perfect. The scene is set for the young star to show us all what he's capable of. We're so lucky in Australia. Let's enjoy this moment.
So just 17 years of age, and the whole nation is enjoying this adventure that we're going on, and who knows where it might end up. And this is another small step. We knew a long time ago, James Templeton and Di Shepherd had said that Gout will come to the Nationals. He'll run the 100 metres in the under-20s, and he'll run the open 200 metres. So they stick to their guns. They put that plan out. Queensland Championships, Maury Plant, Perth, National Championships, and then the Stall gift. So 2 from the right here. And what about the other youngsters that are in there with him as well? I mean, they're feeling like, okay, I've got to concentrate. I've got to do my absolute best, but I know I'm rubbing shoulders with somebody who's captured the attention of not just athletics fans in Australia and sports fans in Australia and those that don't even follow sport but know the name, but all around the world. You can bet your bottom dollar. If Gout does something here in the next couple of hours, that's really quick, and the whole athletics world is going to know all about it. So the national record at 10.15. His under 18 record at 10.17. What's he got for us here? Goes through the ritual, the routine, everything the same. The first time we see him at the Nationals in Perth in 2025. Away, got a pretty good start, Gout. Quickly picks up Howard behind him, and then out wide at Kelly. How quick will he be? He's stretching away now. Isn't he beautiful to watch? He did switch off. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Have a look at this. Is it legal? The wind reading we're about to get. He switched off, did not tip, and he has run something extraordinary. This can come down. This could come down. It's wind affected at 9.99. It's 3.5 behind him. Extraordinary. Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to ask Dave Colbert, who's alongside of us at the moment. Dave, I thought in the end that he was perhaps thinking, no, I'm going to save something for a couple of hours' time.
Very rare, Bruce, that I say I have no words. Very rare that I say I have no words. I have no words to describe what we've seen there. He shut it down with at least 20 to go, maybe 30, when we look at the replay. He gets up and running. It wasn't his best start, but it was a good start. A 3.5 metre tailwind is a big tailwind. But if he goes flat out to the line there, he runs 9.8 high.
I think so.
Is that an exaggeration?
So here's the start you talked about, Dave.
Well, so he's flat out here, but he's not absolutely gassing himself. He switched off. He switched off there, and he's a long way out. That might even be 35 to 40 metres.
Have a look at that knee lift, that stride length and the way, an absolute relaxation. Straight as a die, no dip at all, and he has produced something that is just for the ages. And we've been unlucky with that wind because the winds today have generally been around about that 1 to 2 metre mark, and we've been a little bit unlucky. Dave, you're not going to go anywhere. Travis is coming back on. We are sitting on the edge of our seat, so have a look at that, 9.99. It is wind assisted, and as Dave said, that's a pretty solid wind behind you. But I'll just check those other results too. But have a look at the adulation for the young man. So here we go. So got the good start. Starts to assert himself here. He can relax. He knows that he's in no danger. He knew that before the start. And then completely switches off. Shoulders relax, looks around, and then does a bit of a bolt run through like he did in Rio at the end of that incredible career of his. And he runs 9.99 wind assisted. So 19.98 up in Queensland, windy. 9.99 here, windy. Now, in the next couple of hours, there's a better than 50% chance that the wind reading will be legal.
It's unusual to see where that wind came from, Bruce. It's been under 2 really consistently all afternoon. Maybe it was because Gout was running so fast. He just added a couple of extra metres per second to the wind gauge because it's been unusual that it's a 3.5, but 9.99, that 10.04 windy that he has run as well, he's running faster than ever.
So Benjamin Kelly gets through with 10.49 from New South Wales. His smaller come of Queensland runs 10.53, and Riley Howard of Tasmania 10.55. Gout 9.99 seconds. Josiah John here. All eyes on him. Gout's a hard act to follow. You know John oh so well. He's followed Gout before, hasn't he?
Absolutely, Bruce. Josiah John, he has been earmarked to be in that next group of really talented sprinters. He's got a beautiful high knee lift. His hips are extraordinarily high when he runs. He has a great plant of his feet. He really has been a sensational runner here in WA. He broke Sasha Zoya's 200-metre record in that famous race with Gout. But he's run 10.40 really recently. He didn't compete here last year, Bruce. He had a bit of a niggle in the hamstring. He's come back better than ever. 3 from the left.
So there he is, the favourite here. And the second favourite going into the under 20 100 metres. If you have just switched on, Gout ran 9.99 a couple of minutes ago. And the reverberation of that time will be rocking around the world of athletics. It was wind assisted, yes. It was extraordinary to watch. So Ronto Vukic, Jabeur, probably one to watch in lane 3 here. Roach next to him. But John 3 from the left starts the favourite. Has he got something a bit special here? Second of the heats. Ooh, so Vukic, I think, might be the one there. Jackson Vukic, he just puts his hands up, so it looked a clear out of the blocks before everybody else. I think I'm right in saying it's Vukic. Just check that. So that's, yes, that is the case. So that's awful luck for Jackson. So no disputes there. So is John better at 100 or better at 200, you reckon? I could ask you the same about Gout. I could ask anyone the same, and you'd say 200, but from what we just saw there, there's not much in it. What, is John better at 100 or 2?
He's better at the 100.
Okay.
He's top-end speed. He doesn't hold it quite as long as he would like in the 200. So the 100 is definitely where he would have his focus.
So second attempt here, repeating the news that Gout has won the first heat in 9.99. Wind assisted, yes, but it takes nothing from the beauty of the performance. Clean start. Gee, got out well, John, didn't he? From the left, Jabeur going well too from the right, but John's a clear leader up to halfway. Jabeur's having a good run. He's sticking right with him. Oh, not much in it. They've hit it together. John's just one from Jabeur. It's fast running. The problem they've got, they've just followed somebody who's run 9.99, but it's still a very, very good run in the 10.4s.
And Bruce, the wind on this occasion, 0.7.
Well, Jabeur's got to be happy about that because that's going to be a big personal best for him. So, oh boy, we might have to get get something happening in the final to make sure that we don't have an excessive breeze. He's good, John. He got out so well. I thought the Victorian was very impressive, though, over on the right there. He stayed with him all the way. John looks comfortable. There's no question about that. He had a little bit up his sleeve, but the Victorian's given him the big stare and said, well, I'm right with you. And he's going to get a personal best out of this.
Absolutely. He's brought his A game, the Victorian, no doubt about that. But for John, that'll be a good confidence booster. The West Australian champ, and he's been so impressive all year. Lowering his best to 10.40. He's won here in 10.44. Josiah John, 10.46 for James Gilbert, 10.86 for Tom Griffiths. We'll have to wait and see. It's an equal PB for the South Australian for Josiah John, 10.44. It's the second fastest time he's ever run legally, so he's in good shape. He definitely had some room to move there, Bruce, so I think he will come back in the final with a bit more in the tank. And Bruce, our mind just starts to wander towards that Australian national record, doesn't it, in the 100 metres? Just when you see that performance of Gout, it's not out of the question tonight if something special could really happen.
Well, 10 seconds is the barrier that everyone's looking at. So there's John, 10.44, personal best for Gilbert, 10.46. Griffiths at 10.86, a personal best. Personal best for Roach at 10.89. Goodman, 10.90. It's the most beautiful place for sprinters in Australia. Canberra as well. So 6.47 tonight, the final for Gout Gout. That's 8.47 in the eastern states, 8.17 back in South Australia. So that's the time to put the alarm on a minute before. Don't be late because it won't take long. It will not take long. So I'm going to just repeat those times. If you're in Perth, it's 6.47 on 7+. Eastern states, 8.47. And in South Australia at 8.17. And the Northern Territory as well, and Tasmania, I'm not forgetting. They're the eastern states, but Northern Territory was South Australia. So no dilate saving makes life a lot easier when we're doing those sorts of things. And here's the lineup for heat number 3. John Cassiano, you can add him in lane number 10. So John has been added. You've seen a bit of him during the week. We've seen a lot of him. We know that he's Gout's training partner, but in his own right, he's one heck of an athlete. He won the under-18 200 this week, and the young South Australian, I think, beat him in the 100 in what was a very fast, windy race.
Absolutely, yeah. Silver in that 100 in the under-18 final. Cassiano was 5th in this event last year. The under-20, he will be closest to the stands. There he is, next to Kai Gale, West Australian silver medalist behind John.
I don't think I'm giving too much away. About an hour ago, he came up and spoke to Peter Hamilton and said, I've forgot to check in. He said, you're right, off you go. So down he goes, and he's in the field. Isn't it? That's really good administration. I think that's the way you do it, but all good. So I hope no one's listening that doesn't like that, because it's the way to go. So he's probably the favourite here, I guess, Trevor. So Noom, the New Zealanders one to watch here. He's right in the middle. He's run 10.56. Cassiano on the left of screen. He's had a big week. And he's just seen Gout run so well. He got a good start, Jonathan, didn't he? Noom coming through pretty strongly, and so's Cabengel in the middle. Cassiano will be pretty strong late. Cabengel in front, though. Cassiano probably gets through for second. And that's slightly slower than what we saw in the previous heat, and a whole lot slower, of course, than what we saw in the opening heat tonight, which was quite the sensation. So Cabengel, they're going through from Victoria. Hugh, he's got a personal best of 10.65. So if that wind reading's all right, then he's going to be with a personal best. So we've had some fantastic running, dominated by one outrageous performance.
And once again, 1.7 the win. Cassiano, he had a bit of work to do late in the race to secure that second automatic qualification, but he did enough. For Hugh Cabengel, he qualifies with a 10.53, which will be right up for medal contention, you would think, which is good news for the Victorian. It's been fast and it's been furious, this under 20 100 metre running.
Trev, we're just going to get Dave involved for a minute. Dave, I think there's been some pretty big news. We've had a world record earlier today, didn't we, in the 1500 metres in the T38? And now I think have we got another world record here today?
We do, from Vanessa Lowe, who's broken her own world record in the women's para long jump. Her classification, so 5.71 plus 1.3. Where did that 3.5 come from? That's the question I've got for the Fremantle doctor, who came in, swooped in for most inopportune time, I have to say. But for Vanessa, that is tremendous news. Of course, double Paralympic gold medalist in the women's long jump, and has broken her own world record, 5.70. She can jump a lot further than that, and has done when it hasn't been a ratified performance. So she's a 5.80 athlete. So
yeah, that win did come from nowhere. I mean, the last hours it's been somewhere between 1 and 2, Dave. So we're at 3.5. It's going to be really interesting now, just how excited Gout must feel about the potential. Travis mentioned what he might do in the final. The Australian record's 9.93, stood for over 20 years. Only one man, Patrick Johnson, that Australian record holder, has broken 10. That's coming up, and it's not that far away. We've got so much to look forward to here. Welcome back. It's that beautiful time of days, and we're not too far away from sunset. Mitch, we're going to go down to you, Miss Dye. Oh boy, what about Gout? That got us all going, didn't it?
Oh, brilliant. Sorry, I was just working it out down here. Yeah, just sensational, obviously, what we just saw from Gout. I mean, third man in Australian history to go under 10, but we've got more history out here. We can see our women's para long jump, Vanessa Lowe, the two-time Olympic gold medalist. In fact, back-to-back Paralympic gold medalist. She's just improved upon her own world record. So this is only round number 1. These women have plenty of jumping left. We can actually see Vanessa, she's in the red. She'll be just about to come down the runway shortly, but we have a lot of talent out here. Talia Blacksmith, the youngster from New South Wales, she was at those Paralympics last year. Sarah Walsh as well is now a 3-time Paralympian. So this is a high quality field here, but for Vanessa Lowe, she sets out with a new world record, a new personal best. You probably couldn't start the competition any better than that. So I'll keep you updated. I'll let you know if that keeps on improving. But from Gout to this, it's pretty impressive 30 minutes of athletics.
Great stuff. Thanks for that, Mitch. You're going to be front and centre and those finals come up and everything else. So there's our world record holder. What a career. What an outstanding competitor over such a long period of time. Become an icon, hasn't she, of Paralympics and World Championships. Vanessa Lowe. So conditions are good today. They're really good. It will cool down. I talked about that sun setting, but the heat will remain in the track. So it should still be a fast track. So here come the 800 metre men, under 20. So we've got 4 heats here, Travis.
First to go through, so qualification will be pretty tough. It will mean some pretty fast running. You would think next 4 fastest will qualify non-automatically. Bob Abdillaram, he grew up in WA. He was able to move through the junior ranks here before moving over to Victoria, where he's continued on his good form. His development's been excellent. Bob Abdillaram promised so much as a junior. Now just seems to be starting to take that next step. Now is his opportunity.
Peyton Craig, of course, could, he was the star junior, wasn't he, last year, and he'll run in the seniors, of course, but we've got some emerging talent here. So a lot of personal bests around about that 150, 151. Dillaram's personal best inside 149. So let's see how they set it up here and how quick they go out. It's cutthroat, as Travis said. It's first over the line, automatically qualifies for the final, and then you take your chances. Here we go.
A PB will be required to make it through to this final. It's going to be very tough. First to go through, Jamie Dean, Mackay Lane, George Holmes, Willa Callaghan, Bob Abdillaram, probably one of the favourites here. He wears the hip number 5 and he started nicely. He'll just move with ease at the crossover and into the front. Isaac Brooks from New South Wales, Chippendale, Fox and Day.
So they're through that first 200 and he's put himself in the right spot. So just the winner to go through. So Chippendale, Toby sits on his outside from Queensland and they're setting a pretty good tempo, you would think, at the moment. He's a good mover. So Bob looks really relaxed. So the split will come up. Brooks in 3rd place and then Fox. So at the moment it's Victoria leading from Queensland, New South Wales and Tasmania. And this first split about to come through.
This is where we see Bob Abdillaram get to work. He hears the belt. He's able just to put that foot down on the gas. He's running really nicely. The challenge is starting to come. Chippendale, the Queenslander, is right up in contention. And West Australian Jamie Dean is back in about 5th at the moment. Brooks from New South Wales 3rd, and then Fox, the Tasmanian, just trying to stay in contact. But Abdillaram with 200 metres to run. He'll be looking to go through as the automatic qualifier. He won't have it all his own way. Chippendale just starts to gather up a little bit of speed up onto the heels. But Abdillaram, this turn of speed that we've seen so often here in WA, he's come back to his home track where he grew up. He's absolutely flying and enjoying the opportunity to run. He has a little look over the right shoulder. He's got a little bit of a space. But Bob Abdillaram, he just eases down, trying to come into the automatic qualification. Bob Abdillaram, he's through to the final. Chippendale has finished in 2nd, ahead of Isaac Brooks of New South Wales. Jamie Dean has flashed home for 4th, just ahead of Callaghan and Mackay Lane. But when the pace needed to go on, Bruce, Bob Abdullah could deliver.
He really controlled it, didn't he? He looked fantastic. He went to the front. He set 54 sort of first lap. He had it just where he wanted it, and then from about the 200 to the 50 metres, I guess for about 150, he absolutely took off and then strode away. So back into the long jump pit here. Seen a world record today for Vanessa Lowe.
This is the para long jump final. We are currently into our second round of competitors. Young Queenslander enjoying the sun. Here's Sharp, Caitlin Sharp, best so far today of 4 metres 62. She competes in the T20 classification, or the F20 for the field. Been for athletes with an intellectual disability, the T20, F20 classification. Vanessa Lowe, that mighty jump of 5.71. She had a 1.3 behind her too.
So here's the result from the 800 metres. Abdullah impressive, 1:49.28. He's got a personal best in him in the final. Chippendale gets a personal best, so that's a big breakthrough. He's taken 3.5 seconds off his personal best there. Brooks a personal best. So as we go back to Sharp here in the long jump.
So she has improved a lot this season. She's improved her personal best and is able to get a white flag here, which is a good effort. Round 2 action continues in the long jump as we head back to the track now for heat number 2 of the men's under 20 800 metres.
Try and get that result from Sharp if we can, and to get that distance for her in that long jump final. So here's the start list: Kemp, South Australia; Palmer, Tasmania; Cross, WA; Wild Boar, New Zealand; Forster, Victoria; Gout Gout of Victoria; Catich, Victoria; Tomasu, New South Wales; and Miller of Queensland. So you look at those personal bests, and just the one athlete inside 150, but 150 is sort of the benchmark, isn't it? We saw a similar run in that first of the heat. So the distance there for Caitlin Sharp was 4.74 metres. Off they go. Second heat of the 800 under 20s for men.
So first we'll book your place into the final from the inside. The South Australian Thomas Kemp has started with plenty of pace at the green bottles. They'll just wander over into lane 1, and the running from outside, Will Kadikov of Victoria, he's taken up the running. They've been really impressive, the Victorians, across the week in the junior championships, and we just saw Bob Abdullah take out heat 1, and once again it's a Victorian back on to the front. He leads the way. He's got Charlie Miller right there, and Asher Tomasu as well, and also Forrester.
Yes, he's made a good run up, Tom, hasn't he? So Victoria to the fore here, in first and third spot at the moment. So Will Caddy, he was determined to get that front running. He did. Now in the first heat, Bob went through in about 54 seconds. This is quicker, and he's taken off here. So Caddy's just taken off here. This is a really interesting move, and he takes him into the back straight with a lead of about 3 or 4 metres.
So he heard the bell and absolutely accelerated beautifully. Making a move through now is Tom Forster to make it Victoria 1-2, and he's continuing on that run. He's not going to slow down. Ed Gowardi also just moving up into contention, but Forster, 3 Victorians, stride for stride. It's Forster leading the way. He's going to try and hold out Ed Gowardi from Victoria as well, as we saw in the previous heat. At this point here, Bob Abdullah took off, and so too is Tom Forster. He's accelerating nicely. He's got his eye on the prize of a big national final here in Perth, and he continues to accelerate away. This is impressive front running. He made his move and went for home at the 300, and he's accelerating away. He books his place into the final. It's Forster through. Tight second is Egdawadi, closely followed by Caddick, and flashing home too was Kemp and also Miller.
So that time around about 150.43. In fact, it looks like it's going to come down to strong run. He went the long run from home from about the 350. It was interesting that Kadich took off at the bell. Obviously, there's Kadich. So he hung on pretty well, Kadich. Egawadi got past him. Kemp finished strongly from South Australia, but they were a long, long way back. But you just felt like looking at those two heats, similar time to finish, a little bit slow that heat, but Abderrani looked much more comfortable, didn't he? He looked like he had another gear to go to. Forster can find something, no question about that, but the effort seemed to be more extreme in the second heat.
Absolutely. I think Forster just getting that prime position. We've seen all week during the juniors, if you get that prime position at the 200, that position at the 200 on the inside. Here we go, though. Long jump action continues. Here's Lowe. Great opportunity to see her in action here. What an afternoon she has had already. She will have the tunes pumping her up, and also Dave.
So the best 571 and a foul. To put it into context, she won in Paris, wet conditions in the track there that day as it was in Tokyo, but 5:45 she broke the world record. Been searching visually for that big leap that she did that wasn't ratified, but this is in a rarefied position for Vanessa Lowe, who charges in, and I love that position that she gets on the takeoff. Of course, the double leg amputee, train accident as a teenager, now a mother. Scotty Reardon, himself a Paralympic gold medalist in the 100 metres. But I love the technique that she employs, which is basically just throw yourself into the sand and not worry about your personal safety. You can see that she's able to maximise the bounce and then throws herself into the dirt. 495. So that 571 has added a significant amount to her world record. So we check out those results in the under 20 800.
So once again, first across the line will guarantee your spot.
Look at all the PBs here, Trevor. So personal bests, second, third, fourth and fifth placing there. So we get to heat number 3. So we said it's cutthroat. Winner over the line, and away they go.
Josh O'Connell of New South Wales, he wears hip number 7. He starts his campaign over 800 metres. He was 4th in the under 18 event last year as he makes his way into the under 20 rankings. So at the cut through, it is going to be the New South Welshman, Evan Dransfield, leading the way. The South Australian, Tyler Gridley, has started well. And just pressing forward now is Josh O'Connell for New South Wales. He's been in good form over in New South Wales, and he's just starting to keep along nicely. Also wearing hip 9, James Trathan from New Zealand has started. But like we've seen previously, Bruce, the leaders have always finished off really well.
Yeah, it's been a good spot to be. Hasn't Forster took the lead with 300 to go. Bob led all the way in the opening heat. This one looks a little bit slower than what we've seen so far. So it's around about that 55.5 seconds. So Dransfield leads them into the back straight. So he looks reasonably comfortable. He's got about a half a metre lead with 300 metres to go. Slight headwind down the back.
Eden Catini, the Queenslander, also puts himself up into calculations there in third. Pressing forward nicely is Joe Martin, the second of the New Zealand. He's got a lovely long stride, and he's just going to move around the outside of Trathan and also Dransfield. So it's a strong move from the New Zealander. He just opened up the acceleration and got to the front at the 200, and it's proving to be nice at the moment. Joe Martin leads the way, battling on strongly. The South Australian, Tyler Gridley. But Martin, he's made his move and he's opened up a clear lead. He'll head for home with a gap of about 7 or 8 metres. The South Australian trying to come out after him, but this is an impressive finish. Joe Martin, the New Zealander, he just took off like lightning, and he'll get the nomination for the final. Tight for second. Josh O'Connell has finished in second, just ahead of Gridley and Dransfield, our early leader, back in about 4th. But it was an impressive turn of pace, wasn't it, Bruce?
It absolutely was. He put them away quickly, didn't he? Went from 3rd to 1st, and then a gap. And it all happened in about 150 metres, and then he was able to hang on strongly. So these times are all a bit similar, but the first heat certainly shines at the moment. I thought O'Connell was good. He timed it well. Gridley showed a lot of courage, the South Australian. He was the first chaser after Martin, and then O'Connell was able to get over the top of him and finish in second place. So a fair way away, though. About 10 metres away, so a clear-cut win to the New Zealander there. But unless we see something out of the ordinary in the next heat, we're going to be hard to beat, I think, in the final, what we saw in heat number 1 as we come back to the long jump here.
So we are into the third round. Jamie Howe next to go.
Currently in second spot, 5:55. Again, it's those beautiful conditions. Fantastic for long jumping when you know it's consistent in and around the, you know, you'd like it to be the 1.8, 1.9, but so long as it's consistent and it is over the 1 metre mark. We've had a couple of little ones, but not many as we look at those results from Heat 3 of the men's 800.
Josh O'Connell, fourth last year. He'll be one of the favourites for the final. Joe Martin, the automatic qualifier with an impressive dash of speed we just were able to see. So fourth heat of the 800 metres.
Taylor Goodwin may be one to watch here, along with Cooper Whiteman. So the Kiwis well represented. Goodwin from Queensland in that inside lane, lane 2 here. And Cooper Whiteman next to him. Jade Kitching of New South Wales in lane 6. So they're about to go here. The fourth and final heat, under 20, 800 metres.
So Goodwin, the Queenslander, will run from lane 2, the silver medalist from the national championships last year. He started pretty well. The New South Welshman in Jasper Scamps Magro has also got away really nicely, and just starting to come across too is the second of the Queensland, Angus McKenna. But the speed on the inside has just quickened up a little bit. Jasper Scamps Magro, he wasn't happy to be pushed back, and he was able just to accelerate nicely, and he'll take up the running early.
He does, and they've worked hard here, the New South Welshman. So Maloney's moved up quickly to be in third place as well. So a lot of moves there. So far, it's been the right place basically to be. That said, Martin did sit in third and fourth place before he made his decisive and winning move in the previous heat. So they've been going through in around about 54, 55 seconds, and this one's going to be something similar. They're around about that 55.5 second mark.
So Scamps Magro, he'll be first to turn for home. Brodie Burboom from Queensland just starts to get moving. He wants to be part of the picture. Don't forget about me, he says, and he slots nicely into second. And then the next of the Queenslanders as well is just starting to push the pace. That's going to be Taylor Goodwin. So really nice running from Goodwin here. He's setting the race up. He'll take his Queenslander compatriot with him. And Scamps Magro will now just try and stick tough. When he finds something else, the New South Welshman. But a big pick up here, Taylor Goodwin. He's moved to the front nicely, coming out after him. There's the New South Welshman. He just seems to be getting a bit of a run on here from New South Wales. But Goodwin, he'll turn for home. And like we've seen previously, if you start at the top of the straight in front, you're going to continue to run well. And this is a nice move from the Queenslander, Taylor Goodwin. He charges down this straight. He looks right. He's got plenty of room to move. He books his place into the final. Taylor Goodwin is through. Impressive running. Jasper Scamps Magro has finished second, just ahead of Angus McKenna of Queensland. Ben Maloney has finished in fourth. That time, 1:52.12. It'll be more of the slower of the heats there, Bruce, but still, he's into the final. 1:52.12 for Taylor Goodwin.
And tactically, he did everything right, didn't he? He was spot on. He waited until he made his move, which was at about the 250, and it was the decisive one as well. So we've seen the 4 heats of the under 20 800 metres. There's a lot going on here, but there's one thing in particular that we're building towards, and they are the finals of the under 20 100 metres, men and women. And if you don't know, Gout ran 9.99 in the heat. It was wind assisted. Can't wait for that final.
Welcome back. It is the golden hour here in Perth, beautiful Western Australia, hosting the 2025 Australian Open and Under 20 Athletics Championships. If you have just joined us, a very warm West Australian welcome to you. We are now into the heats of the Under 20 women's 800 metres, and Emma Freiger has moved straight to the front. Just a youngster in the field. She was competing at the recent junior championships in the under 17 age group, where she won 2 golds in the 8 and the 15. She ran a 2:04 in the 800 metres, and that'll put her right up in the calculations here as well for the under 20 event. Great to see so many juniors sticking back for the under 20. And Emma Freiger, she really has been one of the informed competitors in the junior ranks, and she leads the way nicely from Abby Helen O'Boyle, who's in second. So qualification here is first 2 across the line. Then you see the battle for third is Lucy Delbridge, and then running through nicely is Sophie Marshall, the Tasmanian. So the youngster Emma Freiger, who's been just so impressive all week here in Perth, dual gold medalists. She's running up a couple of years to be here, is just really showing great form all week. So 2 golds at the Junior Under 17 Championships, and Emma Freiger will turn for home in front. Top 2 to go through to the final. She really is a star on the rise, this young lady. Put this name into your books because she is one to watch. She books her place for the final, a 2:07.77. O'Boyle will come through. Lucy Delbridge has finished in third, just ahead of Soph Marshall, Suva and Malika McLeod. But our young star, Bruce, Emma Freiger, we were lucky enough to see her do really well during the week in the under 17 junior competition. 2 gold medals in the 8 and 15, and she has booked her place into an under 20 national final as well.
They're both championship records, so she ran 2:04.56 in that final of the under 17s, and then ran a personal best of 4:22.01 to run a championship record in the 1500 as well. So it's been a huge week for her so far, and she's run 2:07 today, which is pretty quick. I mean, for a heat, that's very quick. I thought the runner-up was impressive as well there, but no, she is a star on the rise. There's no question about that, the Queenslander. We're having such a focus on our junior athletes, aren't we, at the moment, that those results, those 14 medals from the World Junior Championships last year. See Vanessa Lowe there, who already tonight has created a sensation with late this afternoon, with a 5:71 world record in the long jump. So what are we? We're about an hour away from those 100 finals. So here are the results of the 800 metres. So Freiger in 2:07.77. O'Boyle, the New Zealander, personal best is 2:08.22. The New Zealanders, Travis, have been pretty impressive, haven't they? And then Lucy Delbridge of Victoria in 2:10.17. A couple of personal bests behind them for Marshall and McNamara, but Freiger, a clear-cut winner of the opening heat.
So 2:11.34 is the hot seat for the non-automatic qualification currently. We are taking the first 2 across the line, then the next 2 fastest. And on our screen now we have heat number 2 of the women's under 20 800 metres. Fleur Cooper running here in lane 5, the silver medalist from the national championships last year in the under 18 age group. She'll have the number 5 on her hip. She comes in with the fastest PB for heat number 2. Here we go, heat 2. And we're away and racing in heat number 2 of the under 20 800 metres, and getting away really quickly, Claudia Mika of New South Wales. She's putting a little bit of early pressure on the field, and extreme outside it is Samantha Lascelles from New Zealand who will take up the running just in front, but the crush is starting to come through. Cassiana Papadoulis from Western Australia sitting about 4th position. She's got into her running quite nicely, and also Fleur Cooper, who we spoke about mid-race, probably one of the favourites here for this event. She's going to move to the front now and take up the running. It's Cooper from New South Wales leading the way early.
she's done it well, Travis, because it was a fast early move and she sat back in fourth place, but quickly got into some running room, so didn't get tied up behind athletes. These are pretty big fields for 800 metres, aren't they? You can see that, and she's got herself just in the right spot at the moment. So they'll get her to go through in about 63 seconds, 64 seconds perhaps for that opening 800, and now she takes up the running.
Just accelerates nicely, Fleur Cooper. She has been really impressive through the junior years, and with her under-18 medal last year, it was really impressive. The Tasmanian has also moved up, Avalon Forbes, wearing hip number 7. She's in about 4th now, and it's got a bit of work to do just to stay in contact with our 3 leaders. The New Zealander, Samantha Leskelis, is now just putting a little bit of pressure on Fleur Cooper, and as we've seen throughout, being in front here at the 200 is just so important to put yourself in that prime position for the run home. And Cooper has held her out. She's been really strong in that bend and is now setting her sights on the finish line. Mika from New South Wales not giving in yet for that top 2 automatic qualification. Cooper looking relaxed, looking calm, but the heat from the New Zealander is right there. Right behind her also is Mika from New South Wales. So tight to the line. These 2 will go through. Cooper is just going to stride it through with the New Zealander. New Zealander perhaps on the line just ahead of Cooper. Back in 3rd place, Mika has finished in. Papadoulis not too far behind. Henkel, Forbes finishing off their 800 metre under 20 heat 2.
Yeah, Lascelles will just get it over Cooper, who was a semi-finalist in Lima last year at the World Junior Championship. So just nutted on the line, but she looked pretty comfortable. So around about 2:09, so it's a second and a half slower than what we saw from Emma earlier today. And Fleur there comfortable. We've seen the New Zealanders have been good, haven't they? I mean, of course they are. They're not going. They're going to send their best here for these championships, and they've had some very good results in these 800 metres and in other events as well. But Cooper certainly one to watch. She went away with that all-conquering team last year to Lima and acquitted herself particularly well.
Yeah, when the pressure was on, Bruce, she really was able to respond quickly, wasn't she? And I think that is a sign that she has a little bit more speed up the sleeve.
So here's Howe in the long jump.
So we're starting to progress through the long jump competition. We're into 4th round attempts, and Howe still sitting in 2nd overall. 5:55, her best.
A couple of fouls too in that. So open with the 5:55 and then 2 fouls. So keen to get the foot on the back of the board, and that one looked pretty tight. No movement from the official. It's normally a good sign. It's a bad sign because the red flag has gone up. You'd think I'd be a better judge, wouldn't you? But anyway.
2-time Commonwealth Games silver medalist, 2-time Olympian, 7-time Olympic broadcaster as well. So the credentials were high in coming into that long jump. The credentials were very high from Dave Colbert. I was just looking through the old results of Dave Colbert last night as I went to sleep. A couple of Nigerians knocked him off.
I tell you what, it would have put you to sleep. Oh boy, oh boy. You'd be in the cupboard. Travis, so heat 3 here, the women's under 800 metres. And Rose Ackland, really interesting here. So she was a gold medalist in that relay team in the under 18, I should say. She won the under 18 400 metres earlier this week. And her personal best is 53.52. So interesting here with Rose. So doubling up in the 4 and the 800. So earlier this week, she ran 54.19 to win that under 18 title. So she's an absolute star. Saw her at the Oceania Championships last year where she had some great results, and no surprise that she's been able to use that 400 metre speed and get up the front here early.
She was so strong over the junior championships, Rose Ackland. We really were able to enjoy and just see her development too. She was really impressive throughout the week, taking that title, and she's backed up here for the under 20, and she has a race on her hands at the moment because Piper Simpson also has plenty of style and speed in the legs. So here we go with the bell. It's Simpson hot on the heels. Ackland just running a little bit wide at the moment. And then the South Australian in Ebert is sitting in third. Then there's a little pack of runners. Caluso is running there with Kira Pilmer of Western Australia. So down the back straight we go. And Rose Ackland leads the way just. Simpson right there. And then the South Australian in Ebert looking to push forward into that top two automatic qualification. So this important part here at the 200. The leader has often got the win. Let's see what Ackland can do here. She just extends her stride now, accelerates, puts a little bit of space with her and Simpson. She's still running out wide in that lane one, but it's not bothering her too much. She now accelerates and looks over her shoulder. She sees Simpson right there, ready to press forward in the run home to the finish line. This is to go through to the final. It's Ackland leading the way. Simpson has run well. And the South Australian, Ebert, looking to qualify as a non-automatic. She's finishing strongly, Ebert, the South Australian. Ackland will just hold on, though. It's Ebert for third, Simpson second, and our winner will be Rose Ackland, closely followed by Caluso, Papadoulis, my apologies, Pilmer next across the line. But for Rose Ackland, she has looked pretty impressive all week, and she continues her good form. Piper Simpson as well has put herself up into the chances for the 800 metres under 20 women's final. It was a good running, wasn't it, Bruce?
That was a good race. It was interesting, the fact that she allowed Simpson to go through on her inside, and Ebert retained sort of some competitiveness as well. So Ackland, Simpson and Ebert. We'll check all those results. We're building, aren't we, towards the 100 finals for men and women. And repeating, if you didn't see it earlier, the Gout ran 9.99 tonight, wind assisted in his heat.
Hi, Shell. Shell has high blood pressure, and the rising cost of living certainly doesn't help. Annie manages her diabetes with good nutrition, but fresh fruit and veg prices keep rising. And Jack has high cholesterol, but nothing is higher than his power bills. That's why they save more money every year by getting their prescriptions from Chemist Warehouse. And you will too. Head online or look for our price list in store to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
Is it real now? Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? Is it real now? Would you people become walking on a dream?
Welcome back to Perth. We are now looking at the results from the under-20 800 metres, the third heat. Rose Ackland, most of her running out in lane 2. Very comfortable in her quest for national gold. Piper Simpson, second of the automatic qualifiers. And Tessa Ebert was really impressive and was able to secure the non-automatic qualification and go through to a big national final. And there we have the summary of the under-20 800 heats. Emma Fraga, so impressive all week. Continues her good form. She will be the fastest qualifier through. Abby O'Boyle, Rose Ackland and Simpson all right up into medal calculations. It should be a terrific final. The women's under-20 800 metres. It's getting exciting here at the WA Athletics Stadium. Here's low just a short time ago. Dave Colbert has stepped in to talk us through some more of the action here in Perth as we see some of our para-athletes take to the track.
A couple of big para finals coming up, under 20s over the 400, men and women, and then the open 400s for men and women. A couple of those events have got multiple heats as they go against the baseline system, multiple heats, multiple classifications. So we'll do our best to keep you informed of all of that as they're about to go. And then men's open high jump qualification, decathlon and heptathlon concludes their opening day. And then of course those two under 20 hundreds, women and men, and I'm not sure we've ever been more excited about an under 20 hundred. Have to go back to the days of Lauren Hewitt and Tamsin Lewis, Manu, who had ding-dong battles in the junior events, but it's elevating to a new level in both the men's and the women's. Extraordinary group of talent. And Leah O'Brien's not even running the under 20 who set the world alight here. Actually watched the Perth Track Classic back this afternoon, and she won the B race there in fast time. She's gone from 11.70 to 11.14 in the space of a couple of months, and we'll see her in the open 100. So it's a name that not even in the women's under 20 100 when we look at Dodds and Phil. So there's extraordinary talent.
She just scraped into that final, Dave, too, at the Nationals last year, the Open 100, Leah O'Brien. She was the 8th fastest qualifier.
We remember, I watched that clip back on her Instagram as well. In fact, she's a US citizen, didn't realise that. And she's smart because she's on the hunt already for a scholarship in the US. And you know that Stoliver, who you've mentioned before, is over there. It's a question mark as to what's the best route when you're that talented, no doubt. I'll leave that for others to work out. But she's knows what she's doing, that's for sure. Heptathlon shot put.
Shot put's been really impressive in the decathlon. It changed the standings quite considerably earlier in the decathlon, so you see how the heptathletes cope with it here. This will be a good opportunity for Mia Skerry to move up the leaderboard, coming into the shot put. She was sitting in the bronze medal position. Tori West leads the way in gold. Amelia Search, the Queenslander, had a good high jump competition. She sits in the silver medal position. As we head back to the para long jump final, we are well and truly into round number 6 now. Here's Walsh.
Paralympic from Canberra, coached by Maddie Beckenham, who's making a huge contribution in athletics. But his main contribution, I have to say at the moment, Bruce, and he's very keen to get you involved in this, is his Masters tipping thing. You've got to pick four players, top 3 count, and you've got to pick the winning score as the tiebreaker. So if you're interested, little sweep. There's a little bit of finance involved, $20 entry, but I know you like your golf. If you're interested, he'd be very happy to have your entry by 10:40 tonight. Okay. Top 4, and no, you can just pick the top 4 if you like. So I've gone Scheffler, McIlroy, Ludwig Aubert, and DeChambeau. So you can just go straight from the top, but the top 4, top 3 count, and if there's a tiebreaker, winning score. And there's a lot of finance. And Matty Beckenham's right behind it, so he's busy. He's coaching.
Well, tell Matty I can come up with the names, but I can't come up with the money. Okay.
Okay, well, that's nothing new from you. And I reckon 3/4 of the people in the stadium here, Travis, are involved in that sweep of Matty B. If you like your golf, it's difficult timing in Perth with the 2 hours. At least it's not 3 hours, but there's a lot of people that will be getting up at 4 a.m. in the morning and will still be at the track late at night.
It's nice in Melbourne, isn't it? You wake up a little bit earlier and you can just see the last 14, 15 holes and enjoy.
Well, the early
action.
start, you get a little bit of action early, so we'll get
That's
back
true.
from the track tonight and we'll calm down after the excitement still to come. Men's para under 2400 finals. So we've got a few of them and we're looking forward to this action.
We certainly are, Dave. As the sun sets here in the west, the lights just start to take hold. There's new lights in place. They've only just been installed a few months ago. So their first taste of athletics action, which is exciting. This first 400 metre under 20 para final is not too far away. Let's just go through the lineup here. We have Dan O'Regan from Victoria running in the inside lane. And then we have Jordan Rudd, Zachary Barwell, Finlay Bailey, T20 competitor, and Lawrence Todd, also T20, the Victorian.
So we've got two heats here, and we'll work out the standings based on that baseline system, comparison to the world record, and they'll come up with a score that if you break the world record, it goes over 100. If you equal the world record, it's 100, and anything in between from there. And so the fastest here is Lawrence Todd, the Victorian, on the outside, 55.73. Just behind him, Zachary Barwell of the ACT, the 17-year-old, at 56.95. So on times there, the two to watch. All of these athletes are in that T20, T21 category for athletes with an intellectual impairment. Of course, they'll be inspired by their hero who comes up in the men's division, the senior division, James Turner, the Paralympic gold medalist, world record holder, 4-time Paralympic champion. So he will be coming up a little later as Vanessa Lowe goes in the long jump. So I can give you that distance for Sarah Walsh. We're in round 6, 5:12. So she is currently in 4th spot. Talia Blacksmith, who's running the 400s shortly, is currently in 3rd spot at 5 metres 20, a personal best in round 5. Jamie Howe we've seen from earlier in 2nd spot, and Vanessa Lowe, who's leading that round 5 jump of 5:31.
Really healthy crowd here at the W Athletics Stadium. Anticipation is building. Great opportunity for these young para athletes to strut their stuff around the stadium. There's Todd, the Victorian. The shades on, ready to rock and roll.
I'm not quite sure what it's like outside because I feel like I'm in an igloo in here. The air conditioning, looking Morehouse next to me, he's got 86 layers on. He's been to Kathmandu on the way in and has got 6 puffers on. Is it warm outside? Has anyone been outside recently?
22 degrees.
There you go, thank you. Okay. Perfect conditions, really.
This room is the coldest place in Western Australia, though, Dave.
Yeah, I've made an error there. I haven't bought enough warm clothes, so we'll pop down to Hay Street in the morning, pick something up. So I think have we got an additional athlete just arriving on the scene here, or Daniel O'Regan, the Victorian, on the inside, might have had to just leave the track for a moment, so he's now back. The 18-year-old, personal best of 129.9.
The energy's really building, isn't it, around the track, Dave, with anticipation of the evening session here. for you, someone who's been involved with a lot of broadcasting over the years. You're a bit twitchy. You're up and about.
I'm excited. I'm not about twitchy, but I'm excited. It was an extraordinary thing that we saw in that heat of the 100. You watch the heats at the Olympics, and you see the best of the best stroll down, shut it down, and if the clock goes under 10 seconds in that circumstances, you go, wow, there you go. That's impressive. They're coming back for the next one. The next round later that day. That was in the days when they used to have the first round, second round. Now they go straight third round and then come back for the semis. But that was what Gout did, and it's exciting. Anyway, here we go. We're ready. First heat of the men's under 20 para 400.
So fast away was Jordan Rudd from Victoria. He's up onto Zachary Barwell from the ACT. Bailey, the South Australian colours. And in the extreme outside, it's Lawrence Todd, who's been really fast down the back straight. Charging through is Rudd, the Victorian. And going out after him, Barwell from the ACT. We're going to calculate the times against the world record to give you the percentages a little bit later. But putting his mark on this race is Jordan Rudd, running in the T20 classification. He started really nicely with 120 metres to run. He's got the second of the Victorians in Lawrence Todd just on his shoulder. And then the ACT, Zach Barwell, trying to get amongst the classification scores. So down the home straight, it's Jordan Rudd from Victoria. He's accelerating, no signs of slowing down. This has been an impressive run from the young Victorian. It's Rudd first across the line, Todd second, and then third across the line from the ACT, Zachary Barwell, closely followed in by Finlay Bailey. And at the top of the straight, Daniel O'Regan, T21 competitor, making his way through the West Australian Athletic Stadium. This big crowd just roaring him on. He's charging towards the finish line. Dan O'Regan. He's arrived in Perth and he's arrived in style and he's finished in style as well. Well done to Dan.
We'll keep an eye on his time, but we do know that the winner there, Jordan Rudd's run a huge personal best. Came in with a PB of 56.72 and he's smashed that. It was 54 something on the clock. What's his official time?
54.35, Dave. Lawrence Todd, personal best as well, 54.91. Zachary Barwell, 56.76, lifetime best for him as well. What a time to produce your best running. Finlay Bailey, personal best.
Has anyone not done a personal best?
Daniel O'Regan, PB.
So
all done it.
All. Well done, gentlemen. That's fantastic. So they've come to the national championships, they've been on the big stage, and they've all run lifetime bests. And I love the way that Jordan Rudd went about that. He went out hard for the coaches in this category. Often it's hard to get the athletes to get their race plan and stick with it in the big occasion. They can get a little excited and go out too hard. They can sometimes not go out fast enough. It's part of the intellectual impairment that each athlete's different. But that was a tremendous run. So we'll wait to see how that compares to what they're able to do in the second heat here. Compare that to the world records in their classifications, because as you can see here, this is more the CP, the coordination impairment classification, T37, T36. So slightly different impairment for the athletes, but we boil them all down into that baseline system and come up with an overall winner.
Deacon Ayres, the West Australian, set to run. His nickname is actually Mr. PBs because 3 years in a row, every time he stepped onto the track, he ran a personal best. So
that's a good name to have.
He'll run in lane 3, part of the Danny Cavan kinetic training squad here in Western Australia. Very strong para group, but also able-bodied athletes as well. Really terrific inclusivity and great values that Danny Cavan has brought into this training squad here in WA. Very active on the socials as well. With all of the athletes having a little time on the channel.
Rhiannon Clark going in the women's 400 later. Part of that group with Danny. Done a tremendous job with the para athletes. Ella Party.
Yeah, they've had some terrific battles over the years, Rhiannon and Ella. That rivalry Something we'll enjoy and talk about in years to come.
A couple of 16-year-olds here, including Hayden White, the Queenslander, who goes from lane 2. Zach Harding from New South Wales in lane 5.
Second of our two-time finals of the Paralympic 400 metres. In lane 2, Hayden White, T37.
There's Lachlan Woodfull, closest to us. T36 competitor.
Dylan Malloy, T36, New South Wales.
Zach Harding, his teammate, just on his inside. Then Dylan Malloy. Deacon Ayres, good moment for Deek. He loves the big stage.
Big thank you to Jessica Pascoe, too, Australian Athletics Para Pathway lead, who provided us with a lot of good information on the para athletes, under 20 open across all events. It's done a power of work, so appreciative of receiving that email this morning.
Just about set. Here we go. 400 metres per 120. And we're away in the para under 20 400 metre final. A B from the inside. It's White, Ayres, Malloy, Zach Harding, who started really well, and Lachlan Woodfull. So underway, and Deacon Ayres, Mr. PBs he's known for here in the West. He's accelerating nicely down the back straight. The Queenslander, Hayden White, is looking for line honours here. He's got it all. It's a tough battle, though, with Harding, who's running really nicely at the 200. So our early lead up for line honours is Hayden White, T37 competitor. Been in terrific form this year. He's lowered his PB a couple of times, and he's accelerating nicely around the bottom bend here. Deacon Ayres having a good run back in second, as well as Zach Harding from New South Wales. So into the home straight, our leader comes. It's Hayden White from Queensland, showing a nice clean pair of heels. He's accelerating towards the line and looking for a fast time. It will be. Where's he going to stop it? It's under 60. Yes, it is. 59.85. Deacon Ayres flying down his home straight here in front of his fans. He's finished second across the line. And then Zach Harding, who's had a terrific run, just ahead of Lachlan Woodfull, and Dylan Malloy rounds out his 400 para final. Well done to all of our competitors.
That was a great run from Hayden White, the youngster, 16 years of age, 59.25 is his lifetime best. I think he's just going to be outside that. The big question will be is Mr. PB, Deacon Ayres, has he been able to beat his PB of 1:06.5?
And he has, Dave.
There we go. That's why they call him Mr. PB.
Every time he steps onto the track, he runs a personal best. He keeps getting better and better. Mr. PB, Deacon Ayres, 1:05.25.
He's given himself a task because he doesn't even Mondo Duplantis it by just going a little bit at a time. He's smashed his personal best there. So we've seen some good running, and the baseline system will give us the overall standings there after those two heats.
Here we go. The percentages are up very fast. Jordan Rudd confirmed first with 86.21. Lawrence Todd, 85. Hayden White, 84.32. Dave, you wouldn't have seen percentages like that since you were back in school.
Well, not even then, to be honest.
Zachary Barwell's performed really nicely too to finish fourth overall. And what has been a terrific opportunity for the under 20 400 metre men in this country. Part of the big stage.
So that will be the medalist base on that percentage, because it's a little nuance when you've got the multi-classifications, but the depth across the board in a lot of the events, as we'll see in this with the women now, we've got a wheelie and we've got a frame runner in one of the events as well, which is great to see. I'll have more to say on that once we get to them, but it's really the only way that the multi-class events can be staged in a championship like this. Otherwise you'd have some races with not many competitors at all. So we obviously when they get to the World Championships this year, Delhi, much more depth, so many different classifications and events at the Paralympics and World Para Athletics Championships. Kira Wright, they're all 16 years of age here. This is the women's final, just a straight final. Madison Kent, the 16-year-old from Western Australia, PB this season, 1:27.98. Coco Espy on the outside. Coached by Louise Savage.
Terrific to have Louise part of your team in the wheels. Maddie Kent has competed in everything from 100 metres to 1500 metres this season. And he's also performed really nicely with a couple of recent PBs at the WA Championships. Big moment for her here. She'll wheel in lane 5. Coco Espy from New South Wales wheeling in 6. It's the Para Under 20 Women's 400 metre final. They're set, and we're off and racing and often wheeling for Maddie Kent and Coco Espy out in lane 5 and 6 respectively. Alice Smiley in 2 and Kira Wright running in lane 3. So for line honours, Alice Smiley looking really fast from Tasmania. Kira Wright, the Victorian, hot after her in 2nd. And then it's Maddie Kent, who has performed in all events here in WA this year. She's been right up from the 1500 down to the 100, just trying to perfect her craft. A fantastic up-and-coming young para-athlete is Maddie Kent. There she is on screen. She's charging down the back straight. She's got 200 metres to wheel, and she's doing really nicely. Coco Espy wheeling on her outside in lane 6 is starting to gather a bit of momentum and starting to work very strongly towards the finish line. But here's our leader, Alice Smiley from Tasmania, is accelerating nicely. She's kept her form really well, the 400, which can be difficult to do. And she's running really, she's accelerating towards the line. That's a great run from the young Tasmanian. Well done. Under 70 seconds and gaining a bit of momentum is Espy, charging down the WA straight. Kira Wright has finished the Victorian. And then we have one competitor, Maddie Kent. She'll be racing against the clock, looking for a quick time. She's been in terrific form, Maddie Kent, all year. And she will be enjoying competing in front of this big crowd. She does it week in, week out down here in the West. And Maddie Kent completes her 400 metres. And that looks to be a pretty good time too, right on PB time for Maddie Kent. Well done to our Para Under 20 Women's 400 metre finalists.
Good run from, really good run from Alice Smiley, the 16-year-old from Tasmania. It'll be a personal best for her. It was 1:11.8, and she's gone faster than that. I can't see that time. Oh, there it is, 1:09.93. So that's a tremendous effort. I love the way that she just engaged the DRS with about 30 metres to go and turbocharged it to the line.
Doesn't happen often in the 400 metres. Well done. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Look at the sunset here. It is absolutely golden hour here in the West. Thank you for your coverage. We hope you are enjoying your afternoon. We have plenty more to come after the break. Do not go anywhere.
Good.
Welcome back to day one action of the Australian Athletics National Championships. We have a very special moment now. We're going to throw down to our man on the ground. Mitch Dyer has a very happy Vanessa Lowe.
So, congratulations. You've had such a long, storied career, but another world record. How does that feel?
It's been 16 years, and every year led up to this moment, and we're not quite there yet. I know there's a bigger jump there, but today was a big milestone, and just kind of get it on the board was great.
So we were talking about it a little bit off the camera, but to start the competition like that, is it just you feel that big one was there from the get? Did it take you by surprise? Sort of walk me through it.
I felt ready for it, and it was really difficult for me coming back from Paris to kind of get back to the old me. I think I took the longer break that I needed, and I felt like I just didn't have any hops, and it finally came back a couple of weeks ago, and just to do it here on the big stage at Nationals, great timing.
Can I ask what that moment was when you realised the hops were coming back? Was it a feeling? Was it a session? Sort of, how does that work?
It's airtime. It's all about the airtime, and it's the best feeling in the world when you just have that little standstill moment in the air.
So I got to ask you, if you think 571 was good, how far can you go?
We're aiming for the 6. We know the 6 is possible, and it's there, and I think it will be a record to stand for a very long time to come.
Incredibly proud. Well done, Vanessa Lowe, an absolute legend of the sport. Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Brilliant.
Big thank you to Mitch downstairs, doing a great job bringing us all the news from down trackside. And Vanessa Lowe has performed beautifully here this afternoon in Perth. Track action is continuing with the men's Para Open 400 metre final next to jump, and good field of 8 competitors to do battle. Oliver Hutchinson, Lindsay Hendy, Xander Field's been in great form too, Patrick Ram, the Queenslander, and Riley Mann. One in the inside lane. Dylan Vedand Patharina out in lane 9. There he is.
So 2 heats again in the men's senior. James Turner goes in the second, the 4-time Paralympic gold medalist, world record holder. Fastest here is the man on the inside, Riley Mann, the 20-year-old from Queensland at 50.88.
So we're underway here. All the classifications are T20, so the classification's the same for each of our competitors. And from the inside, it's Mann, who has started really strongly. Ram in lane 3 on his outside. Ed Parker out in lane 7, also showing plenty of dash down the back straight as the sun sets here in the west. It's Mann who's set up the first 200 metres really nicely. Terry Price from Western Australia, he's got the Canning District's colours on, is starting to gain a little bit of momentum and look for line honours. It's Ram running nicely. Parker just starts to come in round the bend of the calculations, and he'll hit the top of the straight. You'll see Mann on his inside, who's really got the arms pumping and chest out as he charges towards the line. It's a tight race. Mann, Parker battling it out. Parker now just starts to accelerate away. Parker will take line honours ahead of Mann. Third across is Ram, and then Price, Hendy and Field. Coming through there is Oliver Hutchinson to round out the 400 metres Para A final.
And why wouldn't you flex? That was a well-judged race by Ed Parker, New South Wales athlete running from lane 8. He's had the Victorian on his outside, and now you feel the pain and suffering of the 400. Very disappointing, by the way, Travis, the 2 New South Wales athletes.
It was very short-lived, that pain and suffering, David.
No, well, he realised that he'd run a good race and got across the line first. Chad Paris was due to run this. He was on the entry list, but wisely decided, the White Tiger, that 400 was 4 times too far for him. Going to concentrate on the short dash.
So pole vault action as well in front of the main grandstand here.
Under 20 men's final underway. So the field events that we've got on tonight, the men's para long jump not too far away from getting underway, men's high jump qualifying, para discus, and that under 20 men's final, where the height of the bar is currently up at 4:15. We've got quite a few athletes over, as you can see the results from that. Well, there's a start list for Heat 2. We'll get to that in a second because James Turner is there. But how many have we got over? We've got quite a few, 7 over at 4 metres, and I think 5 of them so far at first attempt. Jacob Hamilton, Teddy Hampton, Daniel Photius, Anthony Valenta, Connor Smith Miller. Roster doesn't say what state they're from. They're all from Australia. There we go. So Hamilton's from Queensland, Hampton, New South Wales. I love roster, by the way. Get on it if you're not. It's the greatest way to follow these field events. James Turner, what a star he is. He goes from lane 7 here in the second heat of the men's open 400 for the para athletes.
Record holder, Paralympic champion. I think he has not won in this event. He is in the bright orange. He matches the sunset beautifully here, just blending in.
He was tremendous in Paris, and of course he started his Paralympic career winning the 800 metres back in Rio in 2016, 400 in Tokyo, and then the 100. Remember that dramatic 100 where he just managed to get there on the line. There was a lot of drama in the concluding stages, and he managed to prevail. 400 is more his go. Former footballer, soccer player, that is. Marina Dovaskina, coach, have been a great combination between the two. Great battles with the New Zealander, Will Steadman, in the para cauldron international competition. So he'll be the one to watch here. Cooper Rob Jackson, New South Wales, a 17-year-old. Looking for the national under 20 record. His personal best is 54.71, so he's a rising star. He goes from lane 5.
Just about set here in final B. And we're underway. Fast start from James Turner, our world record holder. He's up and running and looking nice in the night sky here in the west in his colours. Or Bell in lane 8, trying to go out after him. Fair weather. Rob Jackson in lane 5 from New South Wales has also moved through the field really well. And Muller from Queensland out after Turner. So at the 200, Turner puts the jets on and accelerates beautifully around this bottom bed. Muller, the Queenslander, trying to go with him. And from New South Wales, Cooper, Rob Jackson having a terrific race. So at the top of the straight, Muller and Turner go stride for stride. Muller just in front. Turner with a little bit of work. Will just start to get moving now. And he does. It's Turner and Muller stride for stride in here, Perth. It's Turner just in front. He's going to get the line honours just. Terrific run from Turner. He was gritty in the last 20 metres. Muller has run beautifully for second across the line, but what a finish, Dave.
Well, it was a great run from both of them. Really impressed with Cooper, Ulrich Muller, Queenslander. Slightly different category, T38 to T36. So Turner, you could just see a moment when they came into the straight. He looked to his left, just glanced to his left, and he decided, I'm not having this. I'm not letting some youngster from Queensland get past me. And he put his head down, and with his impairment, the muscles just start to seize up a little bit. We've seen it a lot with Jimmy Turner as he gets closer to the line. He gets the staggers a little bit. He looks like he might actually hit the deck. But those times are fast, aren't they? What time did Muller run?
52.65 for
PB.
Turner. Muller.
What about Rob Jackson?
Rob Jackson, 55.00.
Okay, so it's just outside what he needed to qualify for the World Championships. But that's a great run from the top two.
It's been enjoyable so far. We have plenty more to come. Dave Colbert, Bruce McAvaney, and myself, Travis Jenkins, with you this afternoon. And we are very lucky because down trackside, Mitch Dyer has been able to grab James Turner. Let's head down to you, Mitch.
I have Jimmy Turner right here next to me. We were just debriefing very quickly, but what'd you make of that, mate? That was a really good way to start things off.
Oh yeah, it was absolutely great to be running out here. Great to see the young kids coming and pushing me. Oh, I didn't think I had it for a bit there.
Well, what are you thinking? You see Mueller rolling up on your inside shoulder. You have to find maybe a little bit more than what you'd expected with 20 metres to go, but encouraging signs for the youngster as well to be rolling up with the likes of you.
Absolutely, I love to see the youngsters coming up, pushing me. I can't wait to see what they do in the years to come.
It's a big year. It's another World Championship year this year. Are you confident rolling into another one? You're obviously a four-time Paralympic gold medalist, multiple-time World Champ gold medalist. Are you confident as you roll into India?
As confident as you can be. Working towards it. You know, we've got our own challenges and everything going on, but you know, looking forward to giving a good race.
Where do we see you compete next?
From my memory, it's going to be Delhi at the World Champs.
Brilliant. All right, straight from here to World Champs. Jimmy, I'll let you go recover, mate. Congratulations. Great racing.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mitch. Great work down trackside. And look at that, Dave. Do you see that in Melbourne?
Oh, well, yes. It's the sun, so it does set.
Let's take a quick break. We've got plenty more in store for you after the break. We'll be back.
It's beautiful, though. It is beautiful.
Welcome back. We've regained our composure.
Beautiful sunset, that lot. You don't, Travis, you don't see that in Melbourne. Under 20 pole vault. Let's get that up on our roster. So 4:15. Teddy Hampton has gone clear. At 4:15, how many others have we got over? Fredius has gone clear. Valenta, Anthony Valenta is over. First attempt, all of these, and Lawson Jones also clear, first attempt. So I found my start sheet now, and I can tell you that Teddy Hampton from New South Wales hasn't had a miss yet. Neither has Photius, New South Wales athlete. Came in at 4 metres and cleared on his first attempt, and then went to 4:15. Anthony Valenta, also of New South Wales, with his season's best at 4:15. He's just had the 2 attempts as well. So, and Lawson Jones, who cleared 4:15 on his first attempt, he had a big scare at his opening height of 4 metres, where he cleared it on his third attempt. Here's the start list as for the opening heat of the women's para 400.
Blacksmith in lane 3. What an athlete. What a moment it was on our screens last year during the Paralympics. The Australian under-20 record holder in the long jump and the 400 metres in the T20 classification. Claire Blacksmith, she's marched into our hearts and our minds across Australia. We loved what she was able to do. She continues on her road to the World Paralympics in New Delhi, India, 27th September through the 5th of October this year. Blacksmith will be looking to add her name to that list of competitors. Sophie Hughes will run in 4, Clara Campillos in 5, Natalie Miller, T47 competitor, in 7, and Juliette Mace, T20 competitor, taking part in the field tonight. So lane 6 will be free as we look down the straight. There's Blacksmith. Dave?
Busy afternoon, evening already. 5:20 she jumped in the long jump, personal best. Ended up in 5th spot overall on the baseline system, but she's had a good day. Talented AFLW player in the Sydney Swans Academy. But thankfully, got her in field and track. She'll be one to watch here.
So away we go. Papantonio from the ACT runs in lane 2. Then Blacksmith, who started really fast, is away and racing. Hughes in 4, Campillos 5, and Millard from the ACT out in lane 7. She's giving Blacksmith something to chase here. It's Blacksmith doing it really nicely. She's just so calm and controlled in her running style. Doesn't seem to get too flustered throughout the 400-metre journey, and she is doing it nicely here. She'll be racing the clock, as we've seen already. Millard from ACT is having a nice run, and also Soph Hughes and Clara Campillos from Victoria is also starting to gather a little bit of speed. But here's Talaya Blacksmith, ladies and gentlemen. She'll just enjoy the sprint down to the finish line. She's captured our heart and captured our souls at the Paralympics last year. She's putting it all into the line. This is going to be fast. Where does she stop it? 60.61. Great time. Millard from the ACT has finished second across the line, and then Papantonio from the ACT coming through. Now in lane 5 is Clara Campillos of Victoria, and you can see how much effort has gone into that 400 metres, Dave.
Well, she was chasing the time there that was important, 101.60, which is the World Championship qualifier, and she's already got a string of those, but that, you would imagine, will confirm her spot on the team for the World Para-Athletics Championships.
So confirmed 1:00.62 for Blacksmith, season's best. Natalie Millard with a PB 1:03.56. Emma Papantonio 1:09.05, personal best to finish third across the line. A good run from Talaya Blacksmith. Had a busy day in the 400 metres as well.
Not easy to come across from the long jump and get your head around the cadence and measured sprinting that's required in the 400. She finished on strongly here. Like how she maintains her form. You can see how hard it's getting, but those arms are still working very strongly. So that's a good effort. Not easy to just stay in the rhythm.
Second of our para 400 metre finals.
So there's the frame runner we were talking before. Kim Newman-Kirchen, New South Wales. And not an event that's held at the Paralympic Games at the moment. It should be, because I think the sprints in particular in the frame running are really interesting. It's for athletes with a coordination impairment. Generally, it's those that aren't able to run without the aid of the frame. She's the Australian record holder in this event at 1:29.91. So the Delhi program now includes a 400 T72 event, which potentially opens the door for qualifying. So 1:25.50 is the qualifying time for Kim, who, according to my notes, comes in at the tender age of 57, and I think that is tremendous, that the frame category has opened up the opportunity for athletes that have got a more severe coordination impairment than we see in the general cerebral palsy classes, the T36, etc. And so they're able to run with the frame, not suited to the wheelchair, but still able to use the legs, but need the support of the frame. And then, of course, on the outside, Rhiannon Clark, who's one of our highest profile para athletes, been so strong. Commonwealth Games silver medalist in the 100 back in 2018. Collected medals at Paralympics and World Para Athletics Championships, the West Australian. You mentioned Danny Kevin before. Great squad.
She doesn't love the 400 metres,
No,
Dave.
I'm with her.
She's done it reluctantly, but she's had so much success on the international stage, probably more so than the speed events. She's actually had a bit of a resurgent season. She's got some new PBs, the 1 and the 2 this year. 400 metre running's also improved a lot, so she's come back this season really strongly. She had a little taste over in Delhi. She went over there a few weeks ago, Rhiannon Clark, just to have a little bit of experience. She won the 200 metres in her classification. And more reports, she really enjoyed the experience of running on the track, where they will host the World Para Athletics Championships in September. And her and coach Danny Kavan, they headed over there straight out of the WA Championships. So that was a good experience for her. There she is. She will love being home. She'll have a big contingent of family. Such a competitor, Rhiannon Clark.
It's not an easy thing. We saw James Turner before. For those that are Vanessa Lowe, who's broken the world record today in her classification, it's not easy for those athletes that have come back from the Para Games. You've got to reset. You need to have some time off, behave like a normal person for a little while rather than being an elite athlete. So the quality of performances that we're seeing across this summer from those Olympians, Paralympians, there's no time off. Of course, the cash in the global athletics scene for the able bodies means that there can be no time off. We saw Jess Hull in Grand Slam track last week, big payday. Matt Denny throwing the discus one end of Oklahoma to the other.
On a cow paddock.
Yeah, and you mentioned Rihanna going to Delhi, the World Para Grand Prix Series as well. Great opportunity for them to compete. More money too in the sport domestically, more support from the government for our para athletes, para performance units opening up all around the country, the State Institutes of Sport, so huge opportunities here.
So we always see Rhiannon Clark go under that elusive 60 seconds here tonight. She's started really sharply out in the outside lane, lane 8. Her inside is Snowden and 6 is Sharp. Reedy 5, Britton, Colley and Newkirkin is wheeling in lane 2, and a great opportunity for her. So Britton in the Northern Territory colours, probably one of the best outfits in Australian athletics, has started really well, putting a little bit of pressure on Clark, who now just puts her head down and starts to accelerate nicely. Sharp also in contention. Newkirkin in the T72 classification is wheeling beautifully down the back straight. So Clark now gets up and running, and she's starting to find her feet in this race. Britton from the Northern Territory is also running really well. But Rhiannon Clark in front of her home family and friends will just start to wind up towards the finish line and try and get under 60 seconds tonight. It's Clark accelerating away. She'll enjoy this in front of her fans. She's accelerating away. It'll be out 62, 63. Good time from Clark. She'll be happy with that. Snowden has finished in second, just ahead of Sharp. Reedy coming through now. Colley of New South Wales, and at the top of the straight, Kim Newkirkin is chasing a qualifier in the T72 classification. Been working hard. She got away really well and is able to continue her momentum into the home straight. Kim Newkirkin, New South Wales, you've done a great job and you've finished in fine fashion too. Well done to all of our para women in the 400 metres.
It was a great run from Rhiannon Clark. She didn't panic when the youngster, Britton from the Northern Territory, charged through. She's a good 200-metre runner, the 16-year-old, and she will have learned a valuable lesson there on pain management, that's for sure, because she got very, very tired as they came down the stretch, but Clark didn't panic. Do we have a time for Newkirkin there at the moment?
We do, Dave. 134.64.
Okay, so I think that is just outside it is. So she needed a 125.5. So didn't quite qualify. And on the baseline system, we'll work all of that out and bring you the results. A reminder, you can go to download Roster Athletics and you see all of this when we see it. Incredible.
Dave, I'm going to step out and make way for...
Where are you going?
Bruce McAvaney.
Going to go and enjoy the sunset.
Oh.
It's gone.
It'll be back tomorrow, though, Dave.
I look forward to it. You've done
tomorrow.
a great job. Been great working with you.
I've enjoyed it, Dave, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bruce McAvaney will be back in the chair. Don't go anywhere at home because we have 100-metre final action around the corner. It will be exhilarating. It will be fast. We'll be back in just a moment.
We need to raise the bar,
then drop it.
We need to push forward.
Then push against that.
We need to carry the weight of expectation.
Then throw it all away.
We need to know the hunger.
So we can fuel the fire.
INC Sports Nutrition. Powering tomorrow, today.
So we've approached the high point of the opening day of the Senior Athletics Championships here in Perth. The finals of the 100 metres for women and men at under 20 level. Women first and then the men. Earlier today, Gout ran 9.99 wind assisted to get every tongue wagging in the world of athletics. Astonishing. And that first up the women, and we've had a couple of outstanding heat winners here as well. So no Chibel Philp here in the final by the look of it. So that's a blow. So she was arguably the favourite along with Olivia Dodds. So Dodds now a warm favourite. Philp's had a very big program, we know that, and she ran 10.51 today after running a personal best of 10.38 earlier this week. So Dave, Dodds has looked good. She's seasoned, we know her well. It's hard to pick any faults with her, isn't it?
No, she gets a great start, and we saw her. She was fifth at the Perth Track Classic here. Was fourth in the National Junior race last year in the under-20s. Went to the World Championships in the relay, ran the heat there. And such is the quality of our young group that were coming through that both Dodds and Philp ran in the relay heats but didn't run in the final there. So Philp not being here opens the door for Dodds. Holly Ray from New South Wales probably goes into second favouritism here, along with Evelyn John Jimmy of Western Australia, who goes from lane 7.
So Dodds fourth on the right. away. Got a good start. Leads Ray early. We expected that. Leatherwood's out hard and so's Anderson on the inside. But Dodds has it under control with about 30 metres to go. Stretching away. Is she as quick as she was earlier today? She is. She's around about 11.53. 11.54 is the official time. She...
Win is 1.4, Bruce, so that's a nice win.
That's
the right sort of win.
And that's exactly what we were hoping for this and in the next race. So 11.54, she's not all that far outside her personal best of 11.43. Dave, she asserted her superiority pretty early in the race, and it was a comfortable win.
It was a good win. She'll learn a lot again. She just stretches for the line and works too hard, doesn't maintain her form quite as strongly as I'm sure her coach would like, but still, it's a strong run and a strong win, and it's, you know, with what they've been doing in the junior events here over the week, it's been a good week.
And Mitch, down to you with Olivia. She'll be wrapped with that.
Absolutely. So I am here with Liv, the national champion, at home too. First of all, let me ask this. How great is this to get this done with a home crowd?
Yeah, I'm so thankful to have nationals here, and especially my family being out here and all my friends too. So yeah, so happy.
Walk me through the race now. You got a really good start. That dry phase was so excellent, but walk me through it from your perspective.
I know I have a really good start, so I just tried to get out there as fast as I could and then hold on to the very end.
The state of sprinting in this country and the state of women's sprinting, we've seen it on display all week, but how exciting is it to be a part of this nucleus now, driving it forward?
Yeah, I'm so proud to be a part of this generation of good athletes coming through, and hopefully Brisbane 2032 is going to be an amazing opportunity to be out.
Liv, congratulations. National champion and a quick time too. Well done.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Well done, Liv. So Western Australian women, Dave, have absolutely dominated. Under 15s, under 14s, and here's the times. So they've run first and third here, so the WA women here. So
and first two Australians, given
first two
that
Aussies,
was the New Zealander, and they've both run PBs, so yeah, there's something in the sunset over here, Bruce.
Under 15, under 16, under 18, and now under 20. So we get now to Gout. Just spoke to James Templeton, his manager, so he's been chilling out with John Cassiano, his teammate, who's in this final as well. So if you've just joined us, Gout earlier today, 9.99. It's only the second time he's run on the Mondo track. The other time was in Lima. It was very cold there, so he loved the feel of the Mondo track. It's much cooler than it was. It was just under 3 hours ago, Dave, that we saw that astonishing heat from Gout. So what's he got for us here? The start's going to be so important.
Well, it's 22 degrees now, and it was nudging the high 20s earlier. Well, if he runs flat out the whole way, we're in for something special, I think, because he got an average start, an okay start. It was better than average. It was an okay start in the heat. As you would expect, it was just the heat. He's the man in the middle. It'll help him that his training partner's there. He's been able to warm up with him on the warm-up track. That's Cassiano, who goes from lane 8. And the rest of them, well, they're just...
Well, Joshua
like
John
being an extra in Casablanca, Bruce. You're just happy to be along for the ride.
Well, they are. Joshua John goes from lane 7. He's a talent. But so Gout at 13 ran 11.15. At 14 he ran 10.57. At 15 he ran 10.43. At 16 late last year, legally 10.17. He ran 10.04 in that same meet at the All Schools, and today he's run 9.99. Can he get inside 10 seconds legally? Only Patrick Johnson has done that over 20 years ago in a place in Japan called Mito. It came early in the season. Here he goes. So the eyes of the world are on him in an under-20 final here in Perth. Drummond Howard Kelly are on his left. Cabagelli, Gilbert, Jean Cassiano, his great mate, and Smallacom are on his right. He goes through the same ritual as always. How relaxed can he be here, knowing that something extraordinary could happen? Time-wise, we're about to go. All eyes on Gout. Away, he got not such a good start tonight. Kelly just leads him from Cabagelli. Out wide, Cassiano and John. Now Gout starts to stretch away, and stretch away he does, and he's done it. He's broken the 10 seconds again. Look for the wind. Look for the wind. It might be too big again. Can you believe it? It's too big again. But the time was there. He didn't get the flying start,
but he rolled along, and twice in the space of 3 hours, he's gone inside 10 seconds. Only Johnson and Browning have done it in any conditions. Gout's now done it twice. He's just turned 17. He's a young genius. And when the wind is his friend, then we know what's coming. How strong was he late there?
Extraordinary back half of the race. Extraordinary back half of the race. The official time is 9:99, and you know I like an inquiry, Bruce. I'm going to have an inquiry to the meteorology department in Western Australia tomorrow, because we've had 2 races here today. I think they're the only 2 races we've seen all day that have been wind assisted. His heat, which he had the big tailwind, and then that one at 2.6. But still, let's just enjoy what he does here. You're right about his start, but in this part of the race here, it's extraordinary what he's able to achieve. He's at 100% capacity there. The best thing there was that the clock showed 9:99 when he went, and then he got faster to the end. So beware if you're running over 200 metres, because that was extraordinary.
He's all yours, Mitch. I wish he was ours, but he's all yours.
Speaking to, yeah, thank you, Bruce. Anything surprise you anymore? You've gone under 10 twice here in one evening. Yeah. Talk me through it.
I mean, that's what I was hoping for. I didn't get the start I anticipated, but I just focused on what I needed to focus on, got through my drive pace and kept powering through, and then saw the clock, so can't be happier than that.
How important was it for you to come out and run this under 20 race? Obviously, we'll see you later in the weekend in the seniors, but to come out, compete against your peers, was that something that you'd earmarked?
Yeah, it's definitely great. I mean, running people my own age, just getting my experience up, getting my confidence up, it's definitely great. And just being in the environment, getting myself ready for the 200 opens.
You're such a level-headed young man, mate. Has this sort of hype that's now following you, is it completely sunk in? Can you just focus on training and competing now, or are there still moments that are a little bit pinch-me moments?
I mean, there's obviously those moments where media gets too much, but at this moment, I just let it sink in and focus on training, focus on my race plan, and get the job done.
You might not be able to answer this. How quick will we see you go on Sunday? What's in the legs?
I mean, if the conditions are good, I mean, hopefully I can PB, but I guess we'll just find out on the day.
Absolute legend. Ladies and gentlemen, Gout Gout. Give him a big round of applause. Hey, well done, mate. Congratulations.
Appreciate you. Thanks, guys.
Ah, what a joy. Look at that. It's special. 9.99, sitting up there for the second time today. So, and there's some seasoned campaigners there. Have a look at them with their smiles on their faces, Scotty Gallen, etc. They've seen a lot over the years, those guys and girls, and he brings a smile to everybody's face. He's got such a beauty about him when he runs. It's stunning to watch, isn't it? I mean, this sounds silly, Dave, but he looks like he's running fast. And it's so great to watch.
Have a look technically how high he is here, how relaxed he is. He's got this, we've heard about the special elements of his ankles and his Achilles, etc. The shoes contribute to that with the stiffness of all of them, but he makes the most of all of that, and he runs, like Bolt would run, technically beautifully. Bruce, you and I, me growing up, you were there with Carl Lewis. He was the best looking runner when he ran. Technically, he was superb. He floated across the ground. And Gout is like that technically as an athlete. He's able to get the most out of every step. We know that he takes a little while to warm up and get going, but his start then is pretty good. It's not a world-class start, but it's a good start. But what he's got is not even a world-class finish. He's at the top end of the very top.
He's off the
when
charts.
It comes to the
He's
closing
off the charts.
speed.
And Lance Browman, Noah Lyles' coach, told Di Shepherd, don't worry about the start for the moment. He'll get bigger and stronger in the gym in the next 3 or 4 years. He said Noah was a bad starter for such a long time.
And it's still a weakness for him. In the Olympic final, he didn't win until the final 10 centimetres.
He said, don't you worry. So we're about to look at these results again. 9.99 for the second time today. That's not easy to do in anybody's language. It's a lot cooler tonight. He's had 3 hours to get excited to think about things. Joshua John, that's a fantastic run at 10.27. Hugh Cabagelli at 10.48, and fast times all the way down. Yes, they were wind assisted, but as we said earlier, it's only the second time today we've had a windy result. Both times with Gout. Every other race we've seen, it's been under the 2 metres allowable.
What a photo for the rest of those guys in that race.
Absolutely.
I'd love to see that race again. I think we're going to have a little break here, but if we can have another look at it on the other side, that would be tremendous, because I'd love to just analyse it a little more from start to finish. what an athlete he is. It's incredibly exciting for anyone in Australian sport that loves to watch a youngster who is doing some things that we've never ever seen before.
No, that's brilliant. No, that, but even saying like that's better. Yeah. Thanks, mate. That's a good line.
Okay, so
Sorry? 6, 3.4. So if you just missed it, here we go again. Just think about this for a moment. Gout, 4 from the right. Watch the start. Not his absolute best, so he's giving them a bit of a start at the moment. Then he picks himself up, now takes control, gets away from John, and now he's fighting the clock, and he dips, and he's under 9 point. Well, he's under 10. He's at 9.99. So in Australian athletics history, only twice before today had 10 seconds been broken. Once legal by Patrick Johnson and once by Rowan Browning. We've seen it twice in under 3 hours by one person today. That young 17-year-old. So
and
that's...
He's only 2 days off being still eligible for the under-18. The nuances of world athletics records, etc. You've got to be. It's the end of the year, so he's 17, but he turns 17 at the end of December. And only one guy, Arian Knighton, had broken 10 seconds as an 18-year-old.
And that was windy too. So the world record for under-18 official is 10.06.
Yeah.
So that gives you a perspective of where he's at.
He's in the best sprinters that the world has seen for his age, and you think, Bruce, quickly going to become in the top echelon, full stop. Lot to go, lot of water, but it's hard not to be ebullient, that's for sure.
None of us have seen anything quite like it, and we're excited. No one knows where the journey ends. That's part of the fun of it. But so we get to the heptathlon.
Yeah,
200,
if I had a start list
200
here,
metres.
I'd be able to stand by. So this is first heat, heptathlon. So it's McMillan, New South Wales. Then Tori West having a good day. Malone from Queensland. Francis of New South Wales. Mia Skerry also going strongly. 4th place at the World Under-20 Championships last year. Chapman of Victoria. Search is up in the top 3 so far from Queensland. Beitzel and Gayan. So as they come down, Tori West is going strongly, and Search on the outside. And they look like they're going to dive for the line.
And 24.35, probably 36 in the end for West over Search. So West has had, she did a great pacemaking job, didn't she, at the Maury Plant meet? She's been in super form. Amelia's had a fantastic season. Amelia is coached by Glynis Nunn, and she's a speed heptathlete. And Tori continues to improve here, doesn't she? So 24.36. We get her start list. We'll work out exactly how that looks in terms of her personal best times. So far today, what's Tori been doing so far today, Dave?
So West leading 11:59 in the hurdles. I had written all of these down, and do you think I can find it now?
So 13:59 in the hurdles, 175 the high jump, 12:66 in the shot put, and now 24.36 in the long jump. And she has 3,616 points and leads Mia Skerry on 3.517. Well, actually, Amelia Search has gone past Mia. Amelia's up to 3.571 and Mia on 3.517. So at the moment, Dave, from what we can gather, it's Tori West leading Amelia Search and Mia Skerry after the first day of competition.
Yeah, and there was PBs left, right and centre in the hurdles. I finally found my bit of paper, Bruce, which I'm pleased about. But so Search started the day with a personal best in the hurdles of 13:30, which is very fast in the hurdles, full stop, let alone for a heptathlete. And West a PB of 13:59. Skerry a season's best in the high jump of 176, which also Tori West did 176 and Search 170. And then they went off to the shot put where it was Skerry, very powerful youngster, 13:92. So
here's the start list now for the second of the heat. So this is the end of the first day of competition. So hurdles, shot put, high jump and 200 metres. Long jump, javelin and 800 metres tomorrow for the heptathlon. 7 events over 2 days. And the coach of Amelia Search is in second place, was an Olympic gold medalist for Australia in 1984. And the current president of this Australian Athletics, of course, is the Australian record holder still, Jane Fleming, and the Commonwealth champion from Auckland in 1990.
So this is heat 2. So Sophie Dunnett is from the ACT, who's the leading athlete in this group. She goes from lane 8 on her outside at Silicic of South Australia. Then Dunn of the ACT, who's running strongly on her inside. It's Hurier of WA, then Tilt of New South Wales. Nyson on the inside from Queensland, Solly, Stimson and Lang. And as they come down here pretty strongly in lane 4, Tiana Solly of Queensland has gone down to the line to take it out just in front of Dunn. And then back on the inside it was Lang.
So that time about a second slower than. So these are seeded at this stage. So these women.
So Solly came in here in 15th spot. 14:21 in the hurdles. Unfortunately, didn't clear a height in the high jump. So hence the reason why she is down at the bottom. But good on her for continuing on. Shot put of 12:14. So it's always a aspirant crusher, a no height coming in the high jump.
So tomorrow, just thinking, Skerry's a power performer. Search has got speed, West has got speed, so we've got, what, a long jump, Dave, a javelin and an 800, haven't we?
Yeah, their favourite. The final event.
So Search has got a big long jump, hasn't she?
Well, they've got good. So 3.616 is Tori's score after the first day. Search 3.571 and Skerry 3.517. If you look at PBs in a heptathlon, 6.09 for West, 6.15 for Search and Skerry 6.19. Javelin, well, that's where West excels, 47.36. She's the best part of 15 or 16 metres better than Search and Skerry. And then you come to the 800 and West has got the best 800 time as well. So
she's well placed.
In a strong position.
And their confirmation. So West, Search and Skerry, and then Christine Gahan of South Australia, well back. So there's a big gap, isn't there? And then Alana Chapman and Unity.
And of course Cameron Newton-Smith, who competed at the World Indoor Championships but hurt her hamstring there, wasn't able to finish. She's not here. Olympic representative.
So
Chasing the World Championship qualifying standard of 6,500, which is extreme, but points for the world rankings important as well. Women's under 20.
So I'll get this. This is the under 20 for women. So Isabella Hollins, and then Holly Zuzak, Monique Williams, Layla Croker. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Then Tara Hollyoak, Elizabeth Horn in 6, Davinia Brenegger in 7, and Isabella Wing in lane number 8. So that's the lineup.
So Layla Croker from South Australia's leading the way here. She goes from lane 4. Monique Williams from Queensland's in 2nd place, and Isabella Wing, the Tasmanian, is in 3rd. So Wing is on the outside in lane 8. Williams from Queensland in 3. And Croker, the event leader, is in 4.
And she's got a clear lead
yeah,
here.
She's running well too as she comes down. So she started off really well with a 13.71 in the hurdles. Had a PB in the high jump of 161, and that's a fast time too, 24.52. So that's a strong opening day.
She's just done a PB. It's come down to 24.51, so that's a 1/100th PB.
You'd be surprised to know that the wind is legal.
I did look. I did look. We're going to move on. And Layla does a lot of professional running in South Australia as well as...
She off to stall?
Could well be. There's a lot of South Australians going. Olivia Hastings and Carla Lem, they've got back markers. So, but that's a terrific first day for her, isn't it?
Yeah, she'll be really pleased with the way that it's unfolded. Shot put 10.59.
Again, she's a speed athlete, obviously, Dave. I mean, you're running 24.5 seconds.
So should be good at the long jump. I don't have her personal best in the long jump, but should be a strong event for her. Kirstine Farrance down there issuing some instructions to the group. Maybe an issue. Not sure what's going on down there. It's a little unusual that they're assembled. How are we going in the pole vault here?
We can tell you that we're at 4:54. So is this
first attempt?
Yeah. Felix Hatwich.
The Victorian. He didn't come in. He must have come in late. 4:30. Yep. So the Victorian has gone up and over. How many have we got still alive at 4:44? So Hatwich has gone clear.
Got 5, I reckon.
Burns, Suarez, Lawson Jones, Anthony Valenta.
So all clear at 4:44. I reckon that's it.
Yeah.
And so
Daniel Photios, the Victorian, has gone out. In fact, the New South Welshman. So we go back to the heptathlon 800. This is the second of the heats in the under 20.
And there's the start 400. Dave. So Esquivel, Allen, Cato, Phillips, Lavelle, Inkster and Leach. So slower times here. We're looking 27s and 28s. Remember, Croker ran 24.5 and the place getters around that 25.5 in the previous, but that's what's expected here.
So from the inside, it's Esquivel of Western Australia, then Allen of South Australia, Cato, New South Wales, Phillips of New South Wales, Lovell of New South Wales, Inkster the Victorian and Leach of the ACT, and it's pretty even as they come down the stretch on the inside. Esquivel of Western Australia is going strongly, but not as strongly as Phillips of New South Wales as she comes down to the line just in front of Hannah Leach of the ACT, who finished strongly on the outside.
So 26.94 that time. So it's a good run. That's could be a personal best, I reckon. We'll get that in a minute. So 26.94. So yeah, personal best for the first two there. Georgia Phillips and Hannah Leach. 26.94 for Georgia and 27.23 for Hannah. And then Madison Esquivel in 27.49. That's a season's best. So it's good work, isn't it, at the end of what's been a big day for these young women. So the heptathlons are rounding out, the decathlons still to come, and then some relays as we're still buzzing here in Perth. Hope you are, if you've been watching, because we've seen something very special, not once tonight, but twice.
9.99. Put your hands together for Gout Gout.
Should we see Gout again?
Let's wrap that out and then under 100 metres.
Welcome back. Sunset's gone, Dave, but still looks terrific. Let's go down to join Mitch. He's at the high jump. You there, Mitch?
He might have gone down with the sun.
Our men as well are just unbelievable. So out here right now, you can see the bar is at 2 metres. It's about to go to 205. We've got most of the field still out in here. Yuval Reece hasn't entered the competition yet. He was at the Olympics last year. Obviously, we've got Brandon Stark, our equal national record holder. He hasn't entered the competition yet either. And Roman Anastasios, another one to really keep an eye on. He's around that 220 marker. Young Mitch Hadfield as well from New South Wales. He was at the World Juniors last year. He's already started jumping. He's had his little warm-up, so he's ready to go. So just imagine this, 2 metres. You know, Brandon Stark's jumped up at 236. Keep that in mind. So these guys will get through. Anything over 2 metres 14 is an automatic qualifier through to that final. So we'll keep a keen eye on this. Unfathomable how high these guys are jumping. It's crazy.
Look forward to it, Mitch. So all in front of them, we've got some good names there. And we haven't had a spectacular performance so far this season. It's early days. In fact, the whole world of men's high jumping has been slightly flat for 2-3 years as we go back to the under-20 pole vault.
It was a great competition at the World Indoor Championships, so even though they didn't necessarily go that high, it was an engaging and interesting competition. So sometimes that's it's been a good event globally. Barshim, Tamberry, New Zealander Hamish Kerr winning.
What was
on a count
238,
jump off.
238's become 234.
Yeah.
Whereas in most other events, long jump's probably similar, isn't it?
The long jump's really interesting. I know we're talking technically here, but my son Bailey's jumping tomorrow, and he brought his new spikes home the other day. He jumps in the 10,000 metre shoes. Those are the shoes that the Adidas shoes that the 10,000 metre runners run. You know, the shoes that the jumpers are jumping in, because they've got the carbon plate and the propulsion. And some of those are banned by World Athletics. You've got to get the right ones because of the stack height. But I'm surprised that it hasn't benefited from the shoe technology as much as some of the other events. I think we're seeing more in the 100 now because of the stiffness on the sole. It obviously started off in the marathon with Kipchoge and that race to try and break 2 minutes, but
2 hours. Yeah.
2 hours, that's it. So yeah, interesting. High jump. They could do with some springs in the shoes. There's Roman Anastasius on the runway.
Gee, he's been impressive in the last couple of years, hasn't he? He's been a big improver.
One here in Perth earlier in the season. So 204 is the height of the bar there. Let's go back to this pole vault. We saw a bit of that before. Men's under 20 final. So 454 is still the height of the bar. Let's head back to the high jump. It's that same group, 204, so a miss for Bennett.
Because the high jump men's final will be intriguing, but it's the women's final, Dave, and the high jump that's going to take absolute centre stage, isn't it, on Sunday?
Sunday, yeah. Nicola Olashlalers and Eleanor Patterson.
Yep.
1-2 at the World Indoor Championships.
2-3 at the Olympic Games. So Nicola with 2 Olympic silver medals and the only Australian to win 2 World Indoor gold medals. And Eleanor with a CV that is as long as your arm. She has built and built and built.
Extraordinary, considering that when she won that Commonwealth Games as a teenager back in Glasgow, and then had some time away from the sport, and she came back and she hasn't missed a podium really. So the bar is now up to 464 in this pole vault, and we've still got 4 athletes in operation. So Felix Hatzwich of Victoria, he hasn't had a miss, so he came in at 430, 444, 444 and then 454. Noah Burns, also from Victoria. He's just had the 2 clearances, so 444 and then 454. Johnny Suarez, we just saw then run up and fail to launch, so that's his first attempt at 464. And then Lawson Jones is also, in fact, he went out at 454 on his 3rd attempt. So it's just the 3 athletes remaining.
Hatwich won the under-18s earlier this week. It's a big program day for a lot of the juniors, isn't it? I mean, they mix a bit, and it's fantastic because those that are exceptional.
Well, it's the benefit of having in the same location. Last year in Adelaide, the seniors was first, then the juniors was second. And here we've swapped it around, which I like actually. I think it builds to the crescendo of the final day for everybody. If we take a look at the men's under 20 decathlon. So the standings here. After the shot put, it was Andrews who was in the lead.
That's some panos. Do you want to put that with wherever the QAS stuff is? The Pelican case, that one, where the orange one is, that would be us. So we just chuck it on top of that.
So Hannon, Watchman, Andrews, Vanderham, Gilmore, Pittman and Bertucci. So Andrews, who Dave's talking about, lane 4 here. So that's 3 from the inside, the Victorian. It's such a crawling event here. So Bertucci's on the outside, then Pittman inside of him. So Bertucci, Victoria, Pittman, New South Wales. Out hard is Andrews. And outside of him is Vanderham and Gilmore. And Hannum on the inside with Watchman. So they're up to halfway. And coming through on the inside lane is Hannon, and Watchman just up in front of him. So it's Watchman who's having a terrific run here. So Bertucci on the outside lane and Watchman, the 2 Victorians here. So this is the under 20 final event of a big day. And it's the 2 Vics that have got to, in fact, the 3 Vics that are out in front at the moment. So Bertucci tiring, coming back at him hard is Watchman, and they're both absolutely exhausted, as you can see, and tight for third. It looked like Vanderham might have got over the top of Andrews right at the end. And
Bertucci's the best place of the competitors here. He's in 4th spot overall after 11:45 in the 100, 6:84. It's the second best long jump, 12:71, and then 1:79. So he's finished his day in good fashion. There's Watchman sitting after the first 5 events. He was down in 15th spot, so he probably improved his position there. Men's para long jump also underway.
Back to the high jump, here's Perrin. So check what the bar is in the,
I think he's in the 204 group, so we've got 2 pools next to each other. They're both at 204 actually. So and we're on 3rd attempts.
So he's over at the 3rd attempt, Perrin, by the look of it. So at the moment, Reece, Reece, Zane Patterson, Angus Clark, Zach Haywood and Connor Larson all over at 204. Jonathan Tipmas at the 3rd attempt over at 204. That's in Group A. And then Roman Anastasius is over at 204. Brandon Stark at 204. And Alex Perrin, we just saw there, at his 3rd attempt at 204. Under 20 pole vault continuing. So qualifying height's 214, correct? So they've still got a bit of work to do, the high jumpers.
So Noah Burns has cleared the 464 on his first attempt. Hatwich and Suarez have missed. So that's the status of that under 20 pole vault.
Seeing the para long jump as well at the moment. So back to the decathlon here, Dave, and the 400 metres. So this is the second of the final. So Jeff Collins goes from lane 2 for Victoria. Angus Clearwater from lane 3, Western Australia. Thaddeus Bowen, New Zealand 4. Mackenzie Leith from 5, Victoria. Ben Day, Victoria 6. Ben Fairclough, New Zealand 7. And Jackson Eastwood of South Australia in lane number 8. So from the outside, Eastwood, South Australia. Fairclough, New Zealand. Day, Victoria. Leith, Victoria. Bowen, New Zealand, and then Clearwater from Western Australia and Collins from Victoria. So Fairclough's made the stagger up on Eastwood as they come up towards halfway. There's the pole vault at the moment, so just continuing there. We're up to Hatwich, who won the under 18. I think we've got one clearance at 4:54. You said, Dave,
Yep.
I think. So Fairclough,
64.
yeah, at 4:64 is it? So Fairclough leading them into the straight from Bowen in lane 4. So the New Zealanders to the fore here with the Auckland strip on. Fairclough pushing hard, pushing very hard. So Clearwater's come through pretty well from WA, so he's going to get through to second. So Fairclough, Clearwater and then Bowen, and they were a long, long way in front of Leith and then Collins and Eastwood and Day. So some gaps there.
And the New Zealander Bowen was the best place coming into this final event of the opening day. He was in 6th spot. And the leading athletes headed by our event leader, Lachlan Purdy, the Queenslander, Adam Struger, the Frenchman, and then Asher Andrews, the Victorian. They come up in the final of the 3 heats in the under 20.
So back to the para long jump here, netting on the runway. Looks around about high 4s there, and nothing wrong with the takeoff in terms of a white flag or a red flag, so it'll be a legal jump. Probably around about 470, 480, but just by the look of it. Back to the under 20 pole vault here, so getting to the pointy end.
I think there's 3rd attempts. I think, yeah. So 3rd attempts. Noah Burns, the only athlete to go clear so far. Big field here in this para long jump. Harry Giacchini, the Paralympian, leading at 6:17. Michael Main, Victorian T38 competitor at 6:10. Lindsay Hendy, 5:46. Currently in the 3rd round. Competitors there, which is tremendous to have that depth. So getting ready for the final heat here. And we'll feature our event leader, Lachlan Purdy of Queensland, who will go from lane 6. Adam Struger, Frenchman, opened up with a strong day. Every time I look at these wins on some of these events, I'm getting angrier and angrier, Bruce.
Don't be angry, Dave.
He benefited from a 1.8, which is tremendous, and it's great news. But where was it when we needed it? We had 2 races win.
Do you know,
only 2.
It hasn't taken anything away from the beauty or the joy of the experience.
Well, maybe a little bit. Just a little bit.
Well, you know what? He's going
up
to do
and
it.
about,
He's
don't
going
you
to do
worry.
it legally.
I'm up and about.
He's going to do it legally.
About gout.
He's going to do it legally, and you're going to be there to watch. He just relaxed.
Anyway, 1.8 they had in the opening heat of the 100, and Struger Andrews 10.95 PB. Purdy ran a PB at 11.08. Backed up in the long jump, the Frenchman with a personal best of 6.84. So did Purdy, 6.67. So they've had a good day. In fact, PB's in the shot put as well. And then they went to the high jump. So there's been some good performances here in this men's under 20.
So Struger's in lane 4, Dave talking about the Frenchman, and Purdy, Lachlan Purdy in lane 6. So he's 3 from the outside here. So let's see if they can keep a very good day's work going here. Such a difficult event. You climb stairs at the best of times, no matter who you are in the 400. So Redwood and Scott are on the outside lanes. That's New South Wales, WA. And then Purdy, he's had this big day we've talked about. Geez, gone out hard, Purdy. He's had a very good first 150 metres here. And Struger also going so strongly, the Frenchman. He's gone way past Sutton and then behind those Soden and Whitwell, I should say. So the 2 leaders here, so very different in stature, aren't they? Have a look at this. So the big Purdy on the outside, and getting up on his inside there is Struger, the much smaller Frenchman, and out wider then is Scott, but Struger away. Can Purdy cling back a bit? Every millimetre, centimetre is important in a decathlon. 50.15 is good running, very good run, and Purdy, I should say, is not far outside his personal best, and then a tumble over the line there from Redwood behind those. So what difference would that make, Dave, do you think, the overall?
There's about 90 points in between them, so 2.954 Purdy was leading with, and 2.867. These points pretty much update themselves straight away, so Purdy will still be leading. Closing the gap is Struger, but not by that much. Asha Andrews from Victoria in third, and Valentino Bertucci of Victoria is in fourth place.
PBs, 50.13 for Struger, 50.78 for Purdy, and 52 for Scott. So Struger and Purdy at the end of the day run personal best,
Yeah,
and
they've
that's
had a good day.
that's what the PBs that you were talking about earlier in the day.
Yeah, they've had a good day.
Terrific day. So
we're going to take a break. I'm going to go outside and I'm going to talk to the wind doctor and once again register my unhappiness. Stay with us though, because there's still more to come.
And with a good chance Dave will be back. So now to the open decathlons. We've just seen the under 20, some impressive running there. So the 400 here. So Sebastian Renicki in lane 2 from Victoria, and Joel Templin of Queensland in 3. Logo Taligi of South Australia 4. Christian Painter Victoria in 5. Robbie Cullen New South Wales in 6, and Ben Hughes of Queensland in lane number 7. So Dave, is there a standout here in terms of what they've been doing so far today?
Absolutely. So Sebastian Renicki of Victoria is currently in second spot behind the leader Christian Painter, who will go in the second of the 400 heats, and Templin's in fourth spot, the Queenslander. So they're the top two. Pretty evenly matched here, of course. No Ash Maloney, no Cedric Dubler, our two main decathletes, along with Decathlon Dan himself. So our top three are not competing here, and that means that the National Championships is wide open. And the 400 metres, they're pretty well placed also.
So Taligi and Templin are having a terrific battle here.
Well, Taligi started off the day, and he gets there just. He started off the day in good form. Bruce, I can tell you that the men's 100 decathlon 1.7.
No, Dave.
They all ran personal best.
Don't worry, I'm with you. We cannot believe if you're just tuning in. Gout Gout's run 9.99 twice today, and on both occasions the win reading was in excess of 2 metres, which means it's an illegal as we go back to the under-20 pole vault. And yet every other, it's a big clearance, every other race we have seen today, every other race, the win reading has been under 2.1, or it's been 2 metres or under. So we feel a little aggrieved that it won't stay in the record books, and think how the 17-year-old feels.
Back to Taligi, 11.18, he ran a personal best in the 100, but he had a terrible long jump for a guy that ran 11.18, 6.24. So Goosey's, who is up next, 7.36 PB, legal win, in the long jump, was superb, and so he'll be disappointed.
He's just done a PB of 49.42 in the 400.
Yeah, that's good running. So that long jump, he'll be kicking himself. The height of the bar there has gone up to 4.74, and we're on our third attempt here.
And
So
Hapwich is out, I think, is he? Or was that Burns, was it? No, Hapwich.
on the Queenslander, Alex Arbuthnot, and how he was one of the great physios, was on the Olympic team in 1992, looked after all of our ageing bones. And he came in at that height of 4.64, cleared it on his second attempt, and then a second clearance at 4.74. So he's gone past Burns, who's had 2 misses. This is the para long jump. Let's go to Mitch, who's at the long jump and can give us an update on exactly what's going on.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dave. I can. So obviously there's really 2 main guys we're looking at here. Ari Giacini, he's competed for Australia a few times. Let's watch our young Queenslander get after it. All right, well done to young Parry. So he's currently leading, but another we're looking for is the youngster, Michael Main. He's only 20 years old. Now, he needed to get over 5 metres 80 to be able to represent Australia this year at New Delhi. I can tell you he's jumped over 6.10 in his first round, or 6.10 smack bang on it. So that makes him eligible for his first Australian team. So anytime you get to wear the green and gold is a monumental occasion. But these 2 are currently leading the competition, obviously different categories, and everything that will get decided after the event's done. But it's great to see a young man maybe get to don the green and gold for the first time. A few more jumps left, so let's see how far they can go.
Good stuff. I mean, so Cassini at 6.17 and Main at 6.10, both personal bests, as Mitch has set it up there. So the under-20 pole vault close to the end. The high jump still working towards that qualifying mark of 2.14. And that long jump, Mitch has just set up what's happening there. And now we get back to the decathlon. This is the second of the 400s in the open. So on the inside, Washington, South Australia, Gardner, ACT, Vanderham, New South Wales, Western South Australia, and Deluy from WA. So Deluy, Western, Vanderham. Gardner's the one that's showing up at the moment, so getting up to halfway. So Gardner with a clear lead when you take the stagger into consideration, but he's spent a lot early, leading from Western, and then Vanderham behind those, Deluy on the outside, and coming through a little bit Washington late, but Gardner has got a pretty good lead with that stagger, but he's going to climb some stairs here up the straight. As you can see, he is very, very weary, and Western's closing the gap. In fact, closing it very quickly now, and goes up and goes past Gardner, and it's going to be Western coming through in 52 high over Gardner, and then Washington and Deluy and Vanderham. So big change there, eh?
That's the battle for 7th to 11th in the standings. Before that race, Taligi was in 6th spot. So Christian Painter, who retains his lead ahead of Sebastian Raniki, the 2 Victorians, 3.228 to 3.161. Benjamin Goose of Queensland is in 3rd place, then Templin also the Queenslander. Just refreshing there. So Goose, in fact, they've changed that now. So Painter leading from Goose, Templin and Raniki. They're the top 4 in the decathlon after the first day.
Thanks for that, Dave. We're going to catch our breath for a bit. We've still got the relays to come, and we're going to try and squeeze in Gout's race at least, well, one more time. You know them better than I do. And a women's 4x1. So Queensland, WA, New South Wales, Victoria on a big program. Not the outstanding runners in most cases here that are representing, but high quality. So Queensland with Winter, Sophie Winter, Amelia Finger, Ellie Buckholtz and Lorraine Cagliati. That's Queensland in lane 2. Then Western Australia, Leah Richards, Meg Whittington, Zoe Newton and Piper Cornelius in lane 3. New South Wales, Bronte Pickering, Bronte Carroll, Kelly McAndrew and Gabriella Taylor. Famous name, as we know, in lane number 4. And then for Victoria, Armani Anderson, Bianca Caesar, Eleanor Cooney Hunt and Alana McGuinness. Gabby Taylor's mum, Melinda Gaines for Taylor, one of the all-time greats, and she anchors the New South Wales team.
Yeah, and she'd be excited by what she's seeing in the women's sprints with Leah O'Brien and what we saw tonight from Olivia Dodds, etc. Tori Lewis and Bru Rizzo, who was tremendous here in Perth to win and ran such a fast time. So those women's and men's hundreds in the Open, of course, Gout running in the under 20. I've had a lot of messages when how did Lockie Kennedy run tonight? Well, he's running tomorrow night in the Open men's 100 along with the Open women's. So as you can understand, none of them are running here tonight in these relays.
So inside, Winter and then Richards, Pickering and Anderson. So it's Queensland, Western Australia, New South Wales and Victoria. First baton change about to occur. Let's see if it's clean, Dave. It
Pretty
looks
clean across the board, really. So they're all underway. And as they go down the back straight,
So New South Wales
Yep.
have taken off.
Bronte Carroll, yeah. So Carroll now to give it to McAndrew. So that's a reasonable change. So Western Australia in second place and Victoria third. So Gabby Taylor about to get it from Kelly McAndrew. So New South Wales 2 from the left. Yep, good change. And Taylor's away here. So New South Wales clearly in front of Western Australia and Victoria. And Taylor's going to bring them home. Good run by Cornelius from WA. That's a terrific run. The time 45.8. Victoria finished in third place, and then Queensland. But they set it up early. Pickering had a good run, and then Carroll, the two Brontes in the first two legs. McAndrew, that was a good change to Taylor, and Gabby was able to hold off any opposition. She had a clear lead. Thought Cornelius was very good behind her.
Yeah, and Western Australia was set up by Zoe Newton, who ran a great bend, top bend for WA to put them in the mix. Might see that here. We'll just see the changeover. The changeover was okay, but Newton put the Western Australians in the mix. But Taylor, good form, strong runner. And they come down to the line, a win for New South Wales. Love a relay. Question having it on when you don't have I'd love to see us, I know it's a bit like the footy state of origin discussion, isn't it, Bruce? A state versus state relay. Does it work at the Zatopek? Does it work in one of the early series meets? We saw our relay teams run so well in Sydney, the Sydney Track Classic. There's confirmation of those results. Of course, that's running for the Australian teams. So New South Wales, Western Australia, Victoria, the top four.
So those PBs are a bit misleading
Yeah.
there. They're not the best times that those states have run, but...
But it would be great to have state versus state. Queensland would be hard to beat with Kennedy and Law
Gout.
and Gout. And
that'd be hard to beat. They certainly would. But New South Wales.
New South Wales, Sultana, Browning.
Speaking of
as a party.
So speaking of Kennedy tomorrow, so the word is that the conditions are going to be really good tomorrow when those heats are being run. They run a bit early in the gap.
What will the wind be?
Well, but I know, I'm not going to give away who told me this, but I know that one of the favourites is going to have an absolute crack in the heat.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
And that's what you've got to do.
I think so.
Because
here, I agree.
You take your chance. You take your chance. And Dave, the other thing, when you go to Tokyo later this year, you can't run 10.3 and get out of the heat.
Yeah.
You've got to treat it, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Every
round.
round.
I would normally not agree with that, and it's something that we're contemplating. Field events tomorrow afternoon, 5 o'clock, long jump. Liam Adcock. You know, it could be great conditions. You get one and done. You only get one chance, so it's a little harder. But I agree. If you turn up tomorrow afternoon for the heats of the 100 and it's 28, 29, 30 degrees, it's the final. You run as fast as you can. And I know it's the national championship, but the clock can be your friend for the rest of the year. It gets you into meets, gets you ranking points, all of those things.
And there's every chance. Well, asked today.
Whoever you're talking to is very wise, Bruce.
Yep. He's been around for a little while. We were asked today on a few interviews, do you think you'll see 10 seconds broken over the next few days? And I said, yes. Now, I've seen it broken twice today. And I'm confident, given the right conditions, that Kennedy can break 10 seconds here.
Yeah, no, he was so impressive. Again, looking back at that Perth Track Classic and then watching what he did in Melbourne, particularly over the 200. So that's the men's, the women's. Break 11?
Don't think so.
I think they're a chance. I think the way
Rizzo
is running has been super impressive. If she can get away a little bit better.
I think 11.0.
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong, but 11.0 would be an Australian record.
Leo O'Brien ran 11.14 here.
Would be an Australian record. So
she's impressive.
So at the moment, the Australian record is 11.10 by Lewis, correct? Yep. 11.11 by Breen. 11.12 is it by Gainsford, I reckon?
Yep.
And then we've got 11.4 by both Sally Pearson
and a 17-year-old.
And Leo O'Brien, exactly. Yep. So that's where we sit. So here's the men's 4x100.
I hope you're not listening, Bree. I'm with you. I think he can break 11 seconds, even though Bruce doesn't.
I'll be as happy as Larry, whoever he might be. So Western Australia, ACT, Victoria. I'm going to bed and think about it. Nathan Semick, Ethan Salafia, Tyson Gent, and Kyle Ennis for WA. For the ACT, Ryan Knight, Tobias Drummond, Templeton, real quality. Bodie Dunn, Jesse Turner, and for Victoria, James Gilbert, who we've seen twice already today, running in the Gout Gout under-20s. He ran a personal best in the heat. Jacob Cesar, Ndali
Meccanin and Seb Hadaway. So what we're saying, Dave, is that we're thinking under 10 for men and an Australian record for women.
So those 100 heats tomorrow are at nearly 6 o'clock here, local time.
So that
Just having
today,
a look.
about an hour earlier.
What time are they on? What time's the final on Sunday?
Saturday it is.
Saturday.
I think it's about 6.
6:40 local time, so it's
Okay.
about the same time
About
as
the same.
Gout. So it gets colder, doesn't it?
It
does.
does.
Get and the semi-finals on. So we've got heats, semi.
So that's all to look forward to. So Zemek on the inside from Western Australia. Knight from the ACT. And Jaber's gone out well for Victoria. He's had a really good day. So that baton change for Victoria was better than the ACT. Now, Drummond Templeton, watch for Drummond Templeton here. The blonde hair, but I tell you what, the Western Australian, or the Victorian I should say, Salafia had a great run as well. So Victoria clearly away now. The last baton change coming up from Meccanin. They get it away to Hadaway. And Victoria clearly in front here. Well, actually, it's WA. I've got it completely wrong. So it was Ghent to Ennis, and Ennis has been in terrific form this year. A clear-cut winner over Victoria on the ACT. So I was looking in the wrong direction there. So for WA, big apology there. So Zemek, Salafia, Ghent, and Ennis coming home in 40.57.
Yeah, they ran well. You might have a case of gout, I think. That was impressive from the WA. Meccanin Store Gift finalist from last year. And Dale couldn't quite get Victoria up, but Ghent to Ennis was impressive. They began pretty well. Got to stay in it, don't you, in the relays, but that was a good win for Western Australia.
It was a clear-cut win, wasn't it?
We spent too much time focusing on tomorrow, Bruce, rather than
No,
today.
I couldn't read my sheet. I couldn't work out which lane Victoria were in, and away go Western Australia. So Ennis bringing them home with Ghent. So that time of 40.57. Australian men were under 38 seconds in Sydney this season. Victoria with 41.85, and then the ACT had a 42.33. Their first baton change wasn't great, and then Drummond Templeton picked up a bit of ground down that back straight.
Can we look at Gout one more time? Is that possible?
I'm going to ask if that's possible. So this was the final of the men's under 100 metres, and everybody's talking about it. So here's Livy Dodd. So she was terrific. Very fast in the heat, even quicker tonight, not far outside her personal best. So basically a clean sweep almost for Western Australia so far in the underage. Here's Gout, lane 4. You can see not the absolute best start. Look at the high knee lift now. Gets to John at halfway, stretches away from John now and chasing the clock down and goes inside 10 seconds. Looked at that 999 and must have thought for a moment, yes, I have done it. And done it he did, but it was slightly windy. We've seen 2 incredible performances by him today. It's been spine-tingling stuff as we get to the under-20 pole vault, Dave.
And this will be the Queenslander Arbuthnot, who was dominating proceedings.
So he's at 490.
So he passed, after clearing 474, past 484. Cleared 490 on his first attempt, so now jumping at 510. Alex Arbuthnot. So Burns has got the silver, and Hatwich, the Victorian, has got the bronze, 464. So the bar here is at 510. We're on second attempt. So second attempt at 5:10 for Arbuthnot, and that's close. A lot of height on the elevation, just bringing the bar down.
So the high jump, Dave. So I'm asking you a lot of
The
questions.
decathlon?
No, the men's high jump.
Yep. So
Just
men's high jump.
Is this the qualifying of the men's high jump? Just to see where.
See where it ended up?
Yeah. How many?
It's a good
Who
question.
got through at the 2:14, or maybe they didn't have to get to 2:14, Dave? Will they take 12 to a final? Or is that how we do it here?
10, I
10?
think, in standby.
So it is done and dusted at 2:04.
Yeah, so 2:04.
Yeah, so 2:04. So we've got
Reece Patterson from Queensland, Angus Clark from New South Wales, Zach Hayward of New South Wales, Connor Larson of Queensland, Roman Anastasius of Victoria, Brandon Stark of New South Wales, Jonathan Titmarsh of New South Wales, Alex Perrin of Western Australia, and Mitch Hatfield. No McCoys, just the Hatfields, New South Wales, 2 metres. So 2 metres got through, but he got through on a count back. So we had 9 in over at 2:04, and Hatfield has squeaked through to the final.
That's
Here's
good.
the decathlon
Yep.
standing. So
Under 20.
Purdy, the Frenchman Struger, who had that personal best in the 400, and then Bertucci, they're the top 3.
all the way down.
So we go down to,
Pittman,
yep, they're all going to come back tomorrow.
We saw Fairclough have the good 400 today, didn't we? So, and that's all the way down to 21 athletes. So
Big fields here, and
yeah.
again, I was asked this question: what's been part of the renaissance of Australian athletics? And my view, Bruce, is as we look at the men's open decathlon with Painter and Houston Templin, started in Rio with some of our strong performances, particularly in the middle distance, inspired that group. Tokyo, where a lot of these young kids were locked in their houses during COVID and watched the Tokyo Olympics in 2021. And, you know, for these decathletes, you see that long list of the under-20 kids competing, inspired by Ash Maloney. They spent, you know, they didn't have to go to school. They could watch the Olympics for 10 hours a day, every day. I'm convinced that that's had a big impact on this young group that have come through. We've kept them involved, and then, you know, it's just been a snowballing effect since then with our World Championships results and what happened in Paris and Lima and etc.
No, you're spot on. And now with Brisbane 7 years ago, no one's going to be retiring that's under the age of 30.
Yeah.
And some over 30 will
Yeah,
think they're still a
keep
judge. So Layla Crocus had a fantastic first day, a personal best at the end of the day in the 200 metres.
So
go on.
in some of these events, like these multi-events at the national championships, there'd be fields of 5 and 6. You know, we had 21 or something in that under-20 decathlon, and there's 15 in the under-20 heptathlon. So these are athletes that aren't going off to other sports. They're not playing AFLW. They're not playing netball. They're having a crack at athletics, and it's a tremendous thing that they're seeing. You know what our senior athletes are, and now they're looking at Gout and etc. and what happened in Lima. And you know, here's 3 talented athletes, and Cameron Newton-Smith is not on that list, but West, Search and Skerry are, you know, they're strong performances.
It's going to be a highlight tomorrow, isn't it? I mean, on what's going to be a great day of athletics tomorrow, that's going to be a real battle, isn't it? A battle royale.
And again, there's 17 athletes in this start list in the Women's Open heptathlon. So great depth, great numbers, and they're all getting their little moment in the sun. So we're on the final attempt here at 5:10 for Alex Arbuthnot in the men's pole vault. What time are we on air tomorrow? Broadcast starts at 12.
I want you to get here about 9:15.
And we go through until 8. I do have to be here at 12 because I'm not doing the afternoon. I'm watching the long jump qualifying.
Your son's competing?
Well, I'm going to watch the others as well. But here's Arbuthnot. Good pace coming in, and not quite, getting a little cold, and it's been a long competition. So he has won the Australian Under-20 title, though. So Alex Arbuthnot takes the win.
Over Noah Burns and Felix Hatwich. So, Dave.
Bruce, I don't reckon you've ever been more excited about an under-20 100 metres in. You've seen a lot, but we saw something very special today.
You hit right on the head. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've got so much more to bring you, but this highly anticipated National Championships in Perth could not have got off to a better start. It was a remarkable performance by a 17-year-old today who not once but twice ran 100 metres inside 10 seconds. Great stuff. Heady days in track and field.